Szeretettel köszöntünk mindenkit itt Budapesten, a második CPACHungaryn. Kiemelt tisztelettel köszöntöm miniszterelnök urakat, elnök urakat, igazgató urakat, püspök urakat, vezetőrabbi urat, hazai és külföldi előadóinkat és minden kedves meghívott vendégünket. És köszöntöm azokat is, akik most a televízión keresztül vagy online csatlakoznak hozzánk. Én Déri Steffi vagyok, a CPACHungary műsorvezetője, és itt ragadnám meg az alkalmat, hogy bemutassam műsorvezető társamat, a baloldali politikusok igazi rémálmát, a Megafon véleményvezérét, Bohár Dánielt.
És már egyből jár a taps is, nagyon kedvesek, nagyon szépen köszönöm. Steffi, gondolkodtam ezen a rémálom dolgon, és arra jutottam, hogy még jó, hogy kihangsúlyoztad, hogy azért alapvetően a baloldali politikusok rémálmáról beszélünk az én esetemben. Hát nagy szerencse, hogy itt alapvetően azért jobboldali emberek vannak, tehát akinek itt az elején esetleg elment a kedve attól, hogy majd miattam rémálma lesz, vagy bármilyen rossz történne vele, megnyugtatok mindenkit, nem fog ilyen történni, nagyon jól fogják érezni magukat a következő 2 napban. Na de a viccet félretéve.
Emlékszel, Dani, egyébként, hogy mekkora siker volt tavaly a CPACHungary, amit akkor rendeztek meg először Európában?
Persze, hogy emlékszem. Hát akkora siker volt, hogy újra itt vagyunk. Tehát ismét Magyarországra jöttek el a világ patriótái. Európában immár a második alkalommal. Ez nagyszerű dolog szerintem. És amit még kiemelnék, és nekem nagyon emlékezetes volt, az az elképesztő baloldali hisztéria a baloldali politikusok részéről, illetve a baloldali a független, objektív sajtó részéről. Hát öröm volt nézni őket.
Hát valóban idegileg teljesen kikészültek. Na de nem is engedhetjük, hogy a baloldal mindenféle mondva csinált konfliktussal megossza a világ patriótáit. Mi a vészterhes időkben is itt vagyunk, együtt vagyunk és kiállunk egymásért.
Mert együtt erő vagyunk.
Ez a CPACHungary idei mottója, és erő nincs hit nélkül. Most szeretném felkérni Esztergály Előd Gábort, a Csömöri Református Egyházközség lelkipásztorát, Kis Rigó Lászlót, a Szeged Családi Egyházmegye püspökét, Kondor Pétert, a Déli Evangélikus Egyházkerület püspökét, és Köves Slomót, az Egységes Magyarországi Izraelita Hitközség vezetőrabbiát, hogy kérjék Isten áldását a CPACHungary résztvevőire és támogatóira.
Hallgassunk meg egy részletet Máté evangéliumából, Jézusnak az egyik hasonlatát. Mindaz tehát, aki hallja ezeket a szavaimat, és tettekre váltja, hasonló lesz az okos emberhez, aki sziklára építette házát. Ömlött az zápor, jött az áradat, feltámadt a szél, és nekirontott a háznak, de az nem dőlt össze, mert sziklára épült. Mindaz pedig, aki hallja ezeket a szavaimat, de nem váltja tettekre, hasonló lesz ahhoz az oktalan emberhez, aki homokra építette házát. Ömlött a zápor, jött az áradat, feltámadt a szél, és rátört a házra, és az összedőlt, és romhalmazzá vált. Építeni egyéni életet, valódi közösséget, társadalmat csak biztos alapra lehet. Az értelmes, bölcs építő sziklára, azaz keresztény értékekre, valójában egyetemes örök emberi értékekre épít. Az Istenbe vetett hitre, a teremtett világ megbecsülésére, az emberi személy méltóságára, az élet védelmére, a házasságra, a családra, a szolidaritásra, a békére. Az oktalan, józan, észt elhagyó ember, építő, homokra épít, azaz bomlott agyú ideológiákra. A gond az, hogy ugyanazon az épületen dolgozunk. Ráadásul a jézusi hasonlatban a vihar, a cunami az a kész épületet érte, mi pedig építkezés közben szembesülünk folyamatosan viharokkal. Ezért van annál inkább szükség valódi összefogásra, hogy az építők összefogjanak, az értelmes építők. Kérjük ezért a mindenható Istent, áldja meg az értelmes építőket, adjon nekik erőt, inspirálja, tegye hatékonnyá az összefogást, áldja meg ezt a konferenciát és minden résztvevőjét az Atya, a Fiú és a Szentlélek nevében.
Az apostol szavaival köszöntelek benneteket, kegyelem néktek és békesség, Istentől, a mi atyánktól, és az ő egyszülött fiától, az Úr Jézus Krisztustól. Amen. Nyugodtan elfoglalhatjuk a helyünket. Kedves hölgyeim és uraim, a Református Biblia olvasó kalauzunk mai újszövetségi igéjét hoztam most önök elé, Márk evangéliumának 4. fejezetéből. Jézus példázatát hallgassuk meg. Ezt mondta Jézus. Úgy van az Isten országa, mint amikor az ember magot vet a földbe, azután alszik és felkel, éjjel és nappal. A mag sarjad és nő, az ember pedig nem tudja hogyan. Magától terem a föld. Először zöld sarjat, azután kalászt, azután érett magot a kalászban. Amikor pedig a termés engedi, azonnal nekiereszti a sarlót, mert elérkezett az aratás ideje. Olyan világban élünk, amikor mindennek ára van. Sőt, a legszentebb dolgokért kell a legtöbbet fizetnünk. A békéért 103 éve súlyos árat fizet nemzetünk. A keresztény hitünk védelméért közel 2000 éve hozza meg minden nemzedék a maga áldozatát. A családjainkért, a szülés fájdalmával és a verejtékes munkával azóta törlesztünk, mióta bezárult mögöttünk az édenkert kapuja. Mindenért fizetnünk kell ebben a világban, csak egy dologért nem. Isten országa ingyen kegyelemből lehet a miénk. Jézus Krisztus kereszthalála árán. A márki idézet, az ige arra mutat rá, hogy Isten országa nem pusztán egy távoli, jövőben teljesülő ajándék. Isten országa már most a miénk. A hívő keresztény ember életében már elkezd növekedni, mint a földbe vetett mag. Először zöld sarjat hoz, aztán kalászt, majd érett magot a kalászban. Kedves hölgyeim és uraim, bátorít bennünket az ige ezen a gyönyörű reggelen. Bár nagy árat kell fizetnünk a számunkra igazán fontos dolgokért, de van miből merítenünk. Mennyei erővel tudjuk megharcolni a hit nemes harcát, és Isten vezetésével tudunk haladni a cél felé, hogy végül átvehessük az életnek koronáját. És mindezt Jézus Krisztus érdeméért. Ezért ez a ma reggel is szóljon Jézus Krisztus dicsőségéről. Amen.
Hajtsuk meg fejünket, imádkozzunk. Vezess bennünket, Urunk, hogy együtt, veled és egymással együtt járhassuk az életünk, küldetésünk útját. Hogy kevésbé fáradjunk el, hogy derűvel nézzünk egymásra, hogy vidámabban vándoroljunk tovább. Hisszük, hogy örömünk megtöbbszöröződik, ha többen örülünk neki. Bánatunk enyhül, ha többen hordozzuk. Terheink könnyebbek, ha többen viseljük. Hitünk erősebb, hiszen egymás hite által épülünk. Úr Jézus, Te magad mondtad, hogy ahol 2 vagy 3 összegyűlnek a Te nevedben, ott vagy közöttük. A Te jelenléted mindennél fontosabb az életünkben. A Te jelenlétedben nem élhet a rossz akarat, szertefoszlik az irigység és a bánat. Jelenléted biztosítja minden kapcsolatunkban, házasságban, családban, barátságban, gyülekezeteinkben és a nemzet közösségében. A szeretetet, a békességet, az örömöt, a boldog, kiegyensúlyozott életet. Te magad ígérted, hogyha ketten egyetértenek a földön mindabban, amit kérnek, azt mind megadja nekik mennyei atyánk. Egyetértenek úgy, hogy mindannyian alávetik a tiédnek saját akaratukat, hiszen te az életedet is odaadtad értünk, hogy megtarts bennünket. Valljuk, hogy sok meghallgatott imádság által él ma is nemzete hazán, Európa szívében. Tégy bennünket eszközeiddé, békességet követeivé, mert a te békességed nem csak belső lelkiség, hanem produktív erőhatás, kisugárzás, megbékülést akaró és azt munkáló magatartás, és látjuk, hogy ennek a világnak erre a békességre, és szeretetre, megbocsátásra, türelemre, megértésre, alázatra van szüksége, hogy el ne pusztítsa önmagát. Tégy eszközeiddé, hogy a háború és a fegyverek szava helyett a béke szava legyen erősebb, hogy jöjjön létre újra a beszélgetés lehetősége a te embermentő szereteted szellemében mindenütt, ahol az megszakadt, ahol nem értik meg egymás szavát. Légy velünk ma is áldásoddal. Vezesd együtt gondolkodásunkat, tedd hitelessé szolgálatunkat, hogy áldássá legyünk a ránk bízottak számára. Amen.
How many of us in this hall would need a special warning not to eat insects? Probably not too many of us. Things that are clear and self-understood don't need a special addressing. Still, interestingly enough, the Hebrew Bible gives a special emphasis not to eat insects and creeping animals. Why? Because the author of the Bible wanted to show us how even things that seem clear and self-understood need a special warning, because the seemingly obvious can surprisingly be questioned. The prophet Isaiah phrased this in the following verse: "Woe to those who say that evil is good, good is evil, who present darkness as light and light as darkness, who present bitter as sweet and sweet as bitter." Today, in our world, being conservative means knowing, seeing, and warning on basic truths that seemed perfectly logical and self-understood for thousands of years. Truths that seemed logical and self-understood and today are still questionable, and according to some, even being accused for being offensive. Knowing and warning, for example, that biology matters and gender is not up to individual decision. That human rights surpass rights of animals. That human life has boundless value. That working and earning are two inseparable virtues. That existence has a purpose. When we gather here today, we turn to the Almighty Creator with the words of the Hebrew morning prayers. Merciful Father, who acts with compassion, have compassion for us. Enlighten our eyes. Put it into our hearts to comprehend, to listen, to learn, and to teach, to preserve, to practice, and to fulfill with love. Ma, amikor egy olyan világban élünk, ahol a sötétség fényként, a fény sötétségként, a keserűség édes dologként, az édes dolgok pedig keserűként vannak beállítva, azért imádkozunk, hogy ahogy Ézsaiás fogalmazott, legyen meg a tiszta látásunk, és értsük és tanítsuk, hogy azok a dolgok, amelyek sok ezer éven át magától értetődőnek és egyértelműnek számítottak, továbbra is tiszta és teljes értékek legyenek nekünk.
Most pedig arra kérünk mindenkit, hogy álljon fel. Hallgassuk meg először a magyar himnuszt Palerdi András.
Majd az amerikai himnuszt Megyi Mórec Ildikó előadásában.
Igen. Isten áld meg a magyart, jó kedvel, bőséggel, nyújts fel védőkart, ha küzd ellenséggel. Bal sorsakit régen tép, hozz rá víg esztendőt, megbűnhődte már e nép a múltat jövendőt.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket the bombs bursting gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, see does its star-spangled banner yet wave. Our the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Mielőtt folytatnánk a programot, egy felhívást szeretnénk megosztani önökkel. Több mint 1 éve tart a vérontás Ukrajnában. Közvetlen szomszédságunkban, Kárpátalján is családok kerülnek nehéz helyzetbe, és települések néptelenednek el.
Pont emiatt az Alapjogokért Központ az ökumenikus segélyszervezettel közösen adományt gyűjt itt a CPAC konferencia helyszínén a kárpátaljai rászorulók megsegítésére. Hogyha lehetőségük engedi, akkor kérjük, keressék meg az ökumenikus segélyszervezetnek a feliratát, és ott akár egy terminál segítségével is tudnak segíteni a kárpátaljai rászorulóknak. Köszönjük szépen!
Köszönjük szépen! Lehet, hogy külföldi barátainknak egy kicsit furcsán fog hangozni, amit most mondok, de a balliberális sajtóban folyamatosan azt a képet próbálják lefesteni hazánkról, hogy elszigetelődött.
Igen, nagyon el van szigetelődve Magyarország, olyannyira, hogy múlt héten például a pápa volt nálunk 3 napig, immár második alkalommal, és annyira el vagyunk egyébként szigetelődve, hogy a CPAC is Magyarországra jött Európában, immár a második alkalommal.
Ezzel azt akarod mondani, hogy az elszigetelődés az fake news?
Hát nem biztos, hogy igazuk van ebben a formában, amikor Magyarország elszigetelődéséről beszélnek. Maradjunk ennyiben, úgyhogy nekik is szeretnénk mutatni egy videót.
A legelső európai CPAC hatalmas sikert aratott. Most ismét Budapest lesz a konzervatív világ fővárosa. A tavalyi CPACHungary nagyot szólt, mert az Isten haza családzászlaja alatt közel 2000 magyar és külföldi vendég, 70 előadó érkezett hazánkba, hogy meglesse a jobboldali kormányzás sikerreceptjét. Megmutattuk, egy a zászló és egy a tábor is. Az idei jelszavunk: együtt erő vagyunk. És ezzel valóra váltjuk a liberálisok rémálmát, a nemzeti erők nemzetközi összefogását. Kezdődjön hát a legnagyobb európai konzervatív jamboree. Együtt erő vagyunk, és csak együtt van erőnk a békéhez. Köszöntjük Önöket a CPACHungaryn.
A CPACHungary, ami konzervatív rendezvényünk nem valósulhatott volna meg az Amerikai Konzervatív Unió és az Alapjogokért Központ közös szervezése nélkül. Az sem véletlen, hogy Magyarország már másodszor ad otthont a találkozónak. Az Alapjogokért Központ főigazgatója szerint a CPAC azt mutatja, hogy Budapest egy olyan központ a jobboldaliak számára, ahol találkozhatnak és véleménycserét folytathatnak, ahol megoszthatják a konzervatív siker receptjeit. Hölgyeim és uraim, fogadják nagyon sok szeretettel a színpadon Szántó Miklós, az Alapjogokért Központ főigazgatója.
Tisztelt elnök úr, tisztelt miniszterelnök urak, tisztelt miniszter asszonyok és urak, tisztelt képviselő asszonyok és urak, tisztelt hölgyeim és uraim. Rögtön elnézést is kérek ezért a transzfób megjegyzésért, de hát Magyarország alaptörvénye, meg a biológia törvényei is már csak olyanok, hogy csak hölgyek és urak léteznek, úgyhogy hölgyeim és uraim, nincs megállás, örömmel és büszkeséggel tölt el, hogy a tavalyi év után immár másodjára köszönhetem Önöket itt, a CPACHungaryn Magyarországon, és ez egyáltalán nem csak a mi kiváló amerikai partnerünk, az Amerikai Konzervatív Unió és az Alapjogokért Központ érdeme, hanem az egész magyar jobboldali közösségnek a hatalmas nagy sikere. Tudják, 100 évvel ezelőtt a kommunisták ugye már arról énekeltek, hogy a történelmet végképp el kell törölni. Pár évtizede a liberálisok arról írtak, hogy a történelemnek vége van, a progresszívek pedig éppen most akarnak kilépni a kultúrából és a történelemből, és mi mégis itt vagyunk, Magyarország, a tündöklő város a hegyen, itt, Európa szívében. És amikor azt mondom, hogy Európa szívében, akkor egyáltalán nem csak és kizárólag a kontinens mértani középpontjára gondolok, hanem arra is, és kérem engedjék meg külföldi barátaink, hogy itt legyek egy kicsit elfogult, hogy itt Közép-Európában, itt Magyarországon dobog az egykor szebb napokat látott nyugatnak a szíve. Mert van itt egy ország, amely 1000 év alatt a sok nehézség és a sok megpróbáltatás ellenére nem felejtette el, hogy nem csak születése, hanem történelme és gondolkodása miatt is minden ízében a teremtő hatalma alatt áll. Azt is mondhatnám, hogy Magyarország nem vóknak való vidék. Isten, haza, család. Igen, mi elismerjük a zsidó-keresztény hagyomány és kultúra nemzetmegtartó szerepét, és tudjuk, ahogy alkotmányunk is fogalmaz, hogy együttélésünk legfontosabb keretei a család és a nemzet, összetartozásunk alapvető értékei a hit, a hűség és a szeretet. Valljuk, hogy a gyermeknek joga van a megfelelő testi, szellemi és erkölcsi fejlődéshez, éppen ezért védjük a gyermek születése neme szerinti önazonossághoz való jogát, azaz védjük a gyermekeket a gender propagandával szemben. És nekünk magyaroknak persze sok furcsa szokásunk van, az egyik ilyen, hogy bár a mindennapokban sokat acsarkodunk, de ha baj van, ha azt érezzük, hogy az életmódunk, a hazánk támadás alatt áll, akkor egybekapaszkodunk, és mélységesen mélynek hit konfliktusokat felülíró összefogásra vagyunk képesek a szabadságunkért. Aztán, amikor eljön a szabadság és a béke időszaka, akkor két magyar újra háromfele szakad, de amikor nagy a nyomás, akkor a csak azért is mentalitásával egy emberként állunk ki a józanész és a természetes életigasságok mellett, és szövetségeseket keresünk, hogy megakadályozzuk a jövőnk ellen készülő liberális merényletet. És találunk is, mert az élet vastörvényei összeabroncsolnak minket. Hiszen önökkel együtt, kedves külföldi barátaink, akik ide sereglettek 5 kontinens, több mint 20 országából, mi együtt valljuk, hogy a közösség erejének és minden ember becsületének alapja a munka. Azt is, hogy az anya nő, az apa pedig férfi. És azt is, hogy mindennek van határa, erkölcsi, nemi és földrajzi értelemben egyaránt. Konzervatívok vagyunk, jobboldaliak vagyunk, populisták vagyunk, nacionalisták vagyunk. Ne féljünk használni ezeket a szavakat, mert igen, büszkék vagyunk országaink megmaradásáért, szabadságáért és függetlenségért küzdő őseinkre. Éppen ezért mi nem kidobjuk a történelemkönyveket, hanem újra és újra kiadjuk azokat. Mi nem ledöntjük alapító atyáink szobrait, hanem megerősítjük talapzatukat. Mi nem átírjuk a nemzeti eposzainkat, hanem úgy meséljük azokat gyermekeinknek, ahogy mi is tanultuk szüleinktől és nagyszüleinktől. És hozzáteszem, hogy azért tanulhattunk, és azért ülhettünk ott szüleink, nagyszüleink mellett, és azért mesélhetünk ma mi a gyermekeinknek, mert ők hitték, ahogy hisszük mi is, hogy az emberi élet szent és védelem illeti meg már a fogantatástól kezdve. Köszönjük szépen szüleinknek az életet. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, nagyon tömören szólva, együtt erő vagyunk, és együtt védjük meg az életmódunkat. Erről szól a CPACHungary. A CPACHungary maga egy no-woke zóna, és Magyarország a hajtómű, ami összemozgatja a konzervatív táborokat Nyugat-Európa vagy nyugat-szerte. Nem szeretnénk ugyanis, hogyha a folyamatos felszabadítást hirdető haladó eszmék mentén megint megpróbálnának átnevelni minket, a társadalmainkat. Többször is kísérletet tettek erre itt, ebben a régióban, jól emlékszünk rá, mert megszenvedtük. Mi jól emlékszünk arra is, hogy a nemzeti és nemzetközi szocialisták a terror közben az egész világot arról győzködték, hogy az általuk kitalált rendszer a lehetséges világok legjobbika. És most a progresszívek győzködnek minket minduntalan arról, hogy ez a jó emberkedő ideológia, nevezhetjük ezt woke-nak, nevezhetjük kritikai fajelméletnek, progresszivizmusnak, liberalizmusnak, vagy éppen zöld dzsihádnak, az egyetlen elfogadható standard, hogy nincs más alternatíva. És tudják, hol merevedik dogmává, hogy csak egy út, csak egy ideológia, csak egy módszer elfogadható? Igen, a totalitáriánus rendszerekben. Mi magyarok, mi közép-európaiak épp ezért orrontunk diktatúraszagot, amikor arról hallunk, hogy csak és kizárólag a liberális demokrácia, az igazi demokrácia, mert pár évtizede ugyanezt állították, majdnem ugyanazok, a népi szocialista demokráciáról. És ha jobban belegondolnak, akkor a régi és az új marxistáknak nagyjából ugyanarra jár az agyuk. Levetetni a keresztet a falakról, internacionáléról, meg világfaluról álmodozni, és úgy gondolni, hogy az állam jobb nevelője a gyermeknek, mint a szülő. Felszínen ma már persze nem közvetlen kényszerítést, hanem puha technikákat, szoftos agymosást alkalmaznak. Gumibot helyett érzékenyítés, állami propaganda helyett céges transzpolitikai szivárványos reklámok, hivatalos cenzúra helyett pedig politikai korrektség, mint illemszabály. De rossz hírem van a számukra, tudjuk, hogy mire megy ki a játék. A konkrét eszközök ugyan időről időre változnak, de céljaik mindig ugyanazok. Nemzeti identitásunk szabad megélésének elrablása, a közösségi céltalanság, a hagyományos kultúra és a család szétverése, a szólás és a gondolat szabadságának elfojtása. Sőt, most egy háború árnyékában kitalálták, hogy összeugrasszanak minket, mert a zsűri helyébe úgy képzelik, hogy ők jogosultak megmondani, ki áll a történelem jó, és ki a történelem rossz oldalán. Azért teszik ezt, mert látják, hogy a nemzetközi konzervatív összefogás erősödik, és igen, félnek, frusztráltak a sikereinktől, sikít a vészcsengő a fejükben, hogy eredményeink semmissé tehetik hatalmi hegemóniájukat és kényelmesen belakott elitpozícióikat. És persze igaz, hogy mi konzervatívok sokfélék vagyunk. És ez így is logikus, mert ha belegondolnak, akkor a konzervativizmus az nem egy univerzális ideológia, hanem éppen a hely tisztelete, a helyi jellegzetességek értékelése. Éppen ezért nyilván eltérőek lehetnek adópolitikai, társadalombiztosítási, de még azt is mondom, hogy geopolitikai érvkészleteink is. De higgyék el, hogy sokkal több az, ami összeköt minket a Potomac folyótól a Dunáig, mint ami elválaszt. Még egyszer mondom, Isten, haza, család. És nekem nem tisztem itt erről részletesen beszélni, de önök is tudják, mert realisták. A háború előbb vagy utóbb, így vagy úgy, de véget fog érni. Azok a kérdések viszont, amelyekről az előbbiekben beszéltem, a háborút követően is itt lesznek velünk, és az azokra adott válaszok sokkal hosszabb távon fogják meghatározni a politikai valóságot. Azt is mondhatnám, make kids, not war. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Mi több évtizedes kommunista elnyomást követően sajnos alaposan ki vagyunk képezve a tekintetben, hogy milyen is az, amikor a nemzetközi baloldal át akarja venni az irányítást az életünk felett. Éppen ezért érzékenyek a receptoraink, és éppen ezért nem vagyunk kellően fogékonyak a még nem hard, nem kemény, csak soft eszközökkel operáló liberál-szocialista ármánykodásra. Sőt, kifejezett küldetésünknek érezzük, hogy jelezzük szövetségeseinknek, nem szabad a kultúránkat és civilizációnkat tönkretenni igyekvők logikai rendszeréhez igazodnunk. Sem akkor, ha az érzékenyítő agymosó woke kampányok képében jön nyugatról, és akkor sem, hogyha lánctalpakon érkezik kelet felől. És én tudom, hogy most nehéz idők járnak, de nehéz időkben csak az összefogás segíthet. Ennek az összefogásnak pedig erős emberekből kell állnia, és erős vezetőkből, és én most itt ebben a teremben erős embereket és erős vezetőket látok, és tudom, hogy a tengeren túl is van egy ilyen erős vezető, nem ül most a Fehérházban, még. De egy szó mint száz, ne engedjük, hogy megosszanak minket. Ne csak ne mondjunk rosszat politikai felebarátainkról, ahogy azt Ronald Reagan tanácsolta, de ne higgyünk ellenfeleinknek se, amikor felebarátainkról fake news terjesztenek. Nem kis feladaton kell ugyanis dolgoznunk, úgy kell megvalósítani szuverenitásunkat, hogy közben globális együttműködéseket építünk. Ez a rendeltetése a CPACHungarynek is, hogy megvalósítsuk a liberálisok rémálmát, a nemzeti erők nemzetközi összefogását. Magyarország e tekintetben azt üzeni önöknek, hogy jobbra tarts, legyen béke, szabadság és egyetértés, Isten áldja önöket, Isten áldja Magyarországot, Isten áldja a patriótákat. Köszönöm szépen!
házas emberként mondom, és főleg úgy, hogy itt a feleségem is, hogy a jó kapcsolat mindig kettőn áll, és így van ez az élet minden területén. Vagyis a CPACHungary létrejöttében az Alapjogokért Központ mellett hasonlóan fontos szerepe van az Amerikai Konzervatív Uniónak is. Szeretném is megkérni Matt Schleppet, az Amerikai Konzervatív Unió elnökét, hogy ő is tartsa meg a köszöntőbeszédét, és bízom benne, hogy kitér arra is, hogy miért tért vissza a CPAC Magyarországra.
Good morning, Hungary. How is everyone? I have a message that I take from the beautiful people, the welcoming people of the United States of America. I have a message for the people of Hungary, and then I have a message for some others that aren't rooting for our success. But I want to first say what an honor it is to be back again here in Hungary with Prime Minister Orbán. Thank you, sir, for your leadership, for your hospitality. Thank you for coming to Dallas. That was pretty spectacular. A sitting head of state. A sitting head of state coming to the great state of Texas and telling it like it is. You know, if Prime Minister Orbán ever decides, and he never will, to run for office, I think he could become the governor of Texas. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. And to the other prime ministers here, you honor us with your presence. To the congressmen who are here, thanks for making the long trip, Congressman Gosar and Congressman Moore. To the many Americans who made the trip, thanks for joining us. This is being telecast on our website in America. And I think it's important that we let the people of Hungary and the people of Europe, so many here assembled, so many leaders, so many members of the European Parliament know that we're in a tricky situation in America. We find ourselves, obviously, with a lot of challenges, economic challenges, cultural challenges. The problem when America is not on the right path is that we don't just screw up our own country, we try to screw up a lot of other countries. And the extent to which America is making your life more difficult, is making energy prices harder to manage and higher, trying to tell you how you should raise your children, trying to tell you that your faith is an old-fashioned patrimony, trying to tell you that you have to put away the old clothes and put on new clothes. The extent to which we do that through financial bribes and constant attacks through the media, I just want you to know that for the Americans here at CPACHungary, that those messages don't represent the heart and soul of the American people. The American people know their history, and we were talking to the Prime Minister before we started. The American people know their history. Despite the fact that statues are being removed, that books are being burned, that our kids are being propagandized and brainwashed to believe what is not true is true, despite all of this stuff you read, this cultural revolution that's going on in America, the American people understand what God's idea was of America. They haven't lost that idea, that America would be, as the Bible says, and as Ronald Reagan reiterated, the shining city on the hill, right? Or as Donald Trump said, this cherished place that yes had borders and yes had walls and yes had rules, but those walls had big doors. And that country would be helping people that want to build and grow civilization. And the American people understand that America was created and would only succeed if its people held on to religion and held on to those decent principles that the people who established our country espoused in our founding documents and throughout 200 years of existence. And we understand that our time could be short as a world power if we continue to knock out the pylons and the foundations that keep our civilization free and strong. We can't survive without the foundations. And the left and George Soros and these globalists are trying to do everything they can to destroy those foundations. But just like we've seen in our history so many times, there are freedom fighters in America who are saying no, who are saying you cannot destroy my child, who's saying I won't turn my child over to you to tell them that God had it wrong when he picked their gender. We won't allow you to dictate to our young women and tell them that it'd be better if they chose abortion over life. We won't allow these people to come into our society and try to demonize the idea of entrepreneurship and building companies and making profits and hiring people and growing a business. Because as we've known throughout our history, and a great former American president said, the business of America is business. America can't survive if there's a growing hostility towards those people who are investing in our economy. And as Margaret Thatcher said, eventually socialists run out of spending other people's money. And that is the great danger we have in America as government spending gets further and further out of control. So to the Hungarian people, please understand that I understand that America and her leadership, specifically President Biden, seems to be on an all-out attack on the foundations of what you believe. But don't take it personally, because those of us who are Americans feel equally attacked by these very same people. And the great thing about our system is that an election is always very near into the future, right? It's right around the corner. And we promise you, help is on the way. So I was talking to the great chairman of the center here, Miklos Santos. Miklos, thank you so much for having us back in Hungary. We were sharing about the attacks of CPAC last year. And Miklos and his able team decided that they would determine who a journalist was. They would determine who a responsible member of the media was. As you remember, this was quite revolutionary for the Americans. We were like, in America, a journalist tells you when they're a journalist, and then you treat them like a journalist. And then they kick you in the shins, and they kick you other places, and then you just have to deal with it. We learned in Hungary that journalists should ascribe to a certain set of rules. They should be fair. They should write the truth. They should say both sides. And so as we were determining our media rules in America, we decided that we would go Hungarian and decide that we would determine who was a fair journalist and who wasn't a fair journalist. And last year, I encountered some of these members of the European media out there on your sidewalk. And what I love about the European journalists is, to your face, they call you, you know, Nazis, fascists, racists, homophobes, Islamophobes, all these words. And then like an hour later, they get exhausted and they're at the bar down the street and then they're all drinking together. So like their bursts of anger don't last that long, so you can survive. And they said to me, how come CPAC won't talk to you, won't talk to us? And I said, well, I'm talking to you. And they said, who are you? I was like, well, I'm the chairman of CPAC, and I'm talking to you. What are your questions? And eventually they were exhausted of this kind of diatribe of hate. And so I've learned a lesson from the Hungarians, and I've learned a lesson from Prime Minister Orbán and from Miklos and from the many friends we've made throughout these CPACs overseas. And I know Eduardo Verostegui is here from CPAC Mexico. I know Jay Aiba is here from CPAC Japan. And the message is this, and I want all the Americans to hear this, who, when they wake up in a few hours, I want them to hear this message. And I want the people who feel alone to hear this message. And I want the people who feel forgotten to hear this message. And I want the people who don't get invited to Davos to hear this message. And I want the people who don't get invited to see premieres in Hollywood to hear this message. And I want the people who don't get invited to all the international confabs in Brussels or Berlin or Paris to hear this message. We will persevere. We will survive. We will not stop fighting. We will not allow you to take over the minds of our children. We will not allow you to corrupt our elections. We will not allow you to corrupt our schools. We will not allow you to throw us all in prison. Yes, you'll get away with throwing some in prison. But when you throw the some in prison for corrupt means, the rest of us will rise up and hire the lawyers and make the demands to make sure that those people come back out of prison. We will not let you destroy civilization. We will not allow you to say that when we defend civilization, that there's something racist about that or something hateful about that. And the final thing we will not allow you to do is we will not allow you to separate us from the plan that was written in the heavens thousands of years ago for each and every one of our lives to be on the earth at this moment, standing up for what is true. We will not allow you to stop us. And no matter what you say about us, no matter how you try to harm us, you know, a conservative believes that they want to win at the ballot box, they want to win the debate, and they want to win the election. But since we believe in heaven and hell, we believe that even the enemy, their political enemy, you all live forever. Everyone lives forever. The leftist, not the liberal, but the leftist, the hardcore Marxist, they want to destroy everything about you. They not only want to win the argument and steal the election and lie about you in the media, they want to destroy and crush your soul. The great thing is that our soul, right, has someone very big standing behind it. And it isn't going to work. And we are going to win. And when you feel depressed and when you feel low and when you feel like your back is against the wall, your foot is on the edge of the cliff, that there is no hope, we will have a reservoir of hope. We will stand up for each other and we will get the job done. I want to say thank you to the people of Hungary for this wonderful tradition of having CPAC here in Budapest. It's our honor to be with you. I want to praise the policies of standing up for the rights of children, for the growth of families, for the pushback against the globalists, for the resilience to stand up against those in America who just don't like what you stand for. And I want to tell you that you have wonderful millions and millions of American allies who are standing with you. So thank you for your good work. God bless you all, and thank you very much. Thank you.
A magyar jobboldal, a magyar konzervatív gondolkodás az elmúlt évtizedben megerősödött. Többségi véleményé vált hazánkban. Erősebbek vagyunk, mint valaha. A magyar jobboldali példa a baloldali többségű Európában reményt mutat minden konzervatív világnézetű ember számára. Érdeklődnek irántunk, meghallgatják a véleményünket. És azt mi sem bizonyítja jobban, mint hogy több mint 400 külföldi vendég fogadta el a meghívásunkat, hogy itt legyen ma velünk. Szerencsére rajtunk kívül is létezik még olyan konzervatív társadalom Európában, amely a kereszténységen alapuló egyedi értékekkel rendelkezik, amely elutasítja a szélső baloldali eszméket, a gender propagandát, a modern liberális őrületet, és a keresztény értékek és a józanész pártján áll. Aki hasonlóan látja a világot, mint mi magyarok, és akit most külön nagy tisztelettel és szeretettel köszöntök a CPACHungary színpadán, Georgia miniszterelnöke, Irakli Garibashvili.
Dear Prime Minister Orban, Excellencies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege for me to be here in Hungary, the true heart of Europe and one of its oldest countries, in this charming capital of Budapest. And I have to say I share with you the admiration for its rich history and the fight that Hungary has conducted for centuries to protect Europe and the free world from numerous enemies. As we know, next year marks the 50th anniversary for the first Conservative Conference, where the legendary President Ronald Reagan delivered his inaugural speech. For half a century, the movement commenced by the American Conservative Union has been fighting for the strengthening of traditional and, as we say, supreme values in the world. Indeed, it was exciting for me to be invited to such an important forum. Therefore, I'm very grateful to the leaders and organizers of this conference for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to thank particularly my dear friend, Prime Minister Orban. In this difficult era, I have to say the Hungarian people are very lucky to have such a wise and visionary national leader who defends the interests of his brave nation and Hungary, stands guard in fundamental values, and is truly an exemplary ruler, fighter, and striving Christian man. Dear friends, today we have come together to confirm that we stand united in today's most challenging times and to talk about the values that underpin this unity. In just a few days, we will celebrate 78th anniversary of the end of the World War II. Almost 80 years have passed since the defeat of the greatest evil in history, fascism. And since then, humanity as a whole, our countries and nations have gone through a number of difficult times. We, the Georgians, like other nations, have gone through difficult periods of fight for freedom, civil wars, occupation, economic collapse, and autocratic regimes. Therefore, we're no strangers to these challenges. However, what is happening around the world in recent years is perhaps the most dramatic event in the history since the World War II. The complex economic and humanitarian crisis caused by the pandemic has been further deepened by the ongoing large-scale military conflict on the European continent. Russia's invasion of Ukraine started a long war with no end in sight, which affects all of us. Stopping this unjustified human sacrifice, the brutal destruction, requires the greatest collective effort. And even today, as during the World War II, the goal and mission for all of us, the entire humanity, is to secure peace. We must realize that there is no alternative to peace. And as we support Ukraine, we must do more to ensure peace talks that result in lasting and stable peace conditions. Thank you. Dear friends, you all know that in August 2008 we had a full-scale war with Russia. And the result of this war is that our country suffered heavy human losses, and 20% of our territory is still occupied by Russia. We Georgians know very well what is the price of peace. Georgia is a small but strong and freedom-loving nation. However, when necessary, we fight selflessly to protect our freedom, our families, and our homeland. Without going into the entire history, even after gaining independence, we have witnessed several wars in our country. And in recent years, our brave soldiers have been protecting global security together with the member countries of the NATO alliance, in Iraq, in Afghanistan. And for instance, in Afghanistan, we were the largest per capita troops contributor to the Resolute Support Mission, where 32 brave soldiers sacrificed their lives in this mission, and hundreds were injured. Therefore, as we are conscious of what war brings, we do everything for peace. In the New Testament, Jesus Christ teaches, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God." In these difficult times, dear friends, despite numerous provocations, and destabilization attempts, we managed to ensure peace in our country. In our post-independence history, for the first time during our tenure in power, we have safeguarded the long-term and uninterrupted peace in Georgia. It is obvious that today the global order is changing. The world will never be the same again, and no one can find a way out of this difficult situation alone. Therefore, we need unity and global consolidation for a new, just order. Only by standing together, we will achieve this goal. Nevertheless, what gives us the strength to be united? Notably, the traditional, supreme, eternal, universal values that determine our entire history and culture, as well as our everyday life. These values can be easily expressed as follows: faith, freedom, peace, dignity, truth, equality, purity of the family, respect for parents, ancestors, and traditions, love of the homeland and of people, and hope for a better future. The Catholicos Patriarch of Georgia, Ilya II, a very wise and most respected person in our country, has summarized all of the aforementioned in the following postulates: God, homeland, and human being. Essentially, the entire history of Georgia is based on the above-mentioned values, which are enshrined in the New Testament. You probably are well aware that our country was one of the first to declare Christianity as the state religion, and around the same time, the New Testament was translated into Georgian in the second half of the 4th century. However, Christianity was preached in Georgia much earlier by the first apostles of Christ. Therefore, our history and culture have been defined by the values of the New Testament for more than 2,000 years already. And these values, my dear friends, have always been the basis of the Georgian identity, uniting our people. Thanks to this very fact, this small and ancient country located in the epicenter of the clash of empires and civilizations survived the consequences of history, even in the most difficult geopolitical situations that have destroyed numerous great and powerful empires. Undoubtedly, adherence to tradition does not mean that we stand against innovation. On the contrary, although we must be very careful, as we know that evil often comes exactly in the name of innovation. This proved to be the case, true in many cases throughout history, including in the case of fascism. I want to quote again our patriarch, who once stated that freedom is fought in the name of false freedom, which is true. No one fights against freedom in the name of slavery, but rather in the name of false freedom. And no one opposes the truth in the name of fiction, but in the name of false truth. So how do forces that oppose the freedom and truth try to achieve their goals? Definitely, I have to say, by destructing the traditional family values and by coercing false freedoms. For example, through LGBTQ+ propaganda and attempts to legislate gender-affirming procedures for children, bypassing their parents, as well as by forcing so-called innovations that would cut off people from their own roots, family, traditions, culture, and history. They do so because it is easy to control a rootless person, someone who has forgotten his or her history and faith. Therefore, in such a difficult time, our main weapon and foundation is traditional, Christian, conservative family values. Thank you. Even today, in the age of inventions, development of technologies and communications, industrial growth, urbanization, social change, and globalization, we perhaps more than ever need the moral principles for guidance built in our traditions and values. It is a desire for renewal, development, and essential progress that requires us to look at all new promises in the light of clear, time-tested criteria and historical values. Certainly, this doesn't mean that we go against someone. Our message is simple. Nobody's interest should be limited for the benefit of interests of others. We truly respect the rights of each citizen, which is proved by our actions. In 2014, in accordance with the requirements of the EU Visa Liberalization Action Plan, as well as with the sense of responsibility towards our own citizens, we adopted the anti-discrimination law that strictly protects the constitutionally guaranteed rights of our citizens. However, we also protect the rights of the majority, for whom the family is a union between a man and a woman, where a woman is a mother and a man is a father. We protect the rights of the vast majority of the population, who supported my initiative back in 2014, upon which our political party later included in the Constitution the definition of the marriage as the union between a man and a woman. The absolute majority of our society shares these traditional conservative family values, and these values are not only the heritage of the past, but also the living present, the environment in which we grew up and want to raise our children. I'm the father of 4 children, and along with the vast majority of Georgian parents, I want to raise our future generations on unique values based on Christianity, the same way our parents raised us. Therefore, we will protect the rights of all, but just as we will not allow violence against the minority, we will not allow the violence of the minority against the majority. And we will not support the minority's attempts to change with aggressive propaganda the values which the majority of our population considers to be given by God, on which the Georgian identity, uniqueness, and our entire history are based. We're proud of our history. We are gratified by the fact that back in the 12th century, Georgia was ruled by the King Tamar, a woman of reason and wisdom in 12th century, who was not called a queen, but rather a king. It was during her reign that one of the first origins of parliament emerged in the world. Hence, it is not surprising that after the First World War, the first republic, Georgian Republic, was the country which laid the foundation of modern democracy. The 1921 Constitution of Georgia, one of the most progressive legal documents of the time, was one of the first in the world to give voting rights to women and to ensure the rights of national minorities. Thus, equality and respect for the dignity of others is our tradition. About the same time, at a very period when everything national was persecuted, we had a great writer and public figure, Ilya Chavchavadze, one of the main creators of modern Georgia, whom Georgians call the father of the nation. He outlined the most important values for every Georgian: homeland, language, and faith. Our current constitution endures on this legacy, on this achievement. It protects and ensures the rights of every individual, and at the same time recognizes the special role of the Georgian Orthodox Church in the history of Georgia, in the development, reinforcing higher and eternal values. Let me be clear. Indeed, majority of the Georgian population is Orthodox, but our Catholics, Muslims, and Jews, along with our ancestors, had created our great history and are now creating its present. This history of peaceful coexistence and cooperation is very dear to us. Back in the 11th century, our greatest king, David the Builder, had been visiting the mosque on religious holidays to show his respect for Muslims. By the way, Georgia is a unique country also in a way that Shia and Sunni Muslims, whether Georgians or ethnic Azerbaijanis, pray in the same mosque. In the historic old Tbilisi, Georgia's capital, there is an Orthodox church, an Armenian church, a Catholic church, a mosque, and a synagogue next to each other, which shows the historical tolerance in our country. It must be noted that Jews who lived in Georgia before Christianity were never persecuted in Georgia. The tradition of Georgian-Jewish relations, which goes back to 26 centuries, has been given the status of a monument of intangible cultural heritage. which represents the greatest recognition of unique friendly coexistence of our nations through centuries. Hence, tolerance is our unique tradition, and the threat is not the religion, minorities, or different opinion, but rather those who are without faith or values, armed with aggressive cynicism, often in the name of religion, democracy, and freedom. Actually, they're opposing freedom and truth. It is the ideal of freedom that has driven Georgia for centuries in its quest to become a full member of the European family of nations, Europe, which is founded on Christian values. And as a result of considerable reforms undertaken by my government, we are closer to that goal today than ever before. We have made successful efforts in ensuring the rule of law and democracy, economic progress and social justice. Development of state and strengthening of public institutions rightly deserve the recognition of impartial and objective professionals throughout the world. Studies by respected international organizations confirm this. According to the Rule of Law Index 2022 by the World Justice Project, Georgia ranks first in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. We are ahead of many NATO and EU countries on the World Bank Governance Index. We are the leader in the region according to the International Transparency Corruption Perception Index. We are ahead of 11 EU countries on the Heritage Foundation's Economic Freedom Index. Georgia is ranked #1 out of 120 countries in global ranking of state budget transparency by International Budget Partnerships 2021 Open Budget Survey. Visa liberalization, the association agreement, free trade agreement with the European Union. These are the achievements of our government's hard work, and most recently the European perspective, which was granted by the European Union. So here I would like to thank again Prime Minister Orban for recognizing these efforts and for his continued support. Today we expect a far-sighted and fair decision from Europe with regards to the EU candidate status. This will be a well-deserved recognition of the joint efforts of our people and of the Georgian government. I want to state once again that Georgia has a rightful place in Europe. Georgia deserves the EU candidate status. Dear friends, thank you, thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Dear friends, we must all unite during these difficult times. Let's make our countries a home of peace, stability, and prosperity. Prime Minister Orban joked in his speech in Dallas that Hungary is not really a superpower. Georgia, even a smaller country, has never had such ambitions. And yet, we possess this superpower. This power is our faith, our family traditions, our eternal and universal values. It is by uniting that we will be able to resist the evil that comes in the name of false freedom and false truth. And we have to protect and preserve the world for our children and future generations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
A CPACHungary főszónokának elég lenne valójában csak a nevét elmondanom, és nagy valószínűséggel hát nem csak a teremben, hanem a világ minden táján tudnák, hogy kiről van szó. Annyit még azért elárulok segítségképp, hogy tavaly választották meg Magyarország miniszterelnökének 5. alkalommal, ebből 4-szer zsinórban, ami a labdarúgásban sem kis teljesítmény egyébként, ha valaki 4-szer tud egymás után nyerni egy sorozatban.
A tavaly elmondott 12 pontos politikai sikerhez vezető receptjéből pedig azóta is nagyon sok helyen főznek a világban.
Igen, Stefi, igazad van. Annyi, hogy a hazai baloldal szerintem ott az alapanyagok keresgélésénél leragad, de ez most egy másik kérdés, nem tartozik ide.
Annyira szigorú vagy velük.
Azt gondolom, hogy máshogy nem is lehet. Hölgyeim és uraim, fogadják nagyon sok szeretettel Magyarország miniszterelnökét, Orbán Viktor.
napot kívánok! Good morning to everybody, tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Kedves amerikai barátaink és a világ minden tájáról ide sereglett konzervatívok! Köszöntöm a szabad világ védelmezőit Budapesten. Köszönjük már, hogy itt együtt lehetünk. Látok itt kollégákat, olyanokat, akiket külön is nagyra becsülök. Itt van velünk Grúzia elnöke. Megtanulhatjuk tőle, hogyan kell élni Oroszország árnyékában, úgyhogy közben megtartsd a hazádat és megtartsd a békét is. Ma övé egész Európában a legértékesebb tudás. Sok sikert kívánok nektek! És itt van velünk Babis barátom is, akinek a miniszterelnöksége idején dübörgött a cseh-magyar barátság. Hosszú éjszakákon át küzdöttünk közösen az Európai Tanács ülésein. Bevallom, hogy nagyobb harcos, mint én. Hajnali 4-kor is ellenállt. És bevallom, hogyha nem lett volna ott, amikor a migrációról kellett dönteni, akkor aligha sikerült volna megakadályoznunk, hogy Európát migránsokkal árasszák el az Európai Tanács vezetői. És itt van velünk Klaus elnök úr is. Nem szereti ugyan, ha ezt mondjuk, de az igazság kikívánkozik belőlem. Valószínűleg a legbölcsebb vezetője ma Európának. Mindenkinek csak azt tudom tanácsolni, ha nehéz döntés előtt áll, mindenképpen kérje ki a véleményét. Ebből is látható, hogy a csehek intellektuális erővel jól el vannak látva. Nem is értem, miért nem ők állnak Európa élén, de remélem, ezt még meg fogjuk érni. És itt van velünk Janez Janša kollégám, miniszterelnök úr, akit mi egyszerűen csak rangidős előjárónak hívunk. Régen volt, ezért csak a magamfajta öregek emlékeznek erre. De ő fontos szerepet játszott abban, hogy Szlovénia a lehető legkisebb áldozattal vált ki Jugoszláviából, és szerezte meg a nemzeti függetlenségét. Sokszor volt miniszterelnök, ő a nagy visszatérő, az én példaképem is, aki sohasem adja fel, és sohasem veszíti el a hidegvérét. Adok önöknek hozzá egy használati utasítást. Minél halkabban beszél, annál fontosabb dolgokat mond. Ha van egy jó szokásod, akkor ragaszkodj hozzá, mert akinek jó szokásai vannak, az boldogabb és sikeresebb lesz az életben. Nekünk jó szokásunká vált, hogy tavasszal Budapestre sereglik a konzervatív világ, vagyis ha tavasz, akkor irány, tű és óra egyeztetés Budapesten. A jó szokásból hagyomány lehet, Budapest mindig szívesen várja önöket, mert jöjjetek jövőre is. Amikor a mai alkalomra készültem, visszaemlékeztem, hogy mégis hogyan jutottunk el idáig. Miért van az, hogy Budapestre jön a CPAC? Van CPAC az Egyesült Államokban, Mexikóban, Brazíliában, Izraelben, Japánban, és van CPAC Magyarországon is. Nem rossz társaság, de hogy kerültek a magyarok egy ilyen előkelő klubba? Mi nem vagyunk hatalmasak, nem vagyunk félelmetesek, gazdagok se, nincs nagy hadseregünk, nincs óriási GDP-nk, és nem vagyunk különösen népesek sem. Kit érdekel? Kit érdeklünk? Ma mégis itt vagyunk mindannyian. Azt gondolom, hogy egyetlen oka lehet annak, hogy mégis bekerültünk ebbe az elitklubba. Van egy dolog, ami a mi hazánkat fontos helyé teszi. Az a tény, hogy Magyarország valójában egy inkubátor, ahol a jövő konzervatív politikáját kikísérletezik. Magyarország az a hely, ahol nem csak beszéltek a progresszív liberálisok legyőzéséről és egy konzervatív, keresztény politikai fordulatról, hanem meg is csináltuk azt. Kedves vendégeink, mindez 2010-ben kezdődött. Van az a magyar mondás, ahol nagy a szükség, közel a segítség. Where there is poison, there is a remedy. Barátaim, nehéz, rosszabb helyzetben lévő országot elképzelni, mint amilyen Magyarország volt 2010-ben, amikor 8 év után visszatértünk a kormányzásba. Emlékszem, akkor az volt a kérdés, hogy vajon egy konzervatív politika talpra állíthatja-e a liberálisok álmokfutása miatt csődbe jutott országot. Akkor azt gondoltuk, ha így sikerül, mindenhol sikerülhet. New York után Budapestre is igaz lett, if you can make it there, you can make it everywhere. A kísérlet sikerült. Sőt, mi vagyunk a bizonyíték, csak a konzervatív politika segíthet ott, ahol a liberálisok, a baloldaliak romba döntöttek egy országot. És a magyar sikertörténet azóta tart. Teljes foglalkoztatás, beruházási rekordok, flat tax, 40%-kal kevesebb abortusz, Európa legjobb közbiztonsága, megfékezett migráció és erős nemzeti identitás. Kedves barátaim, de az is része az igazságnak, hogy a magyar siker bár fényes volt 2010-ben, hiszen 2014-ben kétharmaddal újra választottak bennünket, de ez 2015-ig senkit sem érdekelt a világon. Ahogy a magyarok mondják, a kutyát se. Meg is maradt a mi titkunknak. Egyáltalán nem voltunk híresek, egyszerűen csak jobban és boldogabban éltünk, mint korábban. Talán megértik, de én néha visszasírom azokat az időket, amikor még nem voltunk reflektorfényben. De nincs mit tenni, ember tervez, Isten végez. A magyar kísérlet világhírnevét valójában Soros Györgynek köszönhetjük. Hiába, Isten útjai kifürkészhetetlenek. Ha Soros György nem támadja meg Magyarországot, nem hirdeti meg a programját, hogy illegális bevándorlók millióit akarja a zsoldjában álló NGO-k segítségével Európába telepíteni, akkor mi soha nem kerültünk volna a világ sajtó címoldalára. De Gyuri bácsi meghirdette a betelepítési programját, hadrendbe állította NGO hadseregét, és neki látott a nagy terv végrehajtásának. Elárasztották illegális migránsokkal a Balkánt, és kiépítették az Európa szívébe vezető embercsempész útvonalat. És akkor beleütköztek Magyarországba. Mi megállt parancsoltunk, felvettük a kesztyűt, védekeztünk, kerítést építettünk, és megvédtük a hazánkat. Egy idő után arra is rájöttem, hogy nem elég a határvédelem, nem elég a fizikai önvédelmi harc, csak akkor tudjuk megvédeni a hazánkat, ha a szellemi, ideológiai csatákat is vállaljuk. Ugyanis egy szellemi, ideológiai csatatér kellős közepén találtuk magunkat, mert a migráció fontos része a liberális progresszívek filozófiájának. Nem volt más választásunk, tetemre kellett hívnunk a nyílt társadalom ideológiáját, és vele Soros György egész birodalmát. Hát így történt, kedves barátaim. Van, aki a fél életét odaadná, hogy világhírű legyen, mégsem sikerül neki. Mi nem vágytunk erre, mégis azok lettünk. Ellentmondtunk a liberális kánonnak, és szárnyára kapott bennünket a világhír, hogy ezen kilepődött meg jobban mi vagy a liberálisok, azt nem tudom, de talán már mindegy is. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kedves vendégeink, alapvető fontosságú, különösen a külföldről érkezők számára, hogy tisztán értsék. Mi magyarok nem támadunk. Mi nem akarjuk megmondani más országoknak, mit gondoljanak a migrációról, a gender elméletről, vagy éppen az európai szuperállamról. És végképp nem akarjuk mindezt megmondani az amerikaiaknak. Minden népnek joga van, hogy saját akarata és minősége szerint éljen. Igen, mi nem támadunk, mi védekezünk. Védekezünk, mert a globalista, progresszív elit ránk akarja kényszeríteni az akaratát. Meg akarja mondani, mit gondoljunk és hogyan éljünk. A mi szabadságharcunk azért lett fontos a nyugati világ számára, mert kiderült, nem csak Magyarországot támadták meg, hanem a szabad világ minden nemzetét. Tavaly ilyenkor a házigazda jogán szóltam önökhöz. Nyáron Texasban én voltam a messziről jött ember, aki könnyen viccel. Ma más feladatom van. Ma egy inkubátor program vezetőjeként jelentem önöknek, hogy mindannyian támadás alatt állunk, Európában épp úgy, mint Amerikában. Azt is jelentenem kell önöknek, hogy a támadás nem gazdasági természetű. Egy biológiai fegyverrel van dolgunk. Egy vírustámadást indítottak ellenünk. Ezt a vírust a progresszív, liberális laboratóriumokban fejlesztették ki. Ez a vírus a nyugati világ legsebezhetőbb pontját támadja, és ez a nemzet. Ez egy nemzet felemésztő vírus, amely a nemzeteinket atomra bontja és szétporlasztja. Barátaim, a nemzet a nyugat nagy találmánya. Ez a szabad világ szíve közepe, de ez a nyugati világ Achilles sarka is. Ha a nemzetek elpárolognak, szétbomlanak, elrosdásodnak, akkor elvész a szabad élet lehetősége, és a nyugat elbukik. Haza nélküli emberek sohasem lehetnek szabadok, csak földönfutók, ide-oda telepítettek a globális elit játékszerei. A zsidó-keresztény hagyomány azt tanítja nekünk, hogy Isten nemzetekre osztotta a világot, és minden nemzet mellé még egy őrangyalt is rendelt. És ha már az őrangyalok felmerültek, a napokban itt járt őszentsége Ferenc pápa. 3 napig láthattuk vendégül, és imádkozhattunk vele a világ és Magyarország békéjéért. Fantasztikus apostoli látogatás volt, a magyarok rendkívül hálásak a Szent Atyának. 1 évvel ezelőtt még fél év különbséggel érkezett hozzánk Ferenc pápa és a CPAC, idén már csak 1 hét volt az eltérés. Ki tudja, ha így mennek tovább a dolgok, jövőre lehet a Szent Atya is benéz hozzánk. De visszatérve a mondandómra, barátaim, a nemzet eszméje a mi különleges nyugati örökségünk. Ezt ismerték fel a magyarok is, ezért kötöttek vérszerződést, ezért szervezték nemzetté magukat, ezért csatlakoztunk a nyugati világhoz, és ezért nem tűntünk el a történelem ködében, mint ahogy az a többi nyugatra jött ázsiai néppel történt. Ahogy a nemzet alapú politikai szerveződés elterjedt nyugaton, úgy emelkedtünk ki, úgy előzte meg társait a nyugat, mármint a civilizációk versenyében. Bebizonyosodott, hogy a nemzet a legjobb keret. A legjobb keret, hogy egy ország polgáraiban szunnyadó erők felszabaduljanak, és az egész közösség érdekét szolgálják. Ha valaki ismeri, elfogadja, és magáénak vallja a közös nyelvet, történelmet és kultúrát, akkor a nemzet teljes jogú része, és ezáltal szabad. Ez jelentette a hatalmas előnyt a nyugati civilizációnak. Ezért jártunk évszázadokig a többi kontinens előtt. Ez az a civilizációs versenyelőny, kedves barátaim, ami ma támadás alatt áll. És sajnos azt kell mondanom, hogy a támadás sikeres. A fejlődésünk lelassult, sőt elakadt. Más civilizációk megerősödtek, fölgyorsultak, és sok területen egyszerűen túl is nőttek rajtunk. Utolértek minket gazdaságilag. 30 évvel ezelőtt a nyugati világ adta a világ termelésének több mint 60%-át. Ez az érték valahol 40% körül van. Elmaradtunk a természeti erőforrások tekintetében. Az USA talán kevésbé, de Európa ki van szolgáltatva. Energiahordozókból importra szorulunk. A modern gazdasághoz szükséges életfontosságú nyersanyagok 80%-a nem a nyugati országokban található. És rosszul állunk a demográfia területén is. A föld népessége nő, a nyugat népessége csökken. A betelepítések és a migráció csak elfedi, de nem orvosolja a bajt. Egyedül katonai erő tekintetében vagyunk még elsők. Ez első látásra jó hír. De második látásra nyilvánvaló, hogyha minden más előnyünket elveszítettük, és csak a hadsereg marad versenyképes, akkor ez a katonai konfliktusok irányába tereli az eseményeket. Ez történik ma. Szóval nem áll jól a szénánk, nem áll jól a nyugat szénája a civilizációk versenyében. És az a legrosszabb, hogy ezért csak magunkat okolhatjuk. Nincs olyan versenytársunk, aki képes lett volna ekkora pusztítást végbevinni. Amikor a baloldaliak a vírust rászabadították a világra, sok jóindulatú konzervatív azt mondta, hogy ez a nemzetellenes vírus, ez csak egy laborszökevény. A baloldal se akarja, nem akarhatja rászabadítani a radikálisait a világra, majd ők maguk megfékezik őket. De nem ez történt. Ne legyünk naívak. Ma már látjuk, hogy ez a vírus nem kiszökött, ezt kitenyésztették, szaporítják és terjesztik az egész világon. A migráció, a gender, a woke, ezek mind csak variánsok, ugyanannak a vírusnak a variánsai. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Az illegális migráció lényege a nemzeti közösség lerombolása. Szétbontani a nemzetállam működéséhez szükséges kulturális alapot, helyette marginalizált, atomizált, egymás mellett élő, de egymással ellenségeskedő csoportokat kreálni, akik sosem alkotnak egy közösséget, és végül majd nem alkotnak egy államot se. Ugyanez a célja a woke mozgalomnak és a gender propagandának is. Önök külföldiek nyilván nem tudják, hogy nekünk magyaroknak nincs külön szavunk a társadalmi és a biológiai nemre. Sőt, mondok még valami megdöbbentőbbet, mi mindenkire ugyanazt a személyes névmást használjuk, ezért Magyarországon nincs is mind vitázni. Ezért mi világosabban látjuk, mint talán a világ más tájain. A woke mozgalom és a gender ideológia pontosan olyanok, mint régen a kommunizmus és a marxizmus volt. mesterségesen kisebbségekre szabdalják a nemzetet, hogy aztán viszályt szítsanak a csoportok között. Ez az ő hatalmuk bázisa. A magyar konzervatív kísérlet azért sikeres, mert mi sok mérföldes távolságból, sőt látatlanul, már szagról is megismerjük a marxistákat. Itt ültek a nyakunkon 50 évig. A gender és a woke is osztályokra szaggatja a nemzetet, és azt hirdetik, hogy az osztály fontosabb, mint a nemzet, és megelőzi a nemzethez tartozást, és megelőzi a nemzeti identitást. Barátaim, én 26 évet éltem marxista elnyomás alatt. Terjedt akkoriban egy vicc, miszerint az abszolút osztályharc az, amikor a pártház macskája elüldözi a templom egerét. Ha önök most nem értik ezt a viccet, az nem baj, sőt jót jelent, ez az önök szerencséje, és azt kívánom, maradjon is így. Ahol felüti a fejét az osztályharc, ott a békés, együttműködésen alapuló országokból zavargások szintere lesz. Megszűnik a kölcsönös tisztelet, egymás elfogadása, és csak a kérlelhetetlen ellenségeskedés marad. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, és a harmadik vírus variáns, amely ma veszélyezteti a nyugati nemzeteket, az a progresszív külpolitika. A progresszív külpolitika mindig háborúba sodor bennünket. A demokrácia export nevében felforgatja az országokat, és aztán vagy távozik, vagy belesodródik, beleragad a saját maga keltette zűrzavarba. Én számos ilyen színes forradalmat láttam már. A szabadsági elmondatával indult, liberális, progresszív átneveléssel, emberjobbítással folytatódott, káosz, zűrzavar és magára hagyott országok miatti szégyen lett a vége. Biztos vagyok benne, ha Trump elnök úr lenne az elnök, ma semmilyen háború nem sújtaná Ukrajnát és Európát, térjen vissza elnök úr, és tegyen adjá ismét Amerikát, és hozzon nekünk békét. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, az elmúlt években a progresszívek újra felosztják a világot jókra, rosszakra, nácikra, nem nácikra, demokráciákra és autokráciákra. A progresszívek mindig birodalmi politikát folytatnak. Amit csinálnak, az egy imperialista iskolapélda. Először is diplomáciai nyomást gyakorolnak a nemzetekre. Elvárják tőlük, valljanak szint. Támogatják-e a migrációt? Támogatják-e a gender propagandát, a családok relativizálását, a gyermekek szexualizálását? Aki nem hajlandó erre, az ellenség, és kihirdetik rá a liberális fatvát. Ha azt mondod, hogy a gender és az LMBTQ mozgalmak a gyermekek szexualizálását jelenti, akkor megvádolnak, hogy elárulod a nyugati értékeket. Ha azt mondod, hogy az egyetemeken nem woke ideológiai képzést kellene folytatni, hanem az igazságot kellene keresni, akkor az akadémiai szabadságot támadod. Ha azt mondod, hogy a háború nem érdeke a nyugati világnak, akkor rád sütik, hogy Putyin szekerét tolod. Mi már unjuk ezt kicsit itt Pesten, de nem vehetjük félváról. A progresszívek legújabb birodalmi külpolitikai célja az, hogy az Európai Unió tagállamaitól elvegyék a saját külpolitikai jogát. Meg kell őket állítani, ez lesz az előttünk álló hónapok legnagyobb csatája Brüsszelben. Kedves barátaim, végezetül ez a vírus tehát elzsibbasztja a nemzetek agyát, elgyávítja a szívüket, és lebénítja a végtagjaikat. élő nemzetekből halott közösségeket állít elő. Mi most itt azt ünnepeljük, hogy vannak olyan inkubátorházak, mint Magyarország, amelyek a védekezést szolgálják. De ne felejtsük el, vannak olyan progresszív kutatólaborok is, ahol a nyugatot támadó vírust egyre tovább fejlesztik. Itt Európában ilyen laboratórium Brüsszel és az azt működtető progresszív elit. Úgy képzelem, hogy az Egyesült Államokban is vannak ilyen laborok, egy részük magánkézben, tehetős milliárdosok NGO-iban, másik részük a progresszív pártalapítványok és szintenkek világában. A jó hír az, kedves amerikai barátaink, hogy itt Európában megkezdődött a reconquista. Vannak lelkesítő eredmények. Olaszországban nyertek a konzervatív barátaink, nyert Meloni asszony. De tudni kell, hogy a munka nem ér véget a választási győzelemmel. Én sokat tudnék arról beszélni, hogy épp akkor kezdődik. Az igazi munka mindig a győzelemmel kezdődik. Szurkolunk Meloni asszonynak, hogy minél hamarabb mutassanak lelkesítő eredményeket az olasz testvérek. És Jeruzsálemben is nyertek a konzervatív erők. Látom, hogy a progresszív baloldal ott sem fogadja el a tényeket, de van egy jó hírem Netanyahu miniszterelnök úrnak, minél hangosabbak a liberálisok, annál gyorsabban veszítenek a népszerűségükből. Ezt tapasztalatból mondom. És itt vannak előttünk az ígéretes spanyol választások, és lengyel barátainknál is jól állnak a csillagok. És aztán jöhet az európai parlamenti választás, amikor végre elcsaphatjuk a konzervatív elitet, és lecsapolhatjuk a brüsszeli mocsarat. Barátaim, a jó hír mindenki számára, hogy nem kell tovább keresni a progresszív vírus ellenszerét. Itt van Magyarországon. Mindenki számára hozzáférhető. Szabadon viheti, csak egy kis lokális hangolás kell, és bárhol működik. Hidegben, melegben, északon és délen. A progresszív erők minden variánsa ellenvéd, és ráadásul még mellékhatása sincs. Kérdezze meg orvosát vagy gyógyszerészét. Annyi az egész, hogy választás előtt hatalmas betűkkel és jól láthatóan fel kell írni a zászlóra. No migration, no gender, no war. Barátaim! Mi megállítottuk a migrációt a határainknál, betiltottuk a gyermekek szexualizálását és az iskolai gender propagandát, és megalkuvás nélkül dolgozunk a békéért is. A dolog működik. 4-szer nyertünk egymás után. Az emberek érzik, hogy a bőrükre megy a játék. Azt a politikai erőt támogatják, amely az egész nemzetet védi, és az ő érdekeit képviseli. Igen, a népakarat, vagyis maga a demokrácia a progresszív erők legfőbb gyengesége. Itt lehet megfogni őket. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Kétféleképpen lehet egy várost elfoglalni. Ezt már az ókori Rómában is tudták. Vagy elfoglalják a város falait, vagy elfoglalják a város szentélyeit. Azt tanácsolom, mi kezdjük a szentélyekkel, aztán jöjjenek a falak. Nagy európai szentélyeket foglaltunk el az elmúlt években. Budapest, Varsó, Róma, Jeruzsálem, Bécs sem reménytelen, de az igazság az, hogy a modern demokrácia két fő szentélye, Washington és Brüsszel, még mindig a liberálisok kezén van. Tegyünk róla, hogy ne így legyen. Ehhez kívánom mindannyiuknak a Jóisten támogatását és hozzá kitartó munkát. És ha már úgy esett, hogy május 4-én találkozhatunk, May the force be with you. Thank you very much.
Köszönjük szépen Orbán Viktor miniszterelnök értékes gondolatait. Most egy félórás szünet következik, de várjuk Önöket vissza, a woke ideológiai harccal folytatjuk.
A liberális globalisták által szervezett tömeges migráció már széles körben érezteti negatív hatásait. Európa szerte no-go zónák alakultak ki. A veszély és a félelem az európai polgárok mindennapjainak részévé lett. A biztonság távoli illúzió csupán. Vajon mikor ébred fel a világ? Az Isten által teremtett rendet az új marxizmus minden eszközzel igyekszik lerombolni. A keresztényeket ma ismét üldözik, nem csak a Közel-Keleten, de a nyugati világ számos országában is. Az antiszemitizmus újra felütötte a fejét Nyugat-Európában. A woke ideológia az isteni teremtés rendjével és a biológiával is szembeszállt. Eltörölnék a férfit és nőt, és felszámolnák a társadalmunk alapkövét, a családot. És ha azt gondoljuk, egyszer majd megállnak, tévedünk. A gender propaganda hátborzongató aljassága már a gyermekeinket támadja. A testi és lelki épségüket fenyegetik, és a pedofilokat veszik védelmükbe az ártatlan gyerekek helyett. Nem tűrhetjük ezt az őrületet.
The Hungarian children must be protected from any LGBTI activists and NGOs in the schools and in the kindergartens, and it must only be the parents who conduct the education regarding sexual orientation of the kids in Hungary.
Az Orbán kormány alatt Magyarország Európa határainak őrzője lett. Védvonalat építettünk a déli határon, és a brüsszeli nyomás ellenére A magyarok szembeszállnak az illegális migrációval. Magyarország a világ egyik legbiztonságosabb országává vált. Szerencsére vannak szövetségeseink szerte a világban. Az amerikai konzervatívok pontosan tudják, mekkora kihívást jelent az illegális bevándorlás. Európában is vannak olyan kormányfők, akik tesznek azért, hogy megfékezzék az áradatot. A konzervatív vezetők helyreállítják a zsidó-keresztény örökségünk tiszteletét. Az Istenbe vetett hit nem szégyen, hanem a legnagyobb erő, amibe kapaszkodhatunk. Vallási hagyományaink megőrzése nemzeteink túlélésének záloga. Magyarország Európa legszigorúbb gyermekvédelmi rendszerét építette ki. Számos amerikai állam is a gyermekek és a szülők jogainak védelmére kelt. Az üzenetünk világos. Az anya nő, az apa férfi, a gyermekeinket pedig hagyják békén.
A pedofiliára nincs bocsánat. A gyerek szent és sérthetetlen. A felnőtteknek meg az a dolguk, hogy a gyerekeket bármiáron megvédjék.
Olyan világban élünk, ahol már nem elegendő fizikailag védeni nemzeteink határát. A jobboldal vezetői a woke őrület ellen vívott szellemi hadviselés mellett is elkötelezték magukat. Ez a feladata minden konzervatív erőnek. Legyünk a normalitás védelmezői. Legyünk a világ no woke zónái.
Tisztelő, köszönjük szépen. Stefi, kérlek, segíts nekem. A woke ugye azt jelenti, hogy felébredt. Már csak azt nem értem ebben az egész történetben, hogy ha valaki felébredt, akkor miért is kell egyből megőrülnie?
Hát a woke lényegében a normálisról akarja elhitetni, hogy nem normális, és a nem normálisról akarja elhitetni, hogy normális.
Jól
Nekünk
hangzik.
pedig küzdenünk kell ez ellen. Most a woke elleni háború egyik élharcosa, Tucker Carlson következik az Egyesült Államokból. Donald Trump azt mondta róla, hogy távozása nagy csapás a Fox Newsnak és Amerikának, éleslátó, érdekes és hozta a nézettséget, hiányozni fog. Jöjjön tehát az elismert és sikeres televíziós Tucker Carlson videóüzenete.
Greetings to CPACHungary and to all you Americans in the audience. You are very brave. You have wound up on one of Samantha Power's lists. The State Department is keeping track. You went to a forbidden country. I wish I was there in Budapest. If I ever get fired and have some time and can leave, I will be there with you. But in the meantime, Godspeed. We are thinking of you and cheering you on.
Most következő előadónk egy sikeres üzletember, konzervatív vezető, volt miniszterelnök, államférfi. A 2017-es választási győzelme után kormányfőként képviselte a konzervatív értékeket, és fellépett az illegális migráció ellen. Népszerűségét és politikájának sikerességét jól jelzi, hogy a folyamatos liberális támadások ellenére markáns konzervatív programjával elsőként tudott nyerni a posztkommunista pártok ellen. Megtiszteltetés, hogy a színpadon köszönhetem Csehország volt miniszterelnökét, Andrej Babist.
Good morning to everyone. So a lot of people are still eating, and we are happy. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to say that it is an honor and privilege to be addressing you here today in Budapest. Thank you for this opportunity. I am happy to see politicians, decision makers, and experts from all over the world. This underlines that CPAC has become a truly global event. And I am glad to see and meet my old friends, and tonight President Katalin Novák and Prime Minister Viktor Orbán and former Prime Minister Janez Janša. And also I met our Czech President and Prime Minister Václav Klaus, who founded a real conservative party. It was the first after Velvet Revolution. And I am looking forward to meet new friends. I wish to talk about European Union. Why? As many of you are aware, elections to the European Parliament will take place in about a year's time. Their outcome will determine the future of EU, the future of our children, I have also 4 children, and generations to come. Nowadays, Europe is being held hostage by climatic activists, CO2 ideologues, and the Green Deal. No one denies that protection of the environment is absolutely crucial, but if pushed through in this current form, the Green Deal will destroy European industry, destroy reliable energy sources, impoverish European citizens, and make everyday things such as cars, summer vacation, or even meeting meat a luxury only the richest will be able to afford. It is obvious that the Green Deal will come at huge social, economic, political, and geopolitical costs. Costs which could create enormous tension in society, even between allies, open door to radicals, and threaten our democracy. Officials in Brussels totally ignore these dangers and believe that the EU, which produces a mere 9% of global CO2 emissions, will save the world by committing such a ritualistic green suicide. The fact is that without cooperation of the world's biggest polluters, the Green Deal will achieve nothing for global CO2 emissions and will bring about a green dark age in Europe. The Green Deal, in this current form, could only be the beginning of much more sinister assault on individual freedom and liberty in general. The environmental governance social credit system, ESG, already aggressively pushed forward by progressive activists and fundamentalist politicians in Brussels, could soon be forced not only on companies, but on citizens as well, much like the social credit system in China. People who spend too much on petrol, eat too much meat, travel too much by plane, spend too much on heating, could end up being blocked from getting loans in banks, being denied airfares, or even being blocked from public services. In a few years' time, we could be living in this Orwellian dystopia. Institutions in Brussels try to influence politics, democratic elections, and the decision-making process in some EU member states through EU funds. Money is being allocated to projects accordingly to ideology, climatic, gender, progressivist, etc. Often in conjunction with like-minded media and NGOs, but not according to what member states want or need, like roads, schools, and other infrastructure. In addition, old EU member states often point out that new member states are net beneficiaries and should therefore be grateful and tacitly omit the fact that tens of billions of euros pour out year after year from countries such as the Czech Republic via dividends. In case of our country, this is between 10 to 12 billion euro every year. It is said that the EU is no longer an organization promoting the free movement of goods, people, and ideas. It is not longer an organization striving to make citizens' life better. Brussels has become an ivory tower detached from everyday life, a hotbed for lobbyists and swelling bureaucracy dictating to us how to live, what to eat, and what to think. National sovereignty, freedom of speech, common sense, no ideological education, conservative values, our traditions, our way of life, all of this is under attack from Brussels. This is why we must fight back. We must take back control of our lives and the lives of our citizens. We must reclaim Europe. We must save the European Union for the sake of our children and the sake of generations to come. I love Europe as much as I love the Czech Republic. I live here, as does my family and my children. My company, which gives jobs to 35,000 people, is based in Prague and does business in Europe. I founded a political movement to fight corruption. I served my country 4 years as Prime Minister, and before that, 3.5 years as Minister of Finance. In short, my life is here, in the Czech Republic and in Europe. And I want Europe to have a future. Any rational person will tell you that the Green Deal must be redefined and a new agreement must be drafted. An agreement which will not be blinded by climatic ideology, but will be based on rational targets and take into account the disposition, capacities, and infrastructure of individual member states. Instead of its mad pursuit to save the world from CO2 and dreaming up more and more new plans, the EU should complete projects left unfinished. As for the single European market, there is still much work to do in the area of 4 freedoms, i.e. the free movement of goods, capital, services, and people. The Schengen area is fragmentary. Romania and Bulgaria are still waiting to be accepted. The EU should actually invite the Western Balkans and Serbia to join the Schengen area. I always saw the EU as a Gaulish village of Asterix and Obelix, le village de Asterix and Obelix, with well-protected border on the outside. For Europe, it means sea borders and free movement of people, goods, and services on the inside. In addition, Europe still has to complete key trade agreements with countries around the world, most notably the United States. The EU should also learn to pursue its own path and defend its own interest, be it in foreign policy, security, or trade. Europe should strive to be self-reliant in key strategic sectors, such as defense, agriculture, research and development, pharmaceuticals and vaccines, nuclear energy, oil and gas, microchip production, to name just a few. Instead of an underdeveloped backwater religiously keeping track how much methane do cows produce, and forcing citizens to ride bicycles to work and eat bugs for dinner, Europe should strive to be a respected and confident economic, intellectual, technological, and cultural powerhouse that systematically works toward making the lives of its citizens better. Only then can EU continue as a project which people will trust and support. Europe has the resources. Europe has the know-how. Europe has the people. Europe has the potential. The only thing it lacks are leaders. The problem with European institutions is that politicians there are driven not making people's life better, but by their own benefits and positions. In Europe too, we need politicians who wish to pursue the national interests of their countries and at the same time want a strong and confident European Union on par with the other superpowers like the United States and China. I have always maintained that one should run the country as if one runs a family business based on vision, strategy, and solidarity. In the EU, I see none of this. Everything is subject to politics, strategies are changed every election. For example, EU energy policy is totally chaotic. How else could, during the same week, Finland, after 16 years of construction, open a new nuclear capacity, whereas Germany just shut down the last of its 3 nuclear power plants the same week? Why did Austria invest so much money in a brand new nuclear power plant, but never open it because of anti-nuclear hysteria, so now buys 15% of its electricity consumption from Czech nuclear power plants? And I could go on and on. The European Council, instead of acting as a board of directors which set targets and deadlines for the European Commission to fulfill, it is the unelected bureaucrats of the European Commission who actually decide. We need to change this. This is why I believe the elections to the European Parliament in 2024 could send an important signal and to be the first step in turning the tide against the progressivist madness gripping Europe. If there is a substantial backlash against these policies in the European elections, we can start to repair the damage and to coin the phrase, "Make Europe great again." If the EU is to survive globally among other superpowers, it must remain strong and independent. I fully endorse the remarks of my friend, French President Emmanuel Macron, who pointed out that Europe should be autonomous, not a follower of the United States or China. I am glad that more and more people are finally realizing what I have been repeating these past few years. To wrap up, I think this is crucial to realize that Europe is at a crossroad. Its future and existence is at risk. But I can publicly promise that I will do everything it takes to get rid of these green activists, bring the EU back to reason, and ensure that the European project continues for years to come. Thank you for your attention.
Stefi, én azért alapvetően úgy látom, hogy ha a woke-ról beszélünk, akkor Magyarország azért elég jól be van oltva a woke ellen.
Jól látod, még annak ellenére is, hogy a baloldal egyébként keményen próbálkozik. Az érzékenyítéssel és az ő nagy érzékenységükkel szemben pedig nekünk fel kell lépni.
Hát bízom benne, hogy a következő beszélgetésben Törcsi Péter, az Alapjogokért Központ operatív igazgatója, és hogy látszik, a beszélgető partnerei megadják majd azt a választ, hogy mi az a mód, amivel lehet ez ellen küzdeni. Fogadják őket sok szeretettel.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, szeretettel köszöntöm Önöket a No Woke Zone nevű panelbeszélgetésünkön. No Woke Zone. Nem is olyan könnyű ezt a kifejezést magyarra fordítani, talán a legplastikusabban a józanész szigete fordulat írja le ezt az angol kifejezést. Nem is olyan régen, 20-30 évvel ezelőtt a nyugati világ nagy részére igaz volt az az állítás, hogy a józanész a legfőbb szervező ereje a politikának, az egyéneknek, a családoknak és a vállalkozásoknak. Ma ez az állítás már nem feltétlenül igaz. Persze nem az egész nyugati világ vált woke-ká, különben nem lennénk itt mi, pláne nem ennyien, hanem a woke ideológia vált a nyugaton mainstreammé. A woke ráadásul nem valami, hanem valaminek, illetve sok mindennek a hiánya. Hiányzik belőle elsősorban a józanész tisztelete. Hiányzik belőle a nyugati kultúránk szeretete, hiányzik belőle a család intézmények támogatása és a gyermekeink védelmezése. Ezek adták, és ma is ezek adják a nyugati civilizációnk alapjait. A woke világ a civilizációnk alapjai ellen indított támadást. Támadják hitünket, zsidó-keresztény kulturális gyökereinket, támadják családjainkat, és támadják közös történelmünket. Mindig is voltak nyugatgyűlölő nyugatiak, de hosszú ideig ezek a kaviár kommunisták csak saját dolgozószobáikban írták le őrült gondolataikat, amiket aztán saját, senki által nem olvasott folyóirataikban publikálták egymásnak. De ez most sajnos megváltozott. Ma a woke ideológia lobbistái ott vannak mindenhol. Elérték, hogy magukat nőnek gondoló férfiak együtt sportolhassanak valódi nőkkel. Elérték, hogy női ruhába öltözött elítélt férfi bűnözők női börtönökbe vonulhassanak. Sőt, elérték azt is, hogy óvodáinkban, iskoláinkban drag queenek és egyéb személyiségzavarral küzdő előadó művészek léphessenek fel, megtámadva ezzel a legvédtelenebbeket, a saját gyermekeinket. És az egyik legnagyobb bűne a nyugati woke lobbynak az volt, hogy a nyugatiakat és a nem nyugataikat egyaránt kiábrándította a nyugatból. 20 évvel ezelőtt a nyugat popkulturális termékei vonzóak voltak nekünk nyugatiaknak, és egyébként a nem nyugati világ számára is. A Coca-Cola, a Budweiser, a Nike, és még lehetne sorolni, egyet jelentett a szabadsággal, a prosperitással és a nyugati életformának az elsőségével. Ma ez is megváltozott. Hollywood nem hősöket vetít már a vászonra, hanem gendersemleges áldozatokat és fehér, keresztény, kulturális talapzaton álló, józan ésszel gondolkodó elnyomókat. Sőt, a nagyvállalatok is elkezdtek asszisztálni a woke ideológiához, és sokszor az anyagi áldozatokat is vállalva az identitáspolitika oltárán feláldozzák a saját prosperitásukat. A Bud Light, az Egyesült Államok legnépszerűbb sörmárkája úgy döntött, hogy egy magát nőnek képzelő, affektáló férfivel, aki Audrey Hepburn jelmezbe öltözik, fogja reklámozni a legnépszerűbb sörmárkát. Ez az amerikai férfiaknak és nőknek, akik szeretik a sört, nem tetszett. Egy hét alatt a sörgyártó cég 4 milliárd dolláros veszteséget könyvelt el, ami 1400 milliárd forintnak megfelelő összeg. Ez nagyjából a nyugdíjkasszának a fele. Van erre egy amerikai konzervatív mondás, go woke, go broke, ami nagyjából annyit tesz, hogy vállalt fel az extrém baloldali identitáspolitikát, és csődbe fogsz jutni. A nyugati világon kívül azonban soha nem volt a világ egyszerre szabad és gazdaságilag stabil. Ez azért fontos állítás, mert nagyon sok nyugati azt gondolja, hogy a nyugati világot felmentő sereget nem nyugaton, hanem keleten kell keresni. Mi egy érthető logikai gondolat, de mégis hibás. Mert a nyugatot csak a nyugati világ mentheti meg önmagától és a külső veszélyektől is. Ugyan saját szerény eszközeinkkel, de mi, akik itt vagyunk a CPAC-en, ehhez szeretnénk hozzájárulni. Tegyük újra nagyjá a nyugatot, make the West great again. Erről fogunk most beszélgetni Jovan Palalic szerb parlamenti képviselővel, Glenn Papen amerikai egyetemi professzorral, aki a frissen megválasztott elnöke a Magyar Külügyi Intézetnek, és Francesco Giubileivel Olaszországból, aki a Nazione Futura nevű olasz konzervatív think tanknek a vezetője. Köszönöm szépen a figyelmüket! Gentlemen, thank you for coming. It's an honor to sit on the stage with you guys. It's a very important and a very broad topic, so let's get started. Let's jump into the middle. What do you think? Is there a possibility to combat the woke ideology in the West? Is the remedy of the challenge what you're imposing on the normal society that we can combat? And are we strong enough to combat them and get back to normality? Leden, what's your opinion on that?
Well, I just want to start out by saying that I personally use he, him pronouns, so I'd like you to be respectful of that today. And I think it's also important, though, that we acknowledge that we are holding this conference on the traditional lands of the Hungarian people as well. So it's very important to just want to get that acknowledgement out of the way. But look, for a long time, the global liberal elite have claimed that they speak for the consensus of the world. And that, I think, is what is beginning to change. It's been obvious in the last few years that what they really want is for us to be isolated and weak. And the woke idea is part of that. They make everyone have an identity which cannot relate to anyone else. Everyone has their unique gender identity, and they have lost any way of connecting us. So actually, conservatives have human nature on their side. We have a consensus around that, and we should have confidence that over time, that human nature will eventually reassert itself. So the situation, I think, is that the woke ideology has made us isolated and weak, and conservatives who speak for the silent majority know that that is the only way that we can be connected and strong. So I think there's a lot of hope if we just place our bets on human nature itself.
So you think that they are weak, but they are loud. What's the situation in Italy, Francesco? What do you think?
First of all, thank you very much for your invitation, and congratulations for organizing this important conference for the second year in CPAC, and congratulations to the Center for Fundamental Rights and to all the Hungarian friends and people. I think that we need to come back to normality. How you know, in Italy we had a few months ago the national election, and fortunately we have a conservative government led by Giorgia Meloni, that is our Prime Minister. So we can say that you are not alone. Also in Western Europe there are some conservative government like Italy. When we talk about the woke problem, I think that we have to talk about this problem in two perspectives. One is the cultural perspective, and the other is the political perspective. From the cultural side, we see that there is like a tyranny of the minorities. Because if we talk with the normal people in Italy, in Hungary, in Poland, in United States, I think that the normal people are against this vision of the woke culture, this vision of the cancel culture. And there is a minority that is quite an influential minority, is a political minority, is also, we can define it as an establishment that want to change our life, want to change our values, want to change our tradition. I don't know if someone of you see what is happening in the European Parliament in these days. They decided to do a painting exhibition of the LGBT Christ. So the same European Union, which says that we can't talk about our Christian roots, that says that we can't be linked with our Catholic and Christian tradition, they do inside the European Parliament a blasphemy exhibition of paintings with the Jesus Christ LGBT. And probably, to make another example, you see the new series by Netflix of Cleopatra. They decide to do Cleopatra black, and also the Egyptian people say this is against our identity. So on one side we have to fight from a cultural side, but on the other side I think that is quite important, and that's why this event, the CPAC in Hungary, is a real important event. It's important to have a link between the cultural world and the political world, and that's why the European election of the next year are going to be a really important appointment. Probably for the first time there can be a majority of conservative with part also of PPE, but if we can change the government of the European Union, that is probably in Europe the place where the woke culture is more spread all over country, I think that we can change the situation and come back to the normality which the normal people, the common sense that the normal people have never lost.
Jovan, you are coming from a country, from Serbia, where still common sense is the driving force of politics. Is it true for the public life and for the pop culture as well?
At the beginning, allow me to thank my all Hungarian friends for inviting me and giving me opportunity to take part in this prestigious conference. I can freely say that I feel at home here in Budapest, in a friendly Hungary, because alongside Hungary, Serbia remains a strong no-woke zone in this part of Europe. It is the reason why Serbs and Hungarians today respect, support, and understand each other never before in their thousand-year history. We fight the same battles to remain free, sovereign, ourselves, and our peoples feel it. Concerning this topic, in my opinion, Europe must renew the idea of nation, because the only way to protect ourselves from such erosive left-wing ideologies that destroy the very being of man and the entire community. In this place, I want to appeal to you to unite and to try to build Europe in a different way as a Europe of nations, because this leftist concept has failed and brought European people, European societies and states to the brink of the ruin and complete marginalization. Our enemies know that if they destroy our identity, our memory of successes, sacrifices, heroism, dedication, and victories, and if they erase what our ancestors fought, they will turn the European man into a mere number they can manipulate as they wish. A God created man to be perfect in his image. Today, we conservatives defend the meaning of man's creation against attempts to degrade him.
Thank you. And we already identified the problem and had a conclusion that we should preserve our national heritage and historical heritage. What do you think, gentlemen? What should be the tools for that? Should we conservative go radical and protect our cherished values radically, or remain cool-headed, remain conservative and traditional, and let's wait and just say out loud for the public that what are the core values of our Western world?
Well, earlier this morning, the Prime Minister referred to the liberal ideology as a kind of virus. And as we know, viruses appear and they spread, and eventually they go away. So in places like Hungary, where we still have a normal society, we have to preserve that while the virus passes over. But eventually it will go away. Of course, as he said, there will be some other new form as well. But I was thinking recently that in the state of Oklahoma, they had a referendum on the legalization of marijuana. And this has been a big thing in the United States in recent years. It's actually destroyed a lot of communities. Portland, Oregon, for example, comes to mind. It's almost like a joke in the American mindset. And this has happened everywhere else you go now. Even in Washington, D.C., you smell the horrible smell of marijuana and see the destruction that this legalization of drugs causes. And I don't know, maybe the people of Oklahoma saw that, because there have been these places of experimentation, but the experiment is obviously failing and causing destruction. Like, people are leaving San Francisco, for example. They're coming to Texas. And then some people from Texas are coming to Hungary.
So from a woke zone to a no-woke zone.
Yeah. That's right. I just go back and forth between no-woke zones. So, but I think that's the hope, is that where we have normality, we have to preserve it while the craziness passes over.
I think it's going to be a big mistake to be radical, and it's going to be a big mistake to be too extreme. We don't have to be radical or extreme, because if we became radical, we are doing exactly the game of the other. They want us to be radical. They want us, if you go in Western Europe on a public debate on television, for example, and you have in front of you some liberal journalist or some liberal politics, they want to tell to the people that, look, they are some strange guys, they are really extreme, they are not normal people, they want a radical society. But the truth is that we only have to underline what is our tradition. And the radical are the woke people, and we don't have to fight in the same way of them. We only defend who we are. I think, talking about migration, that sometimes the problem are not the migrants who came in our country, but we are the problem. We are the problem because sometimes we decide to change our values, to change the way in which we live. For example, in our country, inside the school, we have the crux and some Christian symbol inside the school, and when is coming someone that is, for example, from a Muslim religion, we decided to take out from the schools the crux in the school, or we decided to hidden our Christian and Catholic symbol. And this is a mistake, but it's our fault. Roger Scruton talked about oikophobia, and I think that the concept and the idea of oikophobia, hate for ourselves, hate for our home, hate for our nation, is our big mistake. So as a conservative, if we decide to maintain which are our traditions, if we decide to maintain the values which build our nation, but which build Europe, we have to say in this event, I think, that the conservatives are not against Europe. Look here, there are many people from many different countries all over Western, but also from different countries in Europe, and we are friends, we collaborate each other. So it's a fake that the conservatives are against Europe, but of course we are against this European Union, and the European Union is a political concept. Europe is a cultural, is an historic concept. So we want to underline our European values, but we don't like the politics made by this European Union. I think this is the difference, but to fight against the European Union, to fight against the cancel culture, to fight against the woke culture, we don't have to be radical, because we are doing something good for them.
What's your opinion? How should we fight against them?
Concerning radical attacks, radical campaign, in my country, in Serbia, we bear witnesses to an aggressive campaign of Brussels and its leftist followers, aiming to reverse, totally reverse of hierarchy of values. But they failed. They failed to impose gay marriage, same-sex adoption, and gender legislation on Serbs. I spoke against it myself in Serbian parliament, strongly opposing such a proposal. But what is the cause of their failure? I would like to stress the importance of national identity, the importance of Christianity, and the church in our nation. The long historical duration of the nation, the roots of its bond to the church, the importance of family in war victories, and the building of the state absolutely influenced our readiness to defend these fundamental values at all costs. Millions of sacrifices for the nation and great faiths in the construction and the defense of the state today inspire a young generation who don't remember the communist culture, cancel culture, and who know that they are Serb. It's very important to share our common values, strengthen our faith, and strengthen our collaboration on all levels.
Thank you. For a long period of time, progressives, liberals made a product, LGBT rights, gender propaganda for adults. But in recent years, they have decided to come after our children. And this is the main issue in the West currently. What do you think, gentlemen? What could be the joint platform where we can defend our children, and how should we defend them from this very aggressive propaganda which are already in our kindergartens, in our schools, and in all over the public media?
Well, at least in the United States, we have to restore the sovereignty of the people over against the educational deep state, because that's basically what there is. And we've seen this happen recently in Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis has attempted to bring the publicly funded educational institutions of the state in line with the actual values of the people of Florida. So for too long, those apparatuses have had complete carte blanche to do what they want. I think during the COVID pandemic, when children were at home, the Zoom camera on the classroom, like you could see what was happening in the classroom, and a lot of parents said, what the heck is going on? This is crazy stuff in here. But we haven't completed the next step. We haven't restored that sovereignty over the educational process. So there are examples of places where it is happening, and we have to follow those and pursue them further.
Of course, they decide to start from the children, from the young generation, because they understand that the young generation are the future. I think that the society is made by two pillars. One pillar is the school, the other pillar is the family. And in 1968, with the Cultural Revolution, what happened? It happened that they're going to attack the principle of authority. So the authority of the parents on one way and the authority of the professor on the other way. And so the liberal decided to enter in the school and decide to enter in the university. I can be a bit boring because every time that I go abroad, I quote Gramsci. But I think that it's a must read for a conservative. Every one of us must read Antonio Gramsci, and every one of us must know the idea and the concept of the cultural hegemony. Because if we understand the idea of Gramsci, and if we understand the idea of the cultural hegemony, we can understand how the left, we can understand how the liberal want to change the society. And if we read Gramsci, we understand that the school, we understand that the university is the place where is made the power. Why the American campus or some liberal university or in Western Europe are the place where the work culture is stronger? Because from the university exit the people, the elite, the establishment, who want to decide how the world is going to be in the next years. So I think that we have to start to underline that when we talk about the children, when we talk about a child, we can't talk about politics. The ideology must stay outside from school. The ideology must stay outside from the children. We can't talk about the idea of the gender to a child that is 7 years old or 10 years old. I think that what is happening in Spain, there are many Spanish conservative friends, but what's happening in Spain with the liberal government, with the so-called ley trans, is something that is really scared. In Spain, they decided to approve a law where children that is 12 years old or 14 years old, he can decide to change his sex. So if he's a man, he can become a woman with only a piece of paper, without the consent of the father or of the mother. And this can be really dangerous for our future. So I think that we can see the law that was approved in Spain, the so-called ley trans, and make the opposite.
What do you think, how can we protect our children?
My dear conservative friends, concerning this topic, I must mention that these days are very sad for my people because of yesterday's school shooting where 8 pupils were killed by their classmate. I believe that it's important to mention this today at this respected meeting because it's about protecting the most important values that are under attack by extreme liberals today, family and school. What is the position of the family and the school in our societies when a 40-year-old boy can plan a crime in detail that looks like a video game or horror movie? We must make a huge change and save our children from the destructive ideas that are imposed on them. Parents must once again take responsibility and be parents. And schools are placed not only for learning, but also for building healthy and responsible personalities. My country is struggling. Our President Vučić proposed very strict measures concerning the media, weapons, and the schools, and we will fight.
Thank you. And my final question will be referring on the maybe small shining ray of light, of hope, with what happened with Anheuser-Busch, with Bud Light. So Bud Light decided, as a beer-producing company, to put a transgender celeb on their beer cans. Basically, the question would be, who cares? But the majority of American society got outraged of that. And my question is there any hope? Are we close to a turning point when the normal masses are going to turn against the woke lobby, the woke mob, which are already influenced mass media, big tech, big corporation, and politics as well? And I kindly ask you, be brief with your answers because we are running out of time. Thank you.
Well, in the United States, conservatives have traditionally defended big corporations, but now people are starting to see that a lot of the big corporations are becoming woke themselves. People talk about woke capital. So I think this was a turning point. People are aware now of this situation and will be able to exercise more choice in the products that they consume.
Your question is really interesting, but we don't have many time, so I want to say one final message, that is we need to fight for freedom. The concept of freedom is really important in our society, and I think that we have to fight all together, because our mistake sometimes in the past was to be only single people, single association, single country, but we have to stay all together as a conservative all over Europe and Western country and try to fight in the same direction.
Jovan, your final thoughts on that?
No, I share a position.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for valuable thoughts. Thank you for being here. Thank you again for accepting our invitation. It was a great conversation. Let's continue it behind the scenes. Köszönöm szépen a figyelmüket.
magyar családpolitika sokak számára követendő példa. Következő előadónk a magyar családpolitikához, a magyar kormányhoz hasonlóan elkötelezett a családok támogatása és a családpolitika előtérbe helyezése mellett. A négypárti szlovák kormánykoalíció második legnagyobb pártja, a jobb-közép Család vagyunk jelöltjeként vezeti a munka, Szociális és Családügyi Minisztériumot. Hölgyeim és uraim, a színpadon Milan Krajniak, Szlovákia családügyi minisztere.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, a few days ago, here in Budapest, Pope Francis, as in 2021 in Slovakia, again condemned the shameful ideological colonizations. As he has said in the past, the dictatorships of the last century all did the same thing. They colonized people, and they did it purposefully. We Slovaks, Hungarians, Czechs, and Poles know this very well firsthand. We faced the ideological indoctrination of children in school by the communist ideology. We experienced for ourselves the punishment of critics of the only correct view of the world and the expulsion of people from universities and from work. Under socialism, the only correct view of the world was scientific communism, which was taught as a compulsory subject at universities. Today, the LGBTI ideology, gender ideology, transgender ideology, or critical race theory, which are just as harmful as scientific communism, are also presented as the only correct view of the world. They deny freedom, they reject the traditional family as the foundation of society. Progressive colonization wants to destroy anything that unites and transcends us as individuals in Western civilization, be it God, Western civilization, nation, or family. The motto of this conference is United We Stand. The aim of progressive colonization is to destroy every we. If we are not we as believers in God, we as proud members of Western Christian civilization, if we are not we as proud nations that comprise Central Europe, the European Union, and the Western civilization, if we are not we as a traditional cohesive family forming the basic unit of society, then we will no longer be even a society, a nation, or civilization. Each of us will be only an isolated, weak, and sad I, who will be easy to manipulate. Therefore, the defense of everything that transcends us as individuals, be it God, Christian civilization, nation, or family, must be our priority. Only if we are a we can be united. And if we are united, then we can stand and fight. Prime Minister Viktor Orbán said here a year ago, "It is especially good to have something to back up your words." I agree, and I am pleased that I am able to back up my words about the need to protect and develop the we with concrete examples from Slovakia. As a minister in the Slovak government, I had the honor of implementing family policies that made Slovakia, together with Hungary and Poland, the most family-supporting country in Europe. We introduced a pregnancy benefit for women from the 4th month of pregnancy. We doubled the benefit for a child under 18 years old of age. We increased the child tax bonus fivefold. Every child under the age of 6 in Slovakia has the right not only for free health care, but also to medicines without any fee. Every child in primary school receives a benefit for a hot lunch in the school canteen. We also introduced something completely new, something in which the Slovak Republic is unique: the parental pension. Each working Slovak citizen paying contribution to the Slovak public pension system has the constitutional right to send a part of this contribution directly to his or her mother and father, so long as they receive an old age pension. They can do this without having to pay higher taxes or contributions, and also without reducing the amount of his or her own future pension. This year, 850,000 old age pensioners in Slovakia will for the first time receive a parental pension, namely in the amount of 1.5% of the gross salary of each child who paid contribution to the public pension system. I think we can all agree here that children matter and that quality of their upbringing also matters, so they become full members of society. With the parental pension, the Slovak Republic is thanking the parents who raised such children. Why can Slovakia introduce such a strong family-oriented policy in the opposite direction to progressive colonization, which seeks to destroy institution of traditional family? Because we are still a sovereign nation state, and we want to remain that way. Like Pope Francis, we reject supranationalism. We do not want to be dissolved into the European Federation. We want to preserve our right of veto. We want to be a subject of history, not an object of history. Only the cooperation between sovereign nation states can be a counterweight to progressive colonization. I am convinced that the cooperation between the V4 countries is also very important to this reason. I believe that the nations of Central Europe, the Baltics and the Balkans have a common perception of freedom and the traditional family, as well as common perception of our civilization identity. This is why we were able to resist colonization attempts by Mongols and Muslim Turks for centuries. We stood against Nazism, we stood against communism, and we will also stand against progressive woke colonization. Because that's the mission of Central Europe nations. We are the defender of our civilization. It will not be easy, but Charles de Gaulle said, to be great means to lead a great dispute. And Winston Churchill adds to this, if you are going through hell, keep going. So keep going towards greatness. Thank you for your attention.
Manapság a gender propaganda kritizálásához komoly bátorságra van szükség. A következő előadónk egy befolyásos horvát társadalomtudós, aki ezt mégis gyakran megteszi. Kérem, köszöntsék a CPACHungary színpadán Stefan Bartulicát.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's great to be in the No Woke Zone. I want to thank the Center for Fundamental Rights for their kind invitation. It was an easy drive for me coming from Zagreb by car, and it's great to be in Hungary, still a safe place for our views. So I wanted to leave you with a few just central messages. First, the lessons we can draw from the events in 1989 and the collapse of communism. It was not the end of history, as Francis Fukuyama, he famously coined the phrase. We're here today because we see that ideologies, harmful ideologies, do not disappear so easily. So the battle continues, but we must draw strength from what happened in 1989, because communism in the end collapsed. But it took time and it wasn't easy, and I would suggest that it was not possible without the heroic leadership of people like St. John Paul II. We should remember his example. We are creatures created by God, and our nature is not malleable. Certain iron truths cannot be changed, no matter how much we rebel. Reality exists and does not depend on our feelings. Genuine human flourishing, what we all want for ourselves and for our children, can happen only in accord with reality and never opposed to it. I would say also that political ideologies, including woke ideology, assume the function of religion. They actually become more like religions, false religions, instead of just political ideas. So it is. But what is exactly woke? What does the word mean? I would suggest that it presents its own dogmas. Wokeness describes alleged social injustices caused by various factors like race, sex, or even gender identity. These alleged injustices are inherent to Western societies, according to the woke ideologues, and create a hierarchy of power in which certain groups oppress their victims. Wokeness reinforces the idea that it is advantageous to be a victim. It's something desired. One example where this leads, the madness that woke leads to, you can look at the Twitter account called End Wokeness. It shows a tragic case of where one woman purposely blinded herself because she said that she was meant to be blind from birth, and now she's blind. She did that kind of harm to herself, wanting to become a victim. Woke madness, because I would say it's a false religion, tolerates no dissent. There's no room for debate or dissent. These people do not want a discussion. Heresy is detected. We're all heretics, according to them, and they must be canceled. Corporations have become activists in spreading these ideas. Disney is perhaps the most egregious example of a huge corporation abusing its power, and it must end, and I commend Governor DeSantis' leadership in his fight against Disney. Lies cannot be spread without the indoctrination of children. It's an absolute necessity for the woke people to indoctrinate children. Otherwise, these ideas would never spread through our societies. And that's why they're so interested in public education. They must control the schools. But we must learn a lesson from this, and it's something that the left takes very seriously. Culture matters. Who controls the narrative, who controls public opinion, in the end will benefit politically. And so we must fight. We must take culture seriously as well. Journalism today is very superficial. They are not discussing what matters most, unfortunately, and so people are distracted. We live in an age of social media, but unfortunately I would say that people have never been more uninformed than today. They don't really understand what's at stake. And so we must take journalism seriously and must be aware that the mass media is not our friend. St. Augustine, one of the greatest saints in the history of the Catholic Church and one of the founders of Western civilization, said the following: "The truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Let it loose and it will defend itself." Look what has happened to Tucker Carlson. I believe he will re-emerge and his audience will only grow because he speaks the truth. And this is a great example of this. It's impossible to silence someone who has the courage to speak the truth. And if he's allowed, and he'll find a platform in the future, I'm sure, the truth will speak for itself. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, there are many reasons Hungary is vilified in the Western media. Perhaps the main reason is that your government, the government of Viktor Orban, boldly defends your nation's Christian history and identity. This is simply unacceptable to the elites in Brussels, Washington, D.C., and other centers of power. It is no coincidence, therefore, that woke ideology, but also the totalitarian ideologies of the 20th century as well, are all anti-Christian. Christian culture must be undermined in order for these false religions to rise and replace it. But Christianity is much more resilient than the secularists think. It actually thrives under persecution. As Christ told his disciples, the servant cannot be greater than the master. And as the world rejected him, so it will reject his followers. We must also be willing to suffer for the truth. We know that defending the truth is not always pleasant, and we may have to endure some scorn and name-calling, but that is simply how it must be. We must do this with a badge of honor. And the irony is that this latest wave of persecution against Christianity, but also against common sense, is happening within a culture which was once fully Christian. Western civilization. But our elites today have rejected Christianity. Therefore, I urge you all to stay strong and to persevere in defending what is good and what is true. People around the world are inspired by Hungary's example. We must fight in the arena of politics, but it is culture that in the end will determine the fate of our nations. In defending the truth, we must always do this with love, This is how we can win the hearts and minds of the next generation. One concrete example is something I was involved in Croatia 10 years ago, where we succeeded in a national referendum to define marriage as a union between one man and one woman in the Croatian constitution. The government at the time was hostile, very opposed to this, but we persevered, and now marriage is defined in our constitution. I'm happy to say that this is the only occasion that I made it into the New York Times. They were very unhappy, but they asked for my comments, why we did this, and I was pleased to give them my remarks. One final thought. I decided to run for public office in order to fight for a better future for my children. They are worth fighting for, and so united we stand. Thank you for this great privilege today, and may God bless you all.
Aki a békét támogatja, azt rögtön megtámadják, jelentette ki a svájci politikus, aki személyesen mondja el véleményét az idei CPACHungaryn. Magyarország elkötelezett támogatója, véleménye szerint hazánk ellen igazságtalan boszorkányüldözés folyik, amely csak fokozódott a háború kitörésével. A néppárti képviselő szerint Magyarország álláspontja az egyetlen, amely háborús időben helyes. A színpadon Roger Köppel.
So hello, dear friends, Mr. Chairman, colleagues, politicians, important people from all over the world. I'm from Switzerland. My name is Roger Köppel. I'm a member of our parliament in Bern, but I'm here on behalf of my magazine, Die Weltwoche, which is definitely a no-woke zone. It's definitely a non-woke publication, 90 years old, which shows you that you can grow very old and very healthy without capitulating in front of this disease of the mind, which is woke. I'm greatly honored to be here today. Thank you very much for the organizers. I'm a great admirer of Hungary and your country, of course also of the United States. These are the original freedom fighters, as the Swiss, of course, since 1291. We have pushed out the Austrians. No offense, today we live on very good terms. Even in skiing, we are beating them. It's hard for Austria, but they can get over it. No, Hungary, United States, and Switzerland are in a way sister republics, and we have a lot of common that unites us and that inspires us. And this, of course, is also our deep adversity against this phenomenon which is called a woke culture. Switzerland, I have to say, is not part of the European Union, but Switzerland is a deeply European country. And I would say that Switzerland, in many respects, is much more European than the European Union. And I would say, as a fierce defender of Swiss independence, I would say, as soon as the European Union becomes more European, there is a slight chance that even Switzerland one day might join the European Union. But in the European Union, you have too much uniformity of thinking. You have too much top-down politics. You have no respect for different cultures, different traditions, different historical experiences. And this is something that we Swiss have in our genes, you can say, or in our institutions. We are a very diverse country, built bottom up and not top down. And this is the great danger, because for me, Europe is the continent of true diversity, with so many fascinating countries cooperating together, of course, also warring against each other with traumatizing, terrible experiences. But come on, I believe in progress. I believe that this history of warfare and dominance and colonialism has somehow lost its touch with the people. And this is the most important point I want to make in my short presentation today. What we discuss here, woke, is definitely not a disease of the people. It's a disease of the elites. It's a disease of the so-called elites in politics, in media, in the churches, in the military, the intellectuals, and all these well-meaning people who think they are the vanguard of civilization, they are the crown of existence. But if you look at it, it's just the same old story of intolerance, of the wish to dominate, to tyrannize. But again, it's not the people that are intoxicated by this poison, it's especially the elites. And Mr. President Orban, he said that woke is a man-made virus created not in Wuhan, but created in Brussels. Well, that might be true, but I tell you, this woke virus has different names, and it is among us since many, many years. The same mentality you have seen in antiquity when the Romans crucified their opponents on the roads. You have seen woke culture in the Inquisition of Spain, where they executed with all their terrible, terrible instruments all the non-believers. And then you had, of course, the woke Inquisition during the times of the Reformation. I'm, of course, a proud Calvinist and Protestant, but with a Catholic father, so you see the friendly coexistence also in my family. So you have it then, and of course, you had the total madness of woke culture in the 20th century. International socialism and National Socialisms were woke ideologies. Each one of them believed to turn the world into a paradise, into heaven. The socialists thought they will turn the world into a paradise of just one class and love, peace, and happiness. And the Nazis believed they could turn the world into a paradise of just one race of peace, love, and happiness. And we all know how this came out. The attempt to create heaven on earth will always produce the most terrible of hells. And this is the danger of this woke culture. But I want to say an optimistic thing here. This woke virus is the result of decadence, and it's the result of easy money, and it's the result of people at the top of our governments and in our media and in our institutions. The schools have been mentioned, the church could be mentioned too. And these people have lost their minds. These people have temporarily lost their touch with reality. And therefore, woke means also warfare against reality in each sense, in each meaning of the world. And we as conservatives, we should bring back the sense of realism. We should bring back reality, not only in schools, not only in domestic politics, but also in foreign politics. Ladies and gentlemen, I just came in now from Zurich. Before that, I was in Berlin. And now, please don't tell everybody else, because it will be used against me, I was in Moscow. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I believe in the power of conversation. I believe in the power of understanding fascinating, different cultures and civilizations. I'm not into this new absurd version of the Cold War that now these woke people are trying to construct on this earth. Of course there are conflicts, of course there are terrible wars, but we should not turn these conflicts and these wars into religious warfare, into crusades, which will create only the bad, only evil, destruction, death, and the end of the way of life that we have so hard and our ancestors have so hard worked for. Therefore, dear friends, I urge you as conservatives, fight this woke culture with supreme confidence. And you know, negativity will never prevail. I've studied Hegel at university. Nobody is perfect. But one thing was very important. Hegel, even the old Hegel said, positivity will prevail. The negative forces are not here to stay. But without our resistance, without our oppositions, they will not come about. And therefore, one very last thought, I'm not so much concerned about woke leftists. That's too cheap for me, the Greens and the lefts. They have always been woke. What concerns me more are the woke conservatives, the neoconservatives, the new crusaders who take up this wrong left philosophy and try to put it into the mainstream of conservatism. And therefore, my dear friends, be aware not only of the woke guys on the left, but also for the woke guys on the right side. And if you do that, I'm sure the positive future will come about much sooner. So I used my time. Thank you very much. Have a great day and a lot of inspiring talks. Thank you. Bye.
Azt mondják a svájciakra, hogy milyen kimértek. Nagyon szépen köszönjük a harcias szavakat Roger Köppelnek. Most pedig a családvédelem és a gender ideológia elleni küzdelem egyik nagy harcosa következik, ugyanis ezeket tűzte a zászlajára Terry Schilling, aki egyenesen az Egyesült Államokból érkezett Budapestre, ő egyébként az American Principles Project ügyvezetője. Kérem, fogadják hatalmas tapsral és sok szeretettel.
Thank you. What a true joy it is to be in Hungary, the world capital for families, where the nuclear family isn't just prioritized, but cherished and beloved. Nations cannot exist without strong families. Families drive culture. Families create the workers and citizens of the future. Family is where we learn how to live in community, to care for one another, to take responsibility for our actions, to work hard, to sacrifice for others, to be thrifty and make do with what we have. True beauty, true strength for nations comes from a nation's families. By investing in families, empowering parents, alleviating the economic hardship of raising children, and encouraging child rearing, Hungary is doing more than any other nation to strengthen your country. While much of the Western world has been moving to abolish the family and the nation, replacing it with a global government made up of global corporations, Hungary has chosen to stand apart. And for that, I am so thankful. Hungary, you are showing not just the world the way forward, but my beloved America, the way out of the woke mess that we have created for ourselves. By prioritizing your families, you have ensured a strong future for your nation, a nation where wokeism cannot survive. You have created the no woke zone. We find ourselves in the midst of an enormous consolidation of power between corporations that seek profits at the expense of the people and governments that seek power and control over the people. Under the globalist order, they seek to invert the family structure that makes our nations and our world beautiful. Your new father will be the government, and your mother the corporation. Together they form the anti-family, the woke family. Instead of a father that enforces fairness, justice, and rewards you for good behavior, your woke government will reward the lazy, punish the just, and incentivize selfishness. And instead of a mother that creates beauty, provides nourishment and comfort, and teaches you to love, your woke corporation will have you living in a pod, eating bugs, and will pay for your maternity leave after a doctor aborts your baby. At best, this marriage of government and corporations will create an infantilized people from the shiftlessness encouraged by government and the productivity demanded by the corporations. An infantilized people pose no threat to government power or disruption of corporate profits. But at worst, the children of this woke marriage will go on to create travesties the likes of which humanity has never seen before. The woke family has chosen their weapon to give them the global revolution that they so desire: wokeism. Wokeism is an ideology and political movement that seeks to replace the Western system that has been built on merit and natural community with a system of equity for synthetic identities such as sexual orientation and gender identity. Wokeism punishes the good and true and rewards the fake and fruitless. Wokeism destroys our ties to our nation by destroying our families through divorce, abortion, homosexuality, androgyny, pornography, and drug use, by erasing a moral system that determines these things to be morally evil and destructive and replacing it with a system that values these selfish things over marriage, self-sacrifice, love, and honor. But I ask, how can one love their country if they hate their parents and ancestors? How can one love their country if they choose not to provide it with the next generation of citizens? A nation can only exist if there is love for others. And how can we possibly love others if we don't even love our own children and parents? Love is the willingness to sacrifice for the betterment of others. This we learn in our families. Does government sacrifice for us? No. We sacrifice for government. Does the corporation sacrifice for us? No. We sacrifice ourselves for their corporate profits. Love can only be learned through Christ and family, where ultimately our loved ones would die for our betterment and we would die for theirs. I once knew a man whose parents divorced when he was 16 years old. America had adopted a system of no-fault divorce. Because of this divorce in high school, he developed alcoholism and eventually a very serious drug addiction. That addiction almost ended his own marriage while his wife was pregnant with his fourth child. Through the loving counsel of his own divorced mother, this man decided to get clean and change his life to prevent his own children from adopting the same life of addiction and pain that he had suffered. That man went on to have 6 more children with his wife, and he currently has 20 grandchildren. He went on to start a successful pizza restaurant chain, and he even served as a member of the United States Congress. That man, Bobby Schilling, was my father. He died 2 years ago at the age of 57 from cancer, surrounded by his 10 children and loving wife. This is the closest thing to a happy death that one can get. When the children of this woke marriage of government and corporation die, who will be at their bedside? Who will hold their hand? Wokeism would have you die alone, childless, in a death pod at the direction of government and corporation once your value to them is used up. The love my father showed us was returned to him and will be passed on to his next generation. It is a love that none of us can forget. That is a love that no government, no corporation can teach. It is a self-sacrificial love that can only be learned from Christ and family. The world needs more no-woke zones. The world needs America to become a no-woke zone. The world needs nations that strengthen and cherish their families, for without them, neither the nation nor the world can exist. And even if they can exist, it is an existence not worth having. To the woke globalists and government and corporations, the anti-woke, the families have a message for you. We will not eat your bugs. We will not live in your pods. We will not sacrifice our children to your false gods of sexual grooming and perversion. We will not co-parent with you. We will not get your brain implant. We will not fight your crony wars. We will not rent our wombs. We will not mutilate or sterilize our children. We will not prostitute our daughters on OnlyFans. We will not sell our souls or the future of our children to you. I will never be called parent one, and my wife will never be called parent two. We will own our cars, own our homes, our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren, and we will die happy, regardless of if the rest of our lives are spent thwarting your evil plans. We are not your subjects. We are not cogs in your machine. We are the children of a loving and powerful Father, and we are willing to meet him before ever caving to your evil agenda. Thank you, Hungary, and God bless you all.
Ha a liberális hazugságokat kell helyreigazítani, akkor a következő vendégünkre mindig lehet számítani.
Bizony, a magyar kormány nemzetközi kommunikációért és kapcsolatokért felelős államtitkára nem könnyű feladatot vállalt magára.
Bevallom őszintén, régóta ismerem őt, és úgy gondolom, hogy szerintem ő szereti ezt valójában. Nem véletlen egyébként, hogy elindított egy podcast sorozatot is, ahol hétről hétre kiigazítja azokat a hazugságokat, amelyeket Magyarországról terjesztenek a nagyvilágban.
Most egy olyan újságíróval fog beszélgetni, akit ugyancsak nem kedvel a liberális fősodor. Hölgyeim és uraim, a CPACHungary színpadán a The Bold Truth About Hungary Kovács Zoltánnal és vendégével, Jack Posobiec-kel.
A very nice day to everyone. Thank you so much for having us here, CPAC Budapest. It is an absolute honor to return here again for my second year and be speaking with you.
And you are most welcome, actually, to Hungary, because I believe you have a taste of Central Europe because of your origins, but also because of your marriage. So you have family ties, if you like.
That's right. We just spent, so my family comes from Poland, and we just spent a few days visiting with them in Poland. And we actually have my 2 little boys are here with us, not in the room, but they're back enjoying Budapest today. So for them, it was their first time being able to visit the actual village where my family comes from in Poland.
Well, as we were listening to this morning's lectures and contributions, we've been trying to warm up ourselves for the discussion, and very obviously we have agreed on a very important thing, because Mr. Posobiec was introduced as a journalist. Let's make that clear that you're not a journalist. You don't.
I would never use such a debased term to refer to myself. I would never insult myself so much to be referred to as a journalist. No, and I'm not criticizing, but when you look at what journalists have become today, not just in Hungary, but across Europe, from Brussels to New York to Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, journalism has become a trade that is completely debased. It has become completely dishonorable. They spread lies, they spread anger, they spread misinformation, while they accuse people like myself, people like the government of Hungary, people like President Trump, people like anyone else, Elon Musk, anyone who's out there telling the truth. They will accuse you of doing that which they are doing themselves every day.
Very much so. And indeed, my introduction started with something that is a kind of a self-inflicted torture that I have to deal with, Joe knows, on a daily basis. But I got to tell you that what comes to my mind is Mr. Burstein. Yes, that Mr. Burstein, the Watergate issue. Yeah. A couple of years ago at the Jerusalem Press Conference, he basically announced, or kind of admitted in our discussion, that indeed the biggest danger, the biggest challenge for journalism is the journalists themselves. But let's talk about why. And you know, obviously, trying to have a discussion, a conversation for 15 minutes, we were trying to prepare with topics, but those topics have already been overwritten, actually, by the Prime Minister's speech, and I believe all the contributions that we've heard today so far. I had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Babiš, actually on my podcast, on the dangers he sees about the European institutions. We are going to have the opportunity with Mr. Jansa tomorrow, if I'm right, to talk about things like that too. But let's begin with some definitions, and I believe the Prime Minister's new definition of woke cancel culture as a virus carries some potential, actually, on which we can build.
I think he's right about that, because we've seen this in the United States, where the virus, and I would actually refer to it, I do refer to it on my podcast on Human Events Daily and at humanevents.com, where I'm the senior editor. We refer to it as a virus of the mind. A virus of the mind, where you, and as the previous speaker mentioned, it is a virus that affects your view or your ability to understand and interact with reality. And because you reject reality so forcefully, this virus then causes you to act out in ways to support institutions, to support laws, to support false truths, in order to try to reform reality into what your warped view of how reality should be. And in this virus, and it does spread because it is contagious. This virus spreads through social media. It spreads through propaganda to children. It spreads through TikTok. It spreads through mainstream media, TV shows, and in many places in the United States where, unfortunately, we do not have a law like the great law in Hungary, which prevents this type of propaganda from being shown to children. And I wish that the United States would follow Hungary's lead and pass the very same law for all United States.
Very well, and I also believe that this new formula the Prime Minister used is going to contribute to our narrative, actually, which obviously the recognition came just a couple of months into the first of the four consecutive terms of the Prime Minister back in 2010-11. when obviously the change in the media law has attracted much attention, as a matter of fact, and all the quarrels and skirmishes with the European Commission started back then. But since then we know that the narrative that is being pushed, as a matter of fact, the virus, as it's spreading, is also carrying a narrative. We've seen so many elements of this, actually. They are trying to depict, identify, and define issues by very certain terms. As we've seen, colors, black is white, white is black, but certainly corruption, obviously, is not corruption.
We can
all go on with these examples, please.
They call corruption democracy.
That's right. But, you know, my podcast, we started my podcast, actually, with that intention that instead of having those filters, actually, which obviously these poisonous virus-spreading media is using, to get rid of it and to talk basically face-to-face to the people. This is the effort, actually, I believe you are working on. We have a proverb, or rather the slogan for the bold truth, which I believe the Hungarian politicians, including the Prime Minister, has been sticking to, and that is, we always mean what we say and we always say what we mean. And this is one key element, actually, when trying to formulate anti-virus and anti-narrative of our own, and that is a conservative one.
What they're attempting to do through wokeness, and when I call it a reformation of reality, it is a new type of revolution, and it is a revolution where they are seeking to redistribute capital. Redistribution of capital. Where have we heard that phrase before? Where have we all heard that phrase before? But in this case, it is not necessarily the redistribution of financial capital. To be sure, there is a financial element to it. But what they truly seek to redistribute is the redistribution of social and political capital. They seek to redistribute social status, social station, social truths in these ideas that a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man. They will believe that if you do not have the correct percentage of diversity in your organization, in your club, in your movie, in your TV show, then you have fallen afoul of this unwritten rule. They'll never tell you what the correct percentage of diversity is, but you must attain it, or else you will fall afoul of these commissions and bureaus and entities which enforce these unwritten new laws. And what they've done is they've sought to impose a new form of law that is unwritten, it is undiscussed, it is unconstituted, and they are trying to use this to warp all of reality into their twisted version of how things should truly be. And essentially it comes down to this. And I mentioned before about how the redistribution of capital is something that is a Marxist belief. What we are seeing is a form of neo-Marxism because it seeks to redistribute cultural capital. What they are attempting to do is to punish you for being successful. They are trying to punish you for seeking excellence. They are trying to punish you because your ancestors built glorious cities like this one here in Budapest, because your ancestors built the systems of law and justice and order that have contributed so much to the development of our societies, to the development of our way of life for so many years. They seek to subvert all of it because in their view, the existing social order itself is the enemy. That is what they are trying to destroy. They are trying to upend all of society in order to achieve their ends. Their ends, of course, which will never be seen. This is why last year when I attended Davos, Klaus Schwab had his World Economic Forum police came and detained me, detained my film crew, came after us, tried to take our passports, tried to take our cameras, tried to take our footage. We refused, and we were eventually let go. They will do anything they can, whether it be the Commission, the World Economic Forum, WHO, these various institutions, they're all seeking the same thing at the end. It is a redistribution of political and social capital, because at the end of the day, they do not want you to attain and achieve your own individual freedom. They do not want you to have the nuclear family anymore. This is a huge part of it, even when we know the attack on the nuclear family is so important, because the nuclear family is the oldest institution on planet Earth itself. We know that the nuclear family has existed for 100,000 years. We have archaeological evidence: father, mother, children. This is the oldest institution. It predates Christianity. It predates, as far as we know, religion itself. Because they are seeking to upend this, they are seeking to upend reality and truth itself.
Many are puzzled by the fact, as they say, an unexpected help of narrative came from an unexpected place, they claim, I mean the liberal side, during the 3-day visit of Pope Francis here in Hungary. Because very obviously he's been talking about, he has given 6 speeches, one of the most important one actually in the Carmelita, which is an old religious place actually in the castle. He was talking about the traditional family. He was talking about the traditional values and all those very natural elements of our human existence, including differences in attitude, in personality, in opinion, and so on, which they try to get rid of. And I believe if you wanted to have a strong supporting narrative coming from very obviously a religious, but not rule of law, but rule of nature, law of nature perspective, you should listen and you should read the Pope's speech. Do you think, how can we develop the effort actually of this currency war, in which narrative is a very heavy element in the currency?
Well, everything that we are seeing right now is a function of information warfare. This is, in the West, this is the new form of warfare that we are seeing, not on the battlefield of streets and farms and villages, but in a battlefield that is being waged every single day on little pieces of glass that we carry in our pockets and hold in our hands. That is where the information war is being fought. And the only thing that we can do is fight back with truth. We must fight back with truth. We cannot agree to any of the precepts that they push on us every single day, because when we do, that allows this virus to infect more people as a contagion, to affect more minds, and especially to affect more children. That is also why when we have opportunities like with I mentioned before Elon Musk, what he's done with Twitter, I think is fantastic. I think it's a huge milestone in this fight, because he has given us the ability to speak back. When I talk to, in the United States, so conservatives have just retaken the US Congress, and when I talk to the advisors there and they say, well, what is, Jack, what is your most important thing? What do you think is the most important thing we should focus on? Coming out of into the Congress, and I say the very first thing must be the freedom of speech, especially the effective use of the freedom of speech, and this is through the internet. Which is the new digital public square. Because if we do not have that, the ability to speak freely, then our tongues will be effectively cut out. We will not be able to have an opportunity to share these ideas, and that is all that I want. Give me a microphone, give me a place where that I can speak, and I will do the rest by myself, because I know that I have truth on my side, because I am speaking the words that were taught from thousands of years. I did not come up with these ideas myself. I am not the originator of any of this thought. These are traditional values that have been handed down to us. They are the values that built our societies. These are the values that we stand for. When the other side, they say that tolerance is the highest virtue. Tolerance. Tolerance is not a Christian virtue. Tolerance was never a Christian virtue. You can read the Bible cover to cover. You will not find this phrase, tolerance is a virtue. It is not, because tolerance of evil is not a virtue. And in the United States, just a few weeks ago, this situation got so bad that one of these individuals who had been infected and so twisted in her mind that she had gone full into this transition phase. A young girl tried to transition herself to a man. she decided that the reason that she felt so angry was traditional values, was Christianity, was her own Christian upbringing. And in response to this, her anger was turned out and weaponized in a day that the far left referred to as the Transgender Day of Vengeance. And she went to a Christian school, a school full of children from up to less than 12 years old. And she brought a gun and she began killing Christian children in that school as a response to this insanity, which I believe was pushed on her by this virus. The pharmaceuticals, the surgeries, we've seen the horrific effects of this, the suicides. I've talked to detransitioners as well. They describe it as a cult mentality, which is similar to the virus that the Prime Minister spoke about today. Where that happened in the United States was Nashville, Tennessee, a city in what would be considered a rural part of the United States. That's America's interior, the heartland, a conservative area. If it can happen there, this can happen anywhere.
This year's slogan for CPAC Hungary is United We Stand. And we have understood from the previous contributions that very obviously politically there are more elements and more issues that unite us than the ones actually that separate, even amongst conservatives. But we also know that apart from organizing ourselves politically between political forces, governments, ex-government people, it's a daily job, actually. What you were talking about previously, and what I do on a daily basis, is a daily job. And that is day by day, week by week, and month by month, you have to come back to those lies, to the distortions and the misdefinitions, because if you don't do that, then again, in the narrative struggle, you're going to lose.
That's exactly right. And when and my wife, who's sitting right here, will tell you it is absolutely a daily job and you must always work, but you have to also find time for family, you must find time for balance, you must be living out the words that you speak, and we do that every day. Because I said before that my family comes from Poland. If you look at the history there, for 150 of the last 200 years, Poland did not have self-freedom. It was either partitioned, occupied, invaded. For only 50 out of the last 200 years, Poland has had true independent freedom. So the question is, what can we learn from this? How was Poland able to maintain its sovereignty, how to maintain its people in the face of all of this? They focused on three things: language, culture, and religion. And if you focus on language, culture, and religion, then you can survive anything. And that is why it is so important for people who believe in those ideals, even if we don't speak the same language, even if we don't always share the exact same ideals, we do all have the same values. And that's why organizations like this, like CPAC Budapest, CPAC Hungary, all of the CPACs around the world that are going on now, conservatives uniting across the globe, standing hand in hand, can do so because I was in Mexico, I gave the same speech. I was in, we're going to Japan, we're going to give the same speech. I've been all over the world, we give the same speech. Why? Because we are facing the exact same situation everywhere. And regardless of what your background is, your national origin is, we must all stand together against it. I agree with Prime Minister Orban. I applaud him for his career and for the work that he's put forward. And I do believe that it's a challenge that he has also put forward. Will we all unite and build this counter-revolution, if you call it, in an international coalition?
Well, by profession, I'm a historian, and we all remember the original meaning of revolution, and that is returning to the roots, returning to the origin. And indeed, this is what we face as a challenge, both in terms of big politics, and as we agreed, on a daily basis. We are running up on time, so I believe it's going to provide us ample opportunity for the future to discuss, to talk, and I wish that as this cooperation continues and starts among political decision makers, also on our levels, and that is trying to re-influence, reignite public opinion and the people actually to think in a normal, down-to-earth, pragmatic manner about issues around us is going to help politicians actually to achieve the big goals.
I agree, and as I've said before, it's an honor to be here again speaking in Budapest. Remember, folks, if I can leave you with one thing, God will prevail in the end. The orders of importance: God, family, country.
Mr. Posobiec, thank you for the discussion.
Thank you.
Kovács Zoltánnak és Jack Posobiecnak nagyon szépen köszönjük a beszélgetést. Kedves vendégeink, most pedig egy egyórás ebédszünet következik, ami után nagyon sok szeretettel várjuk Önöket vissza a rendezvénytérben. Jó étvágyat kívánok mindenkinek!
A globális liberalizmus korszakában soha nem látott kihívásokkal néz szembe a világ. Lebontották a határokat. Illegális migránsok tömegeivel árasztják el a nyugat egykor erős országait. Lezüllesztették és élhetetlenné tették a nagyvárosokat. Olyan viszonyokat teremtettek, hogy a jóérzésű emberek kénytelenek elköltözni. Az erőszakos drogliberalizáció nyomorba taszította a társadalom legsebezhetőbb tagjait. A neomarxisták polgárt a polgár ellen uszítanak, mert felkorbácsolják a posztmodern rasszizmus hullámait. És miután támadás alá vonták a normalitás minden szegletét, azt akarják, hogy sehol se érezzük magunkat biztonságban. Ezért megsemmisítenék a rend őreit is. Végleg eltörölnék vallásunkat és kultúránkat. Ösztűz alá vették zsidó-keresztény értékeinket és vallásaink szentélyeit. A progresszív elmebaj nem ismer határokat. Legszentebb értékeinket félredobva kicsavarnák a szülők kezéből gyermekeink nevelését. Össze akarják zavarni őket, tönkre akarják tenni testi és lelki fejlődésüket. Amikor Magyarország szembeszállt a gender lobbival és elfogadta az öreg kontinens legszigorúbb gyermekvédelmi törvényét, a brüsszeliták összefogtak a nyílt társadalom szervezeteivel és ösztüzet zúdítottak hazánkra. Ezt nem hagyhatjuk, ezt meg kell állítanunk. Erőt kell merítenünk egymásból, és meg kell mutatnunk a baloldal képviselőinek, hogy alantas ideológiájukkal közös erővel szállunk szembe. Magyarország példája bizonyítja, hogy ha egy nemzeti kormány az emberekért dolgozik, akkor a nyugati országok ismét felvirágozhatnak. Szövetségeseink megmutatták, hogy a nemzeti konzervatív recept mindenütt sikerre vihető. A baloldal nem csak le kell, de le is lehet győzni. Fellépünk valódi értékeink védelméért, újjáépítjük közösségeinket, megőrizzük identitásunkat, és megóvjuk zsidó-keresztény hagyományainkat. A CPAChen ismét megmutatjuk a normalitás ellenségeinek, hogy a hazafias erők összefogtak. Közösen dolgozunk értékeink és hazáink felvirágoztatásáért, mert együtt erő vagyunk.
A haza minden előtt. Kölcsei Ferenctől kölcsönöztük a következő beszédeknek és beszélgetéseknek a címét, hiszen a lassan 200 éves gondolat aktuálisabb, mint valaha.
A nemzetek támadás alatt állnak, és a legfontosabbat akarják elvenni tőlünk, a nemzettudatot és a hazaszeretetet.
És úgy látom, hogy erre a világ minden táján vannak próbálkozások, ugyanúgy, ahogy egyébként Magyarországon, ugyanúgy, sőt talán még erősebben az Egyesült Államokban is. A most következő előadót is rendre támadják a hazájában, mert meri kritizálni az úgynevezett PC-t. Kérem, köszöntsék hatalmas szeretettel az amerikai kongresszus fenegyerekét, Paul Gosar képviselőt.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Congressman Paul Gosar, and I represent Arizona's 9th Congressional District in the United States House of Representatives. It is a privilege and honor to visit your beautiful country and to be with you here today. One of the reasons I was so proud to accept your invitation to come here is because this country, your country, Hungary, in Central Europe has steadfastly upheld its culture, its traditions, its religion, its family, and its people. Hungary honors its ancestors by preserving the hard-won culture it has created. Hungarians suffered, fought, bled, and died for the freedoms its culture now represents. From the time of St. King Stephen through the Mongol invasion, the Ottomans, and the Soviet communists, Hungarians have resisted and persevered. Your ancestors paid with their lives so that you could have the great country you have today. That is why you, today, the beneficiaries of your ancestors' sacrifice, fight to defend your culture, your language, your border, and your values. Following the Golden Bull of 1222, much like the English Magna Carta, the principle that a nation exists to protect and preserve its people was developed. Today, Hungarian government stands as a proud descendant, taking actions as government helps its people. It's not Hungary's job to assist the globalists. It is not Hungary's job to assist the warmongers constantly seeking to engage in armed conflict. It is not Hungary's job to bow to the latest fad, whether it be the chemical castration of boys or pretend that there are no differences between men and women. It is not Hungary's job to open its borders to every economic opportunist, none of whom share your values, none of whom can offer one tangible benefit to the people of Hungary, but all of whom can ensure social chaos. It is not Hungary's job to abandon Christianity and to join the depraved secularists, the leftists, the Marxists, all with their insane ideas that promote crime, promote abortion and death, promote child sex abuse and child sexual grooming, promote the destruction of the nuclear family, and promote the well-being of other nations' peoples over its own indigenous Hungarians. To be candid, Hungary stands today as a beacon in the West, a monument of faith in itself, a testament to people and its leaders, most importantly, who understand the sacrifice made to create Hungary and to know the sacrifices are needed to keep Hungary a Christian nation with a proud, healthy family, untouched by the sickness of the left and their depravities. Today we refer the bundle of these insane ideas from the left as wokeism. In reality, it is demonic, it is unchristian, it is destructive, and you are right to oppose it and fight to retain your culture. Sadly, in America, wokeism is polarizing our great nation, censoring free speech and destroying our society. In fact, much like the Civil War, it is dividing families. I understand this very personally and firsthand. I'm the first of 10 children, raised in a Christian and very competitive home. All of us attained advanced degrees, mine in dentistry. All of us have notable successes in our areas of expertise. This all changed when I was elected to the U.S. Congress in 2010 with the big Tea Party wave. Even though I had very different views from several of my siblings, I respected their right to have their dissenting views. However, I wasn't afforded the same affront. In fact, they endorsed my opponents. They resolved to personal attacks and name-calling. I could have run away, but I didn't. I ran to the fight. I highlighted their hypocrisy and anti-American values in a fashionable but succinct manner. Like your Prime Minister, Mr. Orban, this morning. He used humor. I've got a little humor myself. So I always say is, I have 7 siblings that are exactly like AOC, but even 7 of them ganging up cannot beat up their oldest brother. And by the way, I'm my mom's favorite. I've been taking the name calling and relegated it to either quips that most of us learned when we were children, like sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. I even use and confront them utilizing popular movies and memes. Many of you have seen The Princess Bride, right? Well, I use this. You keep using that word racism. I do not think it means what you think it means. We have to be happy warriors, smiling, engaging, and embracing God. On the left, there is no laughter. There is no God. Individual achievement, responsibility, and self-worth have been replaced with victimhood, entitlement, laziness, resentment, labeling, intolerance, and hatred. Wokeism denigrates conservative values, muzzles dissent, and cancels the foundation of a healthy, free society. Hungary, by contrast, has rejected wokeism and exposed its absurdity. Hungary has not surrendered to the leftists, hell-bent on shattering its traditional values, its cultures, its Christian heritage, and nationalism. Satanic individuals seek to destroy the soul of Hungary, but they will not win. Hungary is the defender of traditional values and its national identity against the woke forces of evil. History will not judge the West these days well, but Hungary will stand out like the shining city on a hill, blessed by God. Hungary confronts the woke culture. You show us the way. It is no country for woke men. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. Remember to smile. As a recovering dentist, it reminds me of the power of humor, laughter, and God. God bless the United States of America, and God bless Hungary. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Együtt erő vagyunk, ez a CPACHungary idei mottója. Így gondolja ezt következő 2 előadónk is, akik számára fontos a nemzeti erők nemzetközi összefogása. Éppen ezért fogadták el a meghívásunkat. 2 hölgyről van egyébként szó, akik rendkívül tehetségesek a saját területükön. Egyikük a Fox News veterán oknyomozó tudósítója, nagyon örülünk, hogy itt van ma velünk. Másik amerikai vendégünk pedig jelenleg a magyar politikát kutatja. Ő volt az, aki Donald Trump kormányzásakor Mike Pompeo miniszter és Ivanka Trump főtanácsadó mellett dolgozott. És amellett, hogy a Counterpoint Institute elnöke, az Alapjogokért Központ vezető kutatója is. Fogadják őket nagyon sok szeretettel a CPACHungary színpadán Sarah Cartert és Dr. Shea Bradley Farrellt.
So exciting. Thank you so much for having us here. And
good afternoon.
Such a beautiful nation of Hungary. This is my first time. So I want to say thank you for all your hospitality, and I can't wait to enjoy it even more over the weekend. But I'm excited more to be here with Dr. Shea Bradley Farrell, who has done such amazing and incredible work in the fight for freedom and in the fight for all of our nations. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
This is my 4th trip to Hungary, and I absolutely love it here. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
So I want to start out this discussion by talking a little bit about your work right now, and I think this is so vital and so important in the times that we're living in. You're writing a book now for the Center for Fundamental Rights about national identity. Why is that important?
National identity, contrary to what the media is telling you, is actually at the core of nations. It's our shared values, our shared beliefs, our history, and we use all of those things to form our systems that we have, our political systems, our legal systems, and the economies. And I think that Hungary actually is a huge example of how to hold on to your national identity in a world that is increasingly globalized in a bad sense, with leaders around the world that want to take away your independence and your sovereignty. The really unique thing about Hungary and other Warsaw Pact countries is that you guys were occupied by the Soviet Union for 46 years, and the memory of that is still very fresh. Because it was 1991. That was in my lifetime for sure. So that memory is very, very fresh. But what I have really learned that made I guess, impact on my heart is that it's not just that the communists were imprisoning, killing, and torturing people, which they were. Go to the House of Terror if you want to see what loss of freedom looks like. But one of the most detrimental things is they took history. They took culture. They wanted to erase the culture of countries. I'm not telling you guys anything, but that made such an impact on me because I think we see that happening here. Excuse me, in the U.S.
Yeah, in the United States especially, and I was going to go there because I do think that's important, and I think both of our nations, and I think people across the globe, and we've seen that covering CPAC internationally, the struggle that so many conservative leaders and people that do believe in national identity are faced with. And let's talk about that, because the progressive left tends to push this idea that if you are nation first, or that if you have national identity, that you're going to develop into some kind of authoritarian society, and they use that as a form of fear, and I call it fear-mongering, to push that idealism away, to take away and to strip a nation of its actual spirit. How do you confront that? Like, how do you confront that progressive left ideology and get, I would assume, especially our younger people, to believe that that's not the case. It's exactly the opposite.
Yeah, you're right, Sarah. They are completely on different sides of the spectrum, authoritarianism and nationalism or national identity. They can be, of course, turned to evil and exploited by bad actors and bad political movements. And we do have seen that happen, of course, throughout history. But really, it's our shared values, and we need these things. But if you think about it this way, it's a strategy of the left, the liberal left, that mocks the strategy of the communists from the Soviet era. They suppressed nationalism. They suppressed national identity, suppressed nationalistic uprisings. I mean, sometimes they used nationalist uprisings for their own benefit, but they suppressed them as well. Dr. Maria Schmidt, who I believe is on there she is, she wrote a wonderful book called From Country to Nation, and it's in English, and it talks about this. It's very, very eye-opening.
I think one of the issues that I found most fascinating, and I just love being here in Budapest and in Hungary to be here to see it with my own eyes and to meet all the wonderful people here of this beautiful nation, but is this idea that Prime Minister Viktor Orban, especially that we see in the American media, they smear him. And yeah, you're probably very well aware of this. And the State Department has been very open in how has treated the Prime Minister and his view of Hungary as nation first, mainly, I believe, and we've discussed this, Doctor, just before coming on, with the issue of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. How do we deal with that in the concept of, like, I think most nations has always seen America as a world leader, as kind of the beacon of light, of a national light in liberty and freedom. But now we're kind of seeing the exact opposite being pushed out of this administration, which was quite different than the Trump administration and President Trump's feelings toward Prime Minister Orban and Hungary.
Sarah, you're exactly right. That is not foreign diplomacy. That is certainly not how you treat a NATO ally who sent troops to Afghanistan to help Americans fight there. We have an ambassador here right now, David Pressman, who is very openly antagonistic towards the United States. But here it is. If you walk back why the Biden administration and David Pressman is antagonistic, read the articles, do the research, spend some time, you will find out that it's 3 or 4 reasons. It is, first of all, and I'll get to the Ukraine issue, it is because Hungary will not take LGBT curriculum into their schools. They believe that sexual education is the right of parents. Go figure. The corporate global tax also made the EU and Biden administration very angry. Hungary's corporate tax was at 9%. They want to impose 15%. The other issue is mass illegal immigration. The EU wants that. Hungary does not. Tried to deal with it in 2015, said, hey, we can't do this. But the Ukraine issue, here's what I say about this. I believe in Ukrainian sovereignty. I don't believe it's in Americans' interest, but we'll set that aside for a second. I hear all the time, yeah, but Orban is pro-Russian because he doesn't want the sanctions applied against Russia on energy coming into Hungary. I say not pro-Russian, Hungarian pragmatic. He puts Hungary first, its nation first, because a lot of Americans don't get this. I'm telling you stuff you guys already know. But before the war, Hungary was dependent on Russian energy, like 85% natural gas, 60% oil. Soviet-era infrastructure is still what they use. And to cut it off the way the EU wanted in the time that they wanted, that's another conversation, would have crushed the Hungarian economy. So I try to explain this. He simply was putting his nation first, like I wish our current president would do.
That's a really great point. And I want to go back, though, really quick to the LGBTQ push, the progressive push, both in America as well as globally. We discussed that and other issues that I believe focus mainly on socialism. And I was telling Dr. Shea that my mother was from Cuba. She left in the late 1960s, so she was very familiar with communism in Cuba and what that did to her own nation. And one of the main issues that stayed with her was the fact that she noticed the indoctrinations first in the school system. So it started progressively slow, but it targeted children. And the belief was that when children become more dependent on the state and less dependent on their parents, then it becomes easier for the state to take control. Can we talk a little bit about that and what we're seeing currently, both in the United States and in Europe, this move towards this progressivism that I think many of us have seen separates families more than unifies families and also separates nations.
Yeah, which again, I hate to keep saying this, was a strategy that the communists used, separating children from families, separating people from religion so that they could be the final authority, the one ideology, the one truth, the one political party. And I used to think this kind of talk in America, where we put our heads in the sand sometimes was like conspiracy talk, but it's not. It's really happening, and we have to be aware of it and stop it.
But how do we do that? How do the members of the audience do that? How do Americans do that? How do we do it by standing up and talking? Do we unify?
Yeah, simply by being aware, by learning, by doing what we're doing today, by not being afraid, because I know that there are people that are not going to like what I'm saying, and I've definitely put up with that a lot, but I don't care, because I don't want to lose Western civilization. I don't want to lose my freedom, and that's the problem. And what I was going to say too, Sarah, that relates to what you just mentioned and what your mom said, which is very cool. During the Obama administration, I uncovered, really, with an organization that I was working for at the time, CWA, what the Obama administration was doing in regards to ideology, sending ideology over to the United States, because the conservatives in the US didn't really know this. A lot of congressmen and women had no idea. We were spending billions on, let's talk about the LGBT ideology curriculum in children's schools. I have the curriculum that I could show you, where on a scale of 1 to 10, a child in being gay and being LGBT in Asia was one of the programs, what it was called, where you on the scale could decide how much you felt like a man that day, how much you felt like a woman. Did you feel like you loved men, or did you feel like this was our curriculum? We were pushing that.
Were we doing it too for financial gain? Because I mean, for another country. So, for example, not for us, but for the other nation to get a loan, to be granted financial aid from the U.S. State Department and such, was it easier for countries to actually access U.S. funding?
Yeah, of course.
If they accepted it?
Yes.
So
I had country leaders coming to me and saying, can you help us, because we feel pressured that we must accept this curriculum into our schools and into our whatever in order to get aid. You're exactly right.
That's really fascinating. I know we don't have a lot of time, but I want to conclude with this, and maybe, I don't know if it applies as well to Hungary. Obviously, your memory is much fresher than any Americans right now, especially dealing with communist regimes. But do you believe that the American people, in a sense, have forgotten what could happen when liberty is taken from them? I mean, like, they don't really have a complete understanding, the way maybe the Hungarian audience does, in understanding what life would be like without liberty. And what does liberty actually really mean in this new day and age? I mean, you know, we think about it historically, the tyranny, you know, the beginning of America, the revolution, you know. Yeah. We think about it ourselves, the struggle of the Hungarian people to liberate themselves and to be their own nation, separate of that of the former USSR or the control. What does that mean, though?
I think you're right. Americans, you know, it's been a very long time that we weren't free, over 200 years, right? If you, like I said, if you go to the House of Terror, you visually can see what the loss of freedom looks like. So that's why I think it's very important to educate our children. Our school system is something that needs to be restructured and revamped. Because what the leftists are doing right now, the communist behaviors, is they've taken our narrative. You just asked about freedom. They take the word human rights, and if you don't want your children to learn sexual education in the schools, and you don't want them to learn about LGBT stuff, it's up to you, you're called a human rights abuser. So that word, human rights, has been conflated with all kinds of things now. It used to just be a foundational, you know, religious freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of conscience. It's really been twisted because, quite honestly, during the Trump administration, I tried to help also work for the human rights of LGBT, whatever, MNOP, people in other countries who were being imprisoned for being gay or beheaded or something. That's a human rights violation. It's not a human right to say you have to teach this in a school. So we have to change the narrative and take back our language and explain what things really mean.
I got 7 seconds for you. How do we do that? How do we work with our partners here in Hungary? How do we work with our partners throughout the globe? This is CPAC International. This is a way of connecting with other conservative leaders around the world. How do we utilize this so that all Hungary puts their nation first, America puts our nation first, but we do this in a way that we can benefit from one another and learn and maybe change the trajectory of where we are headed right now.
Sarah, I think we're doing it. I was here last year, and it was maybe half the number of people. The speakers are even a greater leadership level that have come now. I've learned, like from a friend from Poland today, what's going on in Poland with their national sovereignty issues. I actually think we're doing it. So let's not be afraid. Let's keep doing it. And my husband and I understand what it's like to get backhanded. So I'm not saying it's easy, but our freedom depends on it.
Let's speak up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Szabadság és függetlenség. A következő előadónkat talán ezzel a kettő szóval lehetne a legjobban leírni. Széchenyi díjas történész, a fő kutatási területei a kommunizmus, a holokauszt és a 20. századi diktatúrák. Emellett pedig hazánk egyik legnagyobb hatású véleményformálója. Szeretném felkérni Schmidt Máriát, a 21. század intézet főigazgatóját, hogy tartsa meg beszédét.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kedves barátaim! A modern magyar nemzettudat a 19. század függetlenségi és szabadság küzdelmeiben született meg. Ezért a modern magyar nemzet szuverenitása egybeforrt a szabadsággal. Ezt tükrözte vissza az 1848-49-es szabadságharc népdalának refrénje, ami máig hitvallás és program. Éljen a magyar szabadság, éljen a haza! A magyarság befogadó. A magyar nemzethez tartozásnak nem feltétele a származás. A magyar nyelv megtanulása és mindenekelőtt a sorsközösség vállalását teszi a magyart. A magyar nemzet hivatása, nemzeti szuverenitásunk kivívása és megtartása, a nemzet megmaradásának a biztosítása, és ezek nem kis feladatok. Mi magyarok annak ellenére is ragaszkodunk a nemzeti eszméhez, hogy már a 19. században olyan új, modernnak számító ideológiák jelentek meg a látóhatárunkon, amik nem pusztán megkérdőjelezték, de felül is akarták írni érvényességét. Az ipari forradalom alatt politikailag megszerveződő proletariátusról a képviseletüket felvállaló Marx és Engels azt állították, hogy a munkásoknak nincs hazájuk, ezért a munkásosztály nemzetek feletti, vagyis nemzetközi összefogására van szükség. A marxisták azt hirdették, és új leninista utódjaik szintén azt vallják ma is, hogy a történelem fő mozgató ereje nem a nemzeti elv, hanem az osztályszolidaritás és az osztályharc. A marxizmussal párhuzamosan megszületett a rasszizmus. A rasszisták szerint nem a nemzetek, de nem is az osztályok közötti harc határoz majd a történelem menetéről, hanem a fajok közötti, túlélő képesség közötti küzdelem. Ennek az elvnek a rugalmasságát bizonyítja, hogy nemzeti és nemzetek feletti módon is lehet értelmezni. A nácik harmadik birodalma például egyszerre volt nemzeti, szocialista, rasszista és birodalmi. Vannak, akik egy etnikailag meghatározott nemzettel azonosítják az uralkodó fajt, de olyanok is, akik szerint a fajhoz több nemzet tagjai is tartozhatnak. Így definiálták régen az árjákat, de ez a gondolat köszön vissza a BLM mozgalomban is. Ugyanakkor a hagyományosnak számító birodalmi gondolat szintén megújult, felvette a kesztyűt, és megkérdőjelezte a nemzeti eszmét és a nemzeti szuverenitásokat, a rasszizmust és az osztályharc érvényességét is, illetve mindezek létjogosultságát. Helyükbe ezek a jellemzően angol száz birodalmak saját civilizációs küldetésüket állították, amit kulturális felsőbbrendűségük tudatából, gazdasági és katonai erejükből vezettek le. Erre hivatkozva formáltak és formálnak jogot arra, hogy a birodalmaik alá vonjanak más nemzeteket, azok felett uralkodjanak, azokat civilizálják, vagyis a saját képükre formálják. Ma ezt demokratizálásnak hívják. Kedves barátaim! Az első világháború végén Lenin és Wilson egyszerre hirdették meg a nemzeti önrendelkezés elvét, ami az egész világon visszhangra talált. A győztesek új világát ígérő versailles-i békerendszerre azonban csúfot űztek a nemzeti önrendelkezés elvéből, helyette továbbra is kitartottak a gyarmattartó hatalmak érdekeinek a képviselete mellett. Igaz, az újonnan bekebelezett területeket egy nyelvpolitikai trükkel mandátumterületeknek nyilvánították. A nemzeti önrendelkezés elvét teljesen figyelmen kívül hagyva döntöttek Magyarország sorsáról is. A győztesek Magyarország területeinek kétharmadát, a lakosságból 3 millió embert csatoltak el az érintettek megkérdezése nélkül. De ennek ellenére mi magyarok visszanyertük nemzetünk szuverenitását, amire 400 év óta vágyakoztunk. Elkezdtük berendezni a saját országunkat, a két világháború között szabad, független, stabil és élhető országot teremtettünk. A második világháború után a győztesek kigyomlálták Európából a rasszista elveket. A nyugatot megszálló Amerikai Egyesült Államok megakadályozta, hogy területén az osztályelv érvényesüljön, de a nemzeti identitások megerősödését is csak átmenetileg támogatta. Az Amerikai Egyesült Államok a fennhatósága alá vetetteket erőteljes amerikanizációra kényszerítette, majd ösztönözte, hogy az Amerikai Egyesült Államok közreműködésével a berendezkedését leképező Európai Unióba tömörüljenek. Kedves barátaim! Az első világháború végén, 1917-ben a német pénzből finanszírozott első 20. századi színes forradalommal Oroszországban hatalomra jutott Lenin és az általa vezetett bolsevik forradalmárok csoportja. Ezzel Európa keleti felén egy az osztályharc elvére épülő és azt terjesztő birodalom jött létre. Krízis helyzetbe kerülve, például a második világháború alatt, ugyan segítségül hívta a nemzeti elvet is, orosz anyácskára hivatkozott, de ez sem változtatott azon, hogy szerintük a kommunizmus által valott nemzetköziség magasabb rendű a nemzeti elvnél. Azt állították, hogy a kommunizmus sikeresen kiiktatta a nemzeti identitásokat, felülírta a nemzetek közötti ellentéteket, pedig a konfliktusokat csak jegelték és a felszín alá szorították. A kommunizmus összeomlása pillanatában egyértelműen kiderült, hogy a győzedelmes nemzeti elv szakítja darabjaira az osztályelvet valló szovjet birodalmat, sőt, magát a Szovjetuniót is. Mert minden nemzete független államot akart, amit 1991. december végéig ki is harcolt. A 21. század eleje tehát Európa keleti felén újra a nemzeti elv felülkerekedését hozta. Teljes győzelmet aratott a nemzetközösséget hirdető osztályelv felett. Szemben az amerikanizált Nyugat-Európával, mely a nemzeti elv meghaladásával kísérletezik, a szovjet fennhatóság alól kiszabadult kelet-közép-európai térség a nemzeti elv mentén fogalmazza meg önmagát. Ez az az ellentét, ami Európát az elmúlt időszakban meghatározza. Kelet-Európa a nemzeti elvet vallja, vagyis a nemzeti szuverenitást védelmezi, a nyugat-európai elitek a nemzetek feletti birodalmi törekvéseket támogatják. Ennek a két ellentétes erőnek az összeegyeztethetetlensége állandó feszültséget okoz. 2004-ben, amikor a nemzeti szuverenitások elsőbbségét valló kelet-európaiak is részévé váltak a szupranacionális együttműködést hirdető Európai Uniónak, hittek abban az ígéretben, hogy a nemzetek a nemzetállamok Európájához csatlakoznak. Reményük, hogy nemzeti szuverenitások megélése mellett egyenrangú féllé válhatnak, az első pillanattól kezdve illúziónak bizonyult. Nem kaptak szagot akkor sem, amikor a belépés feltételeként a nyugatiak hosszas csatlakoztatási folyamatot írtak elő, és feltételeik egyoldalú elfogadását várták az új belépőktől, vagyis tőlünk. Előfeltételként pedig piacaink megnyitását és gazdasági behatolásuk lehetővé tételét követelték. Az Európai Unió azt ígérte, hogy érintetlenül hagyja a nemzeti identitásokat, megelégszik azzal, hogy közösek a nézeteink a demokratikus politikai berendezkedésről. Vagyis nemzeti érdekeink érvényesítését csak az általunk feladott szuverenitás veszteség részében korlátozzák majd. Szuverenitás vesztésünkért cserébe az Unió gazdasági előnyöket, békét, jólétet és teljes körű klubtagságot ígért. De az Európai Unió addigra, vagyis mára egy a nemzetek feletti, a nemzeteket meghaladni akaró, kiterjedt bürokráciája által vezetett intézménnyé lett. Elitprojekté vált, ami annak ellenére az amerikanizált, szupranacionális, a nemzeti identitásokat nem tűrő, a nemzeti szuverenitásokat felszámolni akaró politikát támogat, hogy a nyugati társadalmakból sem tűnt még el a nemzeti elv. Ez a magyarázata annak, hogy 2016-ban a britek népszavazáson a Brexit mellett döntöttek, ami azt jelenti, hogy kiléptek az Unióból, mert a jövőjüket szuverén módon akarták formálni. Nyugat-Európa több országában is jelentős társadalmi támogatottságú nemzeti pártok alakultak, és érnek el jelentős befolyást. Kedves barátaim! Az Európai Unió és Magyarország között a legfőbb feszültség forrása az, hogy a nemzetek feletti birodalmakként viselkedő unió nem éri be azzal a szuverenitás vesztéssel, amire a csatlakozás érdekében mi hajlandóak voltunk, és egyre több területre akar rátelepedni. Miután az Európai Unió a nemzeti identitások helyére lépő uniós identitás kimunkálásával adós maradt, Most azzal próbálkozik, hogy az Amerikai Egyesült Államokból importált fehérellenes rasszizmust és a szexuális kisebbségekkel kapcsolatos tört identitásokat propagálja. Arra akar minket rászorítani, hogy ezekkel a bizonytalan és nehezen behatárolható új azonosulási pontokkal váltsuk fel nemzeti önazonosságunkat, és hódoljunk be azoknak az új leninista amerikai vókok által kitalált ideológiáknak, aminek a nevében civilizálni akarnak bennünket. Az elvárás az, hogy nemzeti szolidaritás helyett érjük be a különböző szexuális és faji kisebbségekkel való szolidaritással, kulturális örökségünket adjuk fel, és vegyük át a trans és cancel culture egyre újabb és újabb ötleteit. Hódoljunk be az egyre szabadsághiányosabb nyugati közbeszéd tabusító gyakorlatának, az egyre szűkebbre húzott politikailag korrekt kánonnak. Csak a daliás szovjet időkben tapasztalt erőteljes nyomásgyakorláshoz hasonlítható, azaz ezúttal nyugatról jövő egyneműsítő szándék, ami szembe megy a magyar nemzeti identitás fő tartalmával, a szabadsággal és a függetlenséggel. Mondjuk ki világosan, ezúttal nyugatról törnek nemzetünk szuverenitására és a szabadságunkra. Kedves barátaim, mi magyarok meg akarjuk őrizni saját kultúránkat. Ragaszkodunk a vallásunkhoz, a nyelvünkhöz, a gyökereinkhez, a hagyományainkhoz, vagyis a saját identitásunkhoz. Nem tűrjük, ha bebújnak a paplanjaink alá, és beleszólnak a magánéletünkbe. A gyermekeink nevelését a saját kezünkben akarjuk tartani, értékrendjüket mi akarjuk meghatározni. 1100 év állam és nemzet megtartó öröksége és az elmúlt 33 év sikeres országépítése megerősítette emancipációs törekvéseinket. Birodalmak jöttek és mentek a fejünk fölött ez alatt az időszak alatt. Uralkodtak rajtunk a tatárok, az oszmánok, a Habsburgok, a nácik és a szovjetek. Kiültük őket. Mi itt vagyunk, ők eltűntek a történelem süllyesztőjében, mert ellenálltunk, és hűek maradtunk önmagunkhoz, nemzetünk szuverenitásához, aminek a tartalma ma is ugyanaz, mint mindig, a szabadság és a függetlenség. Múltunk arra kötelez minket, hogy ragaszkodjunk ahhoz, hogy magunkhoz méltóan élhessünk. Éljen a magyar szabadság, éljen a haza. Köszönöm szépen. Köszönöm.
Főigazgató asszony, nagyon szépen köszönjük a szavait, és a beszédet hallgatva eszembe jutott egy magyar mondás, ami egyébként az egyik kedvenc magyar mondásom, ami így szól, hogy gyáva népnek nincs hazája. Szerintem kevés olyan magyar mondat létezik, ami ennyire jól összefoglalná egyébként a magyarság 1000 éves történetét. De hogyha a hazáról beszélünk egyébként, Steffi, neked mit jelent a haza?
Hát, hogyha egy mondatban kellene összefoglalnom, akkor azt mondanám, hogy az az ország, ahol születtem, és ahová tartozom. De valójában ez egy olyan érzés, amely elkísér, bármelyre is járok a világban. Büszke vagyok arra, hogy magyar vagyok, és honvágyam van, hogyha külföldön vagyok. De vajon mit jelent a haza következő vendégeinknek, és mit jelent a politika szempontjából? Most szeretném felkérni Kovács Istvánt, az Alapjogokért Központ stratégiai igazgatóját, a Megafon akcióközösség alapítóját, hogy tartsa meg beszédét, és nyissa meg a haza mindenelőtt kerekasztal beszélgetést, ahol minden kérdésre választ kaphatunk.
Barátaim, micsoda érzés itt lenni, egészen jó emlékek idéződnek fel bennem, amikor tavaly megrendeztük az első CPAChet. És emlékszem, hogy rengeteg időt töltöttünk el persze a szervezéssel, nagyon sokat gondolkoztunk azon, hogy mi legyen a mottója az első CPACnek, mégiscsak az első valamiből meg kell adni a módját. Aztán végül sok vad ötlet után úgy döntöttünk, hogy biztosra megyünk, és az lett a mottója, mint bizonyára emlékeznek rá, hogy Isten, haza, család. És azért ez lett a mottója, mert egész biztos vagyok benne, hogy ez az a három fogalom, amely összeköt mindannyiunkat itt a teremben, és amelyik az emberiség hajnala óta meghatározza minden józanul gondolkodó embernek a gondolkodását, a lényegét, az eszenciáját. De persze nem csak józanul gondolkodó emberek vannak a világon, és ez nem volt másként régen sem. Sokféleképpen hívták már a nem józanul gondolkodó embereket. Voltak már kommunisták, fasiszták, ballibek, progresszívok, korábban talán zsirondisták, ami mind összeköti őket, az az, hogy megpróbálták eltorzítani az embereknek a józan eszét. És a módszer az nagyon-nagyon hasonló volt. Mindig volt egy ideológia, vagy valami magasztosan hangzó, vagy valami teljesen szedetvedett, és aztán, amikor nem sikerült ezt az ideológiát ráerőltetni az emberekre, nem sikerült eltorzítani a józan eszüket, akkor jött az elnyomás, később pedig az erőszak. Vegyük észre, hogy ugyanez történt egyébként a francia forradalom magasztos ideológusaival, majd később ugye a vérgőzös zsarnokokkal, Marxal, majd az ő tanait később a gyakorlatba átültető kommunista diktátorokkal, és ma is van egy ilyen ideológiánk, és ez a woke. És ma is megvannak ennek az ideológusai, és természetesen, ahogy már a történelemből tudjuk, jön az elnyomás, és jön az erőszak is. Ezt még nem feltétlenül látjuk, de az Egyesült Államok számos pontján már nagyon is érzik ezt az emberek. Elég csak arra gondolni, amikor néhány évvel ezelőtt csatatérré változtatta a BLM az Egyesült Államok számos nagyvárosát. Miért van ez így? Azt hiszem, hogy elfelejtjük a történelmet, és hagyjuk, hogy újra és újra megismételje magát a történelem. Nem tanulunk belőle. Mi elfelejtjük, ők pedig egyenesen azt mondták, hogy a történelem az véget ért. Nem volt ez olyan régen. Aztán persze szembe jött a valóság, megváltoztatták a mantrát, és azt mondták, hogy bár a történelem nem ért véget, megy tovább, de szép új világunkban már nincsen betegség, nincsen háború, nincsen éhínség. Ezek a múlt konfliktusai, ezeket magunk mögött hagytuk, és ezért, mondja egy izraeli sztártörténész, magunk mögött kell hagyni azokat a mítoszokat is, amelyek meghatározták a régi világunkat, mint a nemzet, a család, és hát természetesen a szép új világban nincs hely Istennek sem. Aztán persze megint szembe jött a valóság. Először egy világjárvány, majd utána, hát itt a szomszédban háború dúl, az éhínség pedig bármikor rekordméretű lehet a háború következtében. Úgyhogy a konfliktusok azok velünk maradtak, de ők még mindig azt mondják, hogy nincsen szükség nemzetekre. Én pedig éppen az ellenkezőjét látom ennek. A világunk az tagadhatatlanul megváltozik, de amíg ők azt a következtetést vonják le, hogy a jövőben már nem lesz szükség nemzetekre, én azt mondom, hogy csak két út áll előttünk, és mind a kettőben a nemzetek reneszánszát fogjuk látni. Az egyik út az, amit én nem szeretnék, sőt imádkozom is azért, hogy ne következzen be, viszont nem lehet azt mondani, hogy ez a veszély ne kopogtatna ott az ajtón, a nyugati civilizáció bukása. És ha megnézzük, hogy kik azok, akik letaszíthatják a trónról a nyugati civilizációt, azt láthatjuk, hogy ezek mind nemzetek. Kína, nem a woke ideológia vezérli, Oroszországban se divat a genderpolitika, és nem is akarnak nemzetek felett gondolkodni. Tehát ez az egyik út, hogy ezek a újonnan megerősödő nemzetek fogják meghatározni a világunkat. Én pedig azt szeretném, hogy ne ez legyen, hanem a nyugat továbbra is első tudjon maradni, de ez az kell, hogy meg tudjanak benne erősödni a nemzetek, és azok az erős nemzetek, amelyek nagyjá tették a nyugati civilizációt, továbbra is erősek maradhassanak. Csak ez a két út áll előttünk. De most már ismerik az én véleményemet, de mi konzervatívok vagy populisták már csak olyanok vagyunk, hogy nem dogmatikusan gondolkodunk, hanem szeretünk minden releváns véleményt meghallgatni egy adott témában. Úgyhogy engedjék meg nekem, kérem, hogy színpadra szólítsam beszélgető partnereimet, and now I turn to English, and first I would like to call on stage Miss Valerie Huber, all the way from DC. Please join us on stage. She is the president of the Women's Health Institute. And then Guillermo Picchi, all the way from Italy, a member of Lega Party and member of the Italian Parliament, former Foreign Secretary of Italy. Please join us on stage. Another American fellow, Mr. Mark Ivano, the Executive Director of the RNR, Republicans for National Renewal. Good to have you here, Mark. And last but not least, from our dearest neighbor country, from Austria, we used to call it our brothers-in-law, reasonable voice from the European Parliament, our good friend MEP Harald Wilimski. So please have a seat. Well, so I know all of you speak tremendous Hungarian, so first of all, please have some comments on my opening remarks. But for those who don't understand Hungarian, I would like to address a question just to trick the audience. So, you know, I was speaking about how our world is being more and more globalized. And this comes to an end when a lot of liberal, leftist liberal, thinker, philosopher thinks that nations are not important anymore. We don't need nations. So what would you say to them? What is a nation today and how we can preserve it? What is the importance of a nation? And ladies first, so we started Valerie, and maybe it would sound, like politically incorrect to liberal ears, but this is Hungary, so please, Valerie.
Thank you. It's one of the things I like about Hungary. Well, simply stated, a nation is a country and its people, but if we're talking about a sovereign state, it is a country that has self-government without external foreign interference. And I think that's really the key to this question, at least in my mind. Sovereignty is under attack on all corners, and it's so important for a country to be able to protect that. Back in 2020, my first trip to Hungary was actually to negotiate on behalf of the United States with the nation of Hungary a new coalition that was to be created in defense of sovereignty, in defense of the family, in defense of life, and defense of health. On behalf of the United States and Hungary and other regional leaders, including Egypt, Indonesia, Uganda, and Brazil, we wanted a global coalition for the first time so that countries didn't need to stand alone in defense of their sovereignty. Well, since then, there are 36 countries representing every region of the world, and they're very different. However, they're bound together with these common values. And I am so pleased to say that as of just a very short time ago, Hungary is also now the secretariat of that coalition, the Geneva Consensus Declaration.
Very important, yes.
It gives Hungary yet another opportunity to be a global leader for the values that we all hold together. And my vision is that this coalition becomes an indomitable force such that the attacks and the pressure and the ideological warfare ends because these countries stand together in defense of these values.
Great, thank you. Guillermo, the question remains, so please, if you would.
Well, a nation is a set of values and of identities that is now under threat by some international greater good that has to change, 100 years old or millennium old set of values and identities. So we are under attack. We are fighting, let me say, a clash of a war on values. The values that identify most of our nations, that are, shared, that are deeply rooted in our culture, in our political system, and this is under attack. So a nation now is something that has to be defended, and we should fight for the nation and its values. And allow me to say something. This is a war that starts now, but could be won just in 25 or 30 years. Because the liberals, or the so-called liberals, started 30, 40, 50 years ago, attacking and trying to demolishing, to disarticulate the nation. So our task is not limited now. Now we have to organize our troops and our cultural troops, our value troops, in order to try to defend the nation from this common greater good that, it's very hard to explain to our citizens sometimes, most of the time.
Very well. So we do everything for our children, am I right saying? So Mark, we heard that nation is a set of values. What would you say to this?
Well, absolutely. So they've said a lot of what I wanted to say, but of course a nation is a group of people with shared traditions, shared language, shared culture, and shared values. And also, I think it's important to note that it also has a boundary. It's not just a piece of land. It's a well-defined boundary, and that boundary needs to be protected. And for example, with a wall, some kind of structure to signify where that country is, where that nation is, and then that way you know where your nation is and where it's not, and you can protect the people within there and protect your nation's values and its people.
Great. Harald, what's the situation in the European Parliament? Are nations first?
Yes, of course, but let me take the opportunity to say thank you to you as Hungarians to set up a wonderful meeting like this. And from my personal point of view, I don't know if you hear that, if you like to hear that or not, but it's up to you as Hungarians to play a major role in setting up an alliance of center-right parties in Europe, also center-right parties in the United States, to have friendship established with them. And it's Viktor Orban who is the key player for doing that. And coming back to your question, what is a nation? It's from my point of view, a simple answer to give. It's just a commitment to one's own culture, to one's own language, to one's own history, to one's own future. And if all those things that establish identity for a nation, like when I come to the United States, everyone is telling to me, you are one of the guys for the musical Sound of Music. I never heard about that. Everyone in the world knows the Sound of Music. No one in Austria knows it. But what we do, we stick to our culture, to Mozart, to Salzburg, to wonderful music, literature, things like that, that gives us this red, white, red identity in Austria. And also maybe something which is identity establishing for us two maybe funny things. One of them is that in Austria there is a consensus on being against nuclear energy. We are absolutely convinced that it's the right way, but nevertheless, it's a consensus in Austria, which gives us identity. And the other thing, maybe, is to stick to our principle of neutrality. It's part of our constitution, and so it gives us the possibility now, in a situation of war, to demand ceasefire, to try to establish peace. And it's the same like you as Hungarians do. And from my point of view, it is the condition to love other countries is to love one's own country. And only those who love their own culture and language are able to love all the others. And that is the spirit of our conservative center-right parties. I feel, and I hope you really will play a major role in setting up this Europe-wide alliance.
Thank you. So it is evident to me that all of you, love your nations, love your country, but it is personal, I feel. But when it comes to politics, what do you think? What does it mean to put, somebody's of one nation's first? So what does it mean in real politics, in modern politics and governance? Shall we start with Valerie once again?
Sure. I was thinking about this, and I think that when the Pope visited Hungary just this past weekend, he really summarized why it's important to put our nation first, and it's because of something that many countries understand, and it's ideological colonization. And what that really looks like is external pressure to adopt policies, values, and beliefs against the will of the nation on which they are being thrust. I think it's so important that when we look at our country, we look at not just the love of our country and what that means, but the defense of our country at its very core, which is our values. No one is going to protect our sovereignty except ourselves. And if we aren't clear, both internally and externally in multilateral fora, then we will be taken advantage of increasingly more and more and more until our country is no longer sovereign and those on the outside are actually calling the plays.
Great.
Well, a great example of what should be done in politics is here in Hungary. So you put your people first, you defend their interests, and you try to be accountable to them. So basically, you rule in the interest of the people, which often doesn't happen in many countries for different reasons. And I'm practical enough to say that sometimes you are in a position not to take the best decision for your people because you have foreign constraint, you have reason for which you have to. But what you have to do is to explain to your people, not to do the things behind the back of your people. If you explain to your people, as an elected politician I was for 17 years, whenever I explain something that was not fully in the interest of the people understood and back you. If you instead betray them, and that's very common in nowadays politics, that's not putting your nation first and the people first. And also, always go with a high head in any multilateral or supranational organization and speak loud the interest of your people. Always mark your position. Explain where you stand and why you stand. And there is always other fellow nations that would understand your position and support you, even those that maybe are officially not able to help you, then behind the closed door they will help you. So this is, in my experience of 17 years of parliament, do the interest of your people, putting them first, speak loud for first, and act in the interest of people. That's how practically you can do it. If you cannot do it, explain to them, and they will support you, understand you, and you will last long in politics.
Thank you, Mark. The question remains.
Yeah, so it's putting the nations first is obviously the people are the ultimate priority, and you want to have you want to engender patriotism within your people as well. For example, in the United States, it used to be for a long time, even when I was a kid in school, you'd put your right hand on your heart and you'd do the Pledge of Allegiance every morning. You had prayer in schools, for example. Then there were a lot of lawsuits, and now we no longer have the Pledge of Allegiance. Now they're trying to stop prayer in schools. They still have prayer before football games, for example, sports, but they don't have prayer in schools. And so I think the left's goal is to kind of erode that patriotism, that pride in your nation and your people. And so that's antithetical to the nation's first principle, which has been, Prime Minister Orban has been a great example of that. And in the United States, we've seen President Trump kind of adopt that America First policy.
Okay, Harald.
Just to make it short and simple, it's just to give priority to one's own people, to give them priority on the job market, in the school sector, in the health sector, and maybe a funny example, because we had elections in Austria, in Lower Austria. It's one of 9 federal states, and our negotiators, and one of our negotiators, one chief negotiator, Christian Havenecker, is sitting in the audience. Yeah? They negotiated something which is really a very good thing, yeah? To subsidy local gastronomy, with the problem in Austria that a lot of Turkish and Chinese and Vietnamese and Georgian, whatever restaurants are pushing away our grown traditional gastronomy, and now we give them subsidies, and that allows our gastronomy to find a good future in a turbulent economic market. And that's also for me one thing that's very reasonable in a nation first principle, and things like that to also to show to the public that in Europe, in our country, we have a leading religion, which is not the Islamic religion, and something maybe like a minaret ban could be something, to show to all the others that country, this continent, Europe, is based upon Judeo-Christian principles and not an Islamic-dominated country. And that are all points that could be used to show to the people, to the voters, that we are in favor of a nation-first principle.
So thank you very much. I must admit that everything you said, I mean you all, was really heartwarming to me. On the other hand, it is obvious that it means that it is controversial in the eye of the liberals, because, you know, according to their understandings, national interest should always be subordinated to some kind of a greater good, they call it. So looking at the current state of global affairs, what do you think, how is that working out? Who wants to start? Maybe, Guillermo.
I'm the foreign affairs guy, so
please.
Yeah, I mean, this greater good that no one understands apart from the liberals. I mean, we are very clear there. Whenever a liberal is speaking about the greater good, is a trap or is something bad for, as said, we have all together, we shared, let's say, 90% of our values are the same, and the interests of our nations are very, aligned on keeping this value. So what we have to do is to stay together, work together, and try to push our agenda, our vocabulary, in every single multilateral, international, supranational, use the word you want, in every forum where we go, we have to push that agenda. If we are able to do this, maybe in 25 to 30 years, we will have won this clash of values that is taking places right now. So we are not in good shape, but we are, ready, and we have, the fundamentals to fight this war and to win this war of values.
Please, Valerie.
I also have spent quite a bit of time in the multilateral fora, and The reality is, just like my colleague just stated, is that we're about 20 years behind, if not more. We don't pay attention and we don't put a priority on communicating our values, advocating for them, and standing firm. And as a result of that, the left is making incremental, almost imperceptible gains, and conservatives don't even realize it until they've lost, for the most part. We need to be as strategic, if not more. We have a lot of time to make up. We need to be smart, we need to be guileless, and we need to know how to win and work toward that end.
Mark.
So the greater good is very subjective. For example, the United States believes that LGBTQ is the greater good, and so they go across different countries and try to spread that message. Obviously, it's not the greater good. For us, we started with the LGBT, and then now we have transgenderism being imposed on children, and now there's legislators in the northern states of the United States who are pushing pedophilia, or as they say, minor attracted persons, and we should be tolerant of that. And so, is that the greater good for the nation itself? Absolutely not. Is it the greater good for the elites, the globalists, whatever you want to call them? Well, yes, they want to see that family unit eroded, and what better way than to import LGBTQ to any nation who has strong Christian values and strong family values?
Thank you. Closing remarks, Harald, if you would.
You raised up an excellent question. What is this greater good? What is this greater picture? Is it the picture of George Soros, for example? Is it the picture of Klaus Schwab? Is it the picture of Bill Gates? Persons like that who are tending to sell us, for example, bad vaccines, making a lot of profit with them, who try to monitorize us, who try to implement measures of survivorship. It's not the way we follow the picture we are convinced of. The picture we should follow is based upon the principles of democracy, of freedom, of variety in Europe, and of friendship for each other, and not those pictures given by multinational organizations or persons like Schwab or Soros who have an own agenda which is not ours, and which is, I am absolutely convinced of, which is not the agenda of the people that have voted for us.
Thank you very much. Speaking about the greater good, I must say that as an individual, it is really tempting to, continue our conversation. But as an organizer of the very event, I know how important time limit is. So this time I will go for the interest of the greater good, and thank you, your precious yet very reasonable remarks. So ladies and gentlemen, big applause please for Valerie Huber, Guillermo Picchi, Mark Iványo, and Harald Wilimski.
Thank you very much.
Should we set up for a picture with Valerie? Valerie in the center, please. Yeah. Yes.
I'm U.S. Congresswoman Debbie Lesko from the great state of Arizona. It is an honor to speak with you at CPACHungary. Here in the United States Congress, conservatives are working hard to fight against the left's truly radical agenda. Unfortunately, woke ideologies have infiltrated nations around the world. Both of our nations are in a battle against open borders and policies that attack the family and parental rights. I am pleased to see people around the world like you fighting back and standing for freedom. Unfortunately, Companies and international organizations are promoting terrible ESG initiatives that promote a misguided climate agenda, even as European nations are facing a severe energy crisis. I was proud to vote to end the left's ESG rule that prioritizes the radical climate agenda over Americans' retirement savings. But one of our most crucial fights is protecting family values. This is why Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives passed the Parents' Bill of Rights, and I have introduced a constitutional amendment to protect parental rights. We are working to protect our children and grandchildren from gender ideology and ensure that parents have a say in their children's education. I am pleased to see that progress is being made on these fronts, but there is still work to be done to preserve our freedoms and the values we hold dear. We are the ones who stand in the way of the left's radical agenda. We must continue the fight for the sake of our nations and for the sake of our children. Thank you for standing up for parents, children, and freedom. May God bless you. Continue the fight.
Donald Trump egykori tanácsadója, illetve a BlackRock volt igazgatója. Ez a két titulus is elég jól jelzi, hogy a következő vendégünk jártas az amerikai politikai életben és az üzleti életben is. Nem véletlen, hogy az amerikai konzervatív társadalom egyik legfontosabb közírójának tartják. Fogadják sok szeretettel a CPACHungaryn Michael Antont.
I don't speak Hungarian, but I did very definitively, clearly hear the word BlackRock, where I used to work. Anytime someone says my name and BlackRock in combination, I don't know, 50 to 60 very senior rich people in New York suffer chest pains. It's true, I did work there. They wish that I hadn't and that they could disown me. But if you call their HR department to verify employment, let's say I'm applying for a job at your firm, someone will have to swallow hard and admit that, yes, he used to work here. Okay, the question that I am often asked, and I have been asked on this trip actually several times, is what do Americans really think of Hungary? But that question is a polite masking of what the real question is, what people want to know, which is, why do American elites dislike Hungary so much? I think we all know that that's what people are saying. And the answer is complicated, and you know, it would require a philosopher really to answer. So I'll give you the best that I can do quickly. And I'll begin by doing that philosophic thing. I'm going to answer a question with a question. Why does the West, or so many elites in the West, dislike the West? Why does the West dislike itself? I think we'll find the answer in there. I mean, the main reason that elites don't like the present dispensation of Hungary is because Hungary is going off script as far as they're concerned. Remember how this was all supposed to turn out when the bipartisan elites in the American foreign policy establishment supported NATO expansion in the late 90s, right? Well, joining NATO was supposed to lead Hungary and any country that joined NATO in a certain direction, really only in one direction. And Hungary hasn't gone that way. So the script didn't work out as far as they were concerned. What American elites, we hear, I don't know if you hear it as much, but we hear this phrase in the United States incessantly in two words in quotes, our democracy. Our democracy. Now you might think democracy means a lot of people go somewhere and vote, the outcome of the vote then determines who wins the election, and who wins the election determines what policies are implemented. That's not what it means in the United States anymore. Democracy means what liberal elites want, they get. When they don't get it, it's anti-democratic. So from that perspective, even though I visited this country last year about, I don't know, a month, 3 weeks after the latest election where the outcome was on the order of 70% to 30%. It looked pretty democratic to me, but that's not the way American elites see it, okay? You have to realize, too, that so what they mean by democracy is conformity, and that things, transatlantic relations are really very different. I know you all know this, but think back 20 years ago. Literally 20 years ago was the second Iraq War, was Donald Rumsfeld's sort of wisecrack about new versus old Europe. I don't know how many of you remember this, but it caused a big stir in transatlantic relations at the time, and what the then Secretary of Defense meant was that those countries in Western Europe who disapproved of and were criticizing the impending Iraq war were old Europe, and Hungary and the newer countries that had joined NATO more recently and intended to be more supportive of the war were new Europe. That was, as I said, caused a furor at the time. We're a long way from that now, and what the American foreign policy establishment would like to see is sort of one amalgamated Europe where every country thinks, acts, feels the same way. Okay. So everything Hungary represents from, and I'm just picking a few policies that really matter here, restriction to immigration, seriousness about borders, seriousness about sovereignty, skepticism about the Ukraine war, cultural confidence, a belief in its own tradition. The American ruling class really doesn't like any of those things, and it doesn't like them for us domestically, and it sees them as a threat wherever they pop up in any country. Now, I'll give you, though, two caveats, which I think are important. First of all, as touchy as things are at the moment, I have to say, with a decent amount of confidence, that the American people don't dislike the Hungarian people. And I think even American elites don't even dislike the Hungarian people. So we've got that going for us at the moment. And the second is it's an open question how thought through any of American elite opinion really is. So when I try to explain to you how they think, there's a tendency of some to think, it's a thought-through conspiracy, there's a plan. Sometimes there isn't a plan. It's hard to know if American elites are just acting in a knee-jerk fashion or if they really have a thought-through opinions. That said, I think I can confidently say that elite disdain in the United States for Hungary's present government and political direction is very real. And I hinted at the answer earlier, right? The West, I said disliked, I pulled my punch. There's a certain segment of the West, the broader West as we understand it, that's come to just hate itself and despise itself. And Hungary obviously doesn't despise itself and doesn't despise the West. And our elites don't know what to make of that, but it puts this country outside their framework. Now, I remember, it wasn't that long ago, it was within the past year that Prime Minister Orbán gave a speech that was widely picked up on in American elites. And he said that, look, he gave a rather pessimistic take on where he thought Western Europe was going. And he said that Hungary might have to be a place of refuge for people who still held to core Western ideals, identity. I hesitate to use the word values for philosophic reasons that I won't go into. Anyway, the elites really, our elites, the American elites, really lost their minds at that speech. But they couldn't explain what they found so offensive. Now, I think I've already said the reason. It is that they hate the West. They don't want to admit it, but they hate the West. And so the idea that there's a country standing up for it, and that would even stand up for it on behalf of others, on behalf of a sort of wider conception of the West, infuriated them. It warmed me a little bit because, honestly, someday I may need the refuge myself. Now, two questions you may have is, when is all this going to get better, and what is to be done? To the first, I have to say, unfortunately, it's not going to get better soon. That is to say, I don't think that the American foreign policy clerisy, as I call them, the sort of priesthood that runs these things on our behalf, is very dug in, and it's hard to dislodge them. Even winning elections makes it hard to dislodge them, and it's going to be hard for the right, whoever we end up nominating, to win the next election. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but people keep asking me that too. What's going to happen in 2024? And then I give them a somewhat depressing answer. But read something that was just published online today by Mark and Molly Hemingway. I don't know how well known they are in Hungary. Molly Hemingway's on TV a lot. But together they jointly wrote a book about the last election called Rigged. And it wasn't about election stealing, about fake ballots, about rigging voting machines, or any of that. It was the much more easily demonstrable, provable case that the combination of propaganda and censorship through social media and ballot harvesting and mail-in ballot, and all these operations have so tilted the playing field against Republicans that that's what really lost the 2020 election, even before you get to any other factors. And their article today in theamericanmind.com, I'm plugging this because I just read it this morning and I was impressed by it, but they've said something that I've believed for a while, which is the Republicans haven't yet found a way to overcome any of that. We're way behind in terms of coming up with our own strategy, our own tactics, our own effort to defeat a lot of this stuff or overcome it or just match it. And so that's why you have to take a somewhat pessimistic outlook, at least I do. I'm pessimistic about almost everything, but at least I have to take a pessimistic outlook about 2024. But on the question of what is to be done, I think that's a little bit brighter. We can say that you're doing it. The country of Hungary is doing it. Now, it's hard for me as an American to talk about this without being accused of disloyalty. In fact, one of the unfortunate and depressing, and in my case, irritating aspects of the present times is any dissent from the present orthodoxy by our elites is consistently denounced as treason, fascism, it's undemocratic, etc. So I've written skepticism of continuing U.S. Armament grants to Ukraine that prolong the war to no purpose that I can see. Anyway, whatever, you dissent on any point, they just insult you in that way. So my point is here to say, I wouldn't put any undue hopes in the American establishment reforming itself, because I don't think that that's going to happen. But the American establishment has never been more out of touch with the American people. And in a way, that's a bad sign for the political health of the country, but it's also a good sign that the American people have the innate common sense to know that their foreign policy establishment, it doesn't have their best interest at heart and is leading them astray. And I think as that disconnect grows, which I expect it will, the political pressures on the American system will rocket, and in ways it'll be tumultuous and unpleasant, but it will also, I think, inevitably drag it in a more positive and hopeful direction. And that's probably not going to happen this year or next year, but it'll, I think, inevitably have to happen soon, at least insofar as America does remain formally democratic, where elections take place, have consequences, the people who win get to take power, and those people get to enact policies. Thank you.
Következő előadónk különösen büszke az évezredes olaszországi civilizációra. Fontosnak tartja, hogy hazája történelmét és hagyományait külföldön is minél többen megismerjék. Az olasz politikus 2018 óta a Lega jobboldali párt képviselője az olasz parlamentben, a Külügyi Bizottság Olaszok a Világban albizottságának elnöke. A színpadon, hölgyeim és uraim, Simone Billi.
Jó napot kívánok! As far as you understand, I'm not Hungarian. I'm from Italy. And in Italy, in the last 10 years, the left parties have governed for 9 years. Now, Italy's center-right government won the election in October. Some of the most important measures that this government has already implemented, conservative measures, that I want to underline today for you, are, first of all, the birth rate promotion with a strong birth rate plan, and the promotion of the traditional family, with a series of important decrees of taxes for families decided by Consiglio dei Ministri last Monday. Even Papa Francesco said during his apostolic journey which ended just a few days ago right here at the former Carmelitan monastery. A very positive journey for the Church of Hungary, for the civil authorities, for the Hungarian people, and for all European peoples. Papa Francesco actually said, "We don't want a Europe transforming itself into a fluid reality, or even in a gaseous reality, something similar to a high-level supranationalism, forgetting the lives and the problems of the people." The Pope also hopes that Europe will be a place where different nations are a single family, in which the growth and the singularity of each nation are preserved. We are as well for a single and united Europe, a Europe of peoples, which defends and promotes different cultures, traditions, and customs. These diversities are the powers of our continent. We must leverage them to overcome all the global challenges facing in our near future. Regarding immigration, we always say, welcome immigrants. Welcome immigrants who have the right and maybe who escape from wars. Immigrants in special difficult conditions. But, a strong and large but, unfortunately, we cannot welcome everyone. These are the numbers. The population in Europe is about 700 million of people. In Africa and in the Middle East, about 2 billion. In the Italian Parliament, in these days, we are discussing the Cutro Act. I have voted yesterday at the Chamber of Deputies. We are introducing a new criminal law with prison up to 30 years for human traffickers by any means of transportation, a fundamental tool against immigrants' boats and illegal immigration from the sea. But, my friends, we need help from the other European countries too, to better control the borders of the Southern Europe by the sea. Papa Francesco also declared during his return journey from Budapest, migration is a problem that Europe must take by the hand. Another issue I want to focus is the European directive on the so-called greenhouses regarding energy efficiency obligations. This directive requires all residential properties in Europe to be carbon neutral by 2050, with some intermediate steps. But, my friends, in Italy, over 50% of the real estate assets are over 45 years old and potentially needs to be redeveloped. Please think about how many ancient and small for a lot of Italians. The Italian left parties voted Hello? So the Italian left parties voted in favor of this directive, the directive on greenhouses, testifying once again how the new Italian left is radical chic, far from the needs of workers, retired people, families, and in general from the middle class. Another European directive I want to report here today for you is related to the stop of the sales of combustion engines within 2035. Please consider that in 2018, the total consumption of electricity in Italy, I mean industrial, civil, domestic production, was about 321 terawatt per hour. If all the vehicles in Italy had been electric in 2018, all these vehicles would have consumed more than 3,500 terawatt per hour. Only the vehicles. Therefore, my friends, we would have had to multiply the Italian production of electricity by more than, not 2, not 3, not 4 times, but by more than 10 times to have sufficient power for it. This is why the stop of internal combustion engines in 2035, decided by the European Commission, is substantially unrealistic for our country. And a similar situation would be in all the other European countries. Please, again, consider that the impact of CO2 emission for European Union countries is about of 6% of the total global emission. China, 27%, US, 11%, India, 7%. Therefore, my friends, a substantial reduction of CO2 emission only in Europe would not lead to have a substantial benefit for the global environment impact, while it would cause huge economic and social problems in Europe, and would have a negative impact on the economy of many Italians and European families. Please let me say a suicidio, not a transition to sustainability. In fact, for the green economy, the European Union is pushing a transition from fossil and gas fuel to renewable energies, not in medium or long term, but in a very short term. The short-term strategy for the green economy should be driven by one main keyword: diversification. Otherwise, the European middle class will pay too much for it. In addition, a significant part of the energy produced worldwide comes from nuclear fission. The safety of nuclear fission plants is further increased thanks to the 4th generation reactor, which shut down by themselves in emergency case. Also, my friends, let me say, research is directed on nuclear fusion, which will be able to eliminate waste, risk, with abundant energy, low-cost energy, and safe energy. Nuclear fusion is the future of our children and our grandchildren. We need to work together to make real its industrial application as soon as possible. Other European directives that could affect our economy, and not only economy, but also our culture and our tradition, are, for example, the green certificates for private heating and private fuels, food, insects, and synthetic meat, reduction of traditional fish farms, and I could discuss for hours about these arguments. However, at the end, please, my friends, let me say that I hope that the European Parliament will rethink all of those directives that go against the interest of my country and of the European people, for a politic closer to the real needs and problems on the works, employments, economic development without purely ideological politics. For sure, it is necessary to push green policy in Europe as well, but strong and big but made with rationality and vision for the future, in the strong interest of our European people. Let's avoid the homologation and the globalist mainstream. The diversity of the European people is essential for us in the geopolitical challenges in the incoming years. Only a strong and united Europe can guarantee prosperity and peace for future generations in Europe and all around the world. So let's work together for a new Europe and peoples and build a global peace. Thank you.
Az Európai Uniós közeget kevés ember ismeri jobban, mint a következő előadónk, aki az Európai Parlament első magyarországi tagjainak egyike lett, még 2004-ben a választók bizalmának köszönhetően. 10 évvel később, 2014-ben kiemelkedő munkája elismeréseként az év képviselőjévé választották. Az emberi, a kisebbségi és a nemzeti szabadságjogok elkötelezett védelmezője. Hölgyeim és uraim, Gál Kinga, a Fidesz európai parlamenti képviselője következik.
Tisztelt közönség, kedves vendégeink! Nagy szeretettel köszöntöm Önöket Magyarországon. Mi magyarok büszkék vagyunk arra, hogy Szent István királyunk 1000 évvel ezelőtt szilárd alapokra helyezte a magyar államot, és hazánkat a keresztény Európa részévé tette. A hétvégén Ferenc pápát láttuk vendégül, hitünk erejét láthatta a világ. Ahogy Ferenc pápa mondta vasárnapi szentmiséjén, a következő nemzedékeknek a remény jövőjét nyújtsuk, ne a háborút, egy bölcsökkel és nem sírokkal teli jövőt. Ebben van lehetőségünk és felelősségünk nekünk keresztény, konzervatív politikusoknak, gondolkodóknak, véleményformálóknak. Kulcsidőben, ideológiai párharcok időszakában élünk. Megkérdőjelezik alapértékeinket, a biztosnak hitt kapaszkodóinkat. A hagyományos keresztény értékek melletti kiállás valóságos megbélyegzést von ma maga után. Mesterségesen kreált ideológiákat próbálnak ránk erőltetni. Mi magyarok viszont szeretnénk Európát megőrizni olyannak, ahogy azt örökül kaptuk. Az illegális bevándorlás helyett családpolitikát, genderideológia helyett gyermekeink védelme, föderalizmus és központosító törekvések helyett pedig szuverenitásunk és nemzeti önrendelkezésünk védelme azok a szilárd tartóoszlopok, amelyekre Európa jövőjét szeretnénk építeni. Mi itt még hiszünk a vélemény pluralizmusában, a szabadságban akkor is, ha ma populizmusnak számít a demokrácia nevében nyilatkozni, a szólásszabadságot a politikai korrektség nevében pedig igyekeznek korlátozni. A sajtószabadságot pedig a fake newsra való hivatkozással próbálják letörni. Ezért zajlik évek óta politikai baszarkányüldözés Magyarország ellen. Jobboldali konzervatív kormányunk tavaly egymás után negyedszerre kapott kétharmados bizalmat. A magyar kormány példátlan politikai sekereinek oka, hogy nem csak beszéltünk arról, hogy erősebben fogunk kijönni az utóbbi évek válságaiból, de be is bizonyítottuk. Migrációs válság, koronavírus járvány, most pedig itt ez a szörnyű háború, amely kapcsán azért támadnak bennünket, mert a béke pártján állunk. Mi úgy véljük, hogy egyedül a béke jelenthet tartós megoldást. A magyar álláspont már a háború kezdetétől egyértelmű. Elítéljük Oroszország katonai agresszióját Ukrajnával szemben, amely nem csak a nemzetközi jog alapján jelent súlyos sérelmet, hanem morális szempontból is igazolhatatlan. Erőn felül segítjük Ukrajnát és az onnan érkező menekülőket. Magyarország számára a nemzeti identitás és szuverenitás mindig is a legvédendőbb értékek között maradnak. Tisztelt konzervatív barátaim! Nemzeteink elsősége a konzervatív reneszánsz fontos építőeleme. Vissza kell szereznünk a kezdeményezést a globalista erőktől, akik erőszakos ideológiákkal akarnak egyformává tenni és megosztani, eltörölve Istent, hazát és családot, mint értéket. Regenerációra, újjászületésre van szükségünk. Meg kell erősítenünk közös értékeinket, amelyek hosszú évszázadok küzdelmeinek eredményei. Nem adhatjuk fel a mi Európánkat. 4 gyermekes családanyaként hiszek az erős család erejében, és csak erős családok alkothatnak erős nemzetet, és az erős nemzetek tehetik erőssé Európát. Kedves barátaink tengeren, innen is túl. A hagyományos értékeket képviselni ma Európában nem egy egyszerű feladat. Ezt európai parlamenti képviselőként testközelből tapasztalom. De hogy ezt a mai esemény is mutatja, hál' Istennek akadnak bőven szövetségesek, akik ezt hasonlóan küldetésüknek tekintik, úgy Európában, mint szerte a világban. Meggyőződésem, hogy a konzervatív reneszánsz érdekében az európai jobboldali pártoknak szorosan kéz a kézben kell együttműködniük egymással és a konzervatív világ tagjaival, gondolkodókkal, filozófusokkal, újságírókkal. Örömmel kötünk szövetségeket közös értékeink mentén. 2024-ben sorsdöntő európai parlamenti választás következik, és Amerikában is választási év lesz, amelyen a konzervatív erők összefogására és megerősödésére számítok. A CPACHungary fontos állomás ebben a küzdelemben. Ezért köszönöm, hogy itt vannak. És most folytatom angolul. Dear guests, Hungary is a nation of freedom fighters. Throughout our history, we always cherished and fought for freedom and values. Let me welcome now a few other fighters, friends and allies from around Europe, fellow members of the European Parliament, who stand for our values and we have joint and common fight. Let me invite on the stage Rob Roos from GA21 in the Netherlands, Vice Chair of the ECR Group. Welcome, Rob. Herman Terch from Spanish Vox Party, Vice Chair of the ECR Group in the European Parliament. And Anders Vistisen from Danske Folkeparti, Denmark. Welcome. Please. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I have plenty of questions to be asked, but at the end our time is very short and there are strict rules which apply here. So my question basically is, what about the future of our Europe? What topics do you think will dominate the political campaign ahead the next year's EP elections at EU level, but certainly in your respective member state? Please, Rob.
Well, thank you very much, and also thank you for having me here. It's always an honor to be in Hungary, a country that is fight for its sovereignty, and it's so important, and I think a lot of member states should take an example of that. So I'm happy to be here, and yes, we have elections next year. What we see now is high energy prices. I think that will dominate our next elections in the Netherlands, but also, of course, illegal immigration, which is a huge topic. And there is something else that's coming up, and that's very worrying, and that is a new European law, and that is the nature recovery law. It sounds very good, but it's also very devastating for our economies. What we see is, well, I'm a businessman, and it's not the best companies that will survive. It's the company that will adopt the changing circumstances at best. And what we see in 2022, before the pandemic, the European Commission came up with a radical agenda about the Green Deal, also the Migration Pact, and also the Digital Act. But let's talk about the first two. The Green Deal, that has really a huge impact on people's lives. It's on social, in social ways, but also the price of energy, because Putin is the one, they give them the blame of our high energy prices, but in fact it's the green policy, the climate policy that's created this problem. We reduced our reliable energy sources too fast. Gas, but we have seen Germany with their 17 nuclear plants. They closed it. They spent 650 billion euros to invest in renewables. They haven't achieved anything on reducing CO2, but they are polluting our air. It's also our air, not only in Germany. But especially the Green Deal, the farm-to-fork strategy, the climate law, etc. It has such a huge impact on people's lives. It's taking away the freedom, and this is not about clean energy, because if we are burning complete forests to save the planet, that's really insane. That's what they do with biomass. And also, if we want to have clean and reliable energy, we have to go to nuclear. They don't want it, because the Green Deal is really something that is a huge impact on people's life, because Brussels is controlling everything. It's a centralization of power. It's controlling people's lives. If you want to control people's lives, you have to control CO2, because everything we do in life leads to CO2 emissions. Living, traveling, eating, breathing, everything. So it's not helping the people, and that is really worrying me. Also, immigration, that is a huge topic everywhere. I come from the Netherlands. We cannot handle the amount of immigrants anymore. It's really too much. We don't have houses for our children. We don't have houses for these people. The complete system is collapsing. Also, it's very difficult for our healthcare system, for our education system, and it's not the way Europe should be run. And then the last point, the climate restoration law, that's something new that's coming up. In the Netherlands, we have already a huge problem with our farmers, because our government wants to have a reduction of 50% of the cattle, and that means that 3,000 farmers have to be removed. Or be deleted, and also they will pay them out. The Commission gave the approval 2 days ago that our government can do that. But the Netherlands is one of the biggest. And how much time do I have?
You're running out.
Okay,
Please try to finish.
I finish it. But it's really insane. If we have to feed 8 billion people on this planet, and now we see that in the Netherlands that they are phasing out our farmers, but they will do that everywhere in Europe. So there are a lot of things to worry about, and a lot of things we have to fight together with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob, and thank you for the understanding for the short time. Thank you. Herman, you will face 2 elections this year before the 2024 European Parliamentary elections. So how do you see our future in Europe and the next election?
We have now a year full of elections, because we are going to have very important elections together, all of us, in May 2024, where we have to change this situation we have. In this moment, and thank you for having me here, and I thank you for the success of this CPAC even having this boycott of the European Parliament that we have. I mean, it's very curious to see the different treatments that we get from the European Union in general. We are seeing how the money, absolutely legal and money which is from Hungary, is being blocked from the funds from Hungary. But we are seeing how Ursula von der Leyen is financing massively with European funds the Spanish socialist communist government for buying votes in this moment. Nobody knows where the money ends. Well, we guess, we have a guess. He's buying systematic votes with the European money. And we have now cases of malversation of money which goes in really the wrong hands in Spain. But Mr. Sanchez, who is the Prime Minister, has abolished this crime in our penal code. So we have no malversion, so that they can't accuse themselves of making this malversion. That's the first point that I wanted to stress, this kind of absolutely this unjustified kind of selection inside the European Union, which makes the European Union perverted in itself. Then we were talking, Rob Ross was talking about the Green Deal. The Green Deal is only one of the instruments to destroy the nations. It's a huge, huge, almost Leninist plan to come, but not quinquennial, not for 5 years, but for 50 or for 100 years, where they want to go really into interference in all the spheres of life, of the society, of the economy, of the private man, of the family, of the education. Everything is affected by these plans of social engineering that we are seeing is coming up. And we have to defend ourselves, because they try to destroy the nations through this immigration. They try to destroy the nations by impoverishing. They are definitely having a program to impoverish countries like mine, like yours, like many countries, most countries, because they want to destroy the nations themselves. So we have to make together, we need a critical mass for moving against these plans that are in Europe and that are masterminded by the whole European Union today, and by this progressive majority, which has one of the elements which worries for us most. That is, these parties that since half a century, half a century I would say, collect conservative votes for then producing progressive policies. That is one of the greatest cheating in Europe that has been going on completely, and that has completed this kind of global coalition of the progressives under the umbrella of a grosse or the mega grosse coalition, which works always with its progressive objectives. We have to show this cheating, permanent falsehood of these parties, and we have to fight against them and get ourselves this mass for blocking. In 2024, we have to be strong enough, all of us, to reverse this suicidal policy we are having now here in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Herman. Thank you. Anders, how do you see this from Denmark? What do you think will dominate the political campaign ahead of the next year's EP elections? And how do you see the period leading to the election?
I think to understand the European Union, you need to go back to the basis. It's a Babel's Tower of a Brussels elite that believes in the eradication of the national state. They don't believe that Europe should be 27 national states with their own cultural identities, with their religious identities, with their homogeneous societies. They believe we should be one multicultural society mirrored on the Americas. And all of these bad examples of Brussels politics that my colleagues have mentioned, I think stem from that very problem, that Brussels want to eradicate the national states. And I think the most dangerous and the most present problem of that is migration. Because what we have seen is that Brussels is pushing migration all over Europe. They want us to be disunited in our member states. They want us to be multicultural instead of preserving national identities. And every time a country tries to kick back on that agenda, for instance, when Hungary closed its borders during the migration crisis, or when Denmark is trying to preserve our right to define who can enter into Denmark legally and who will be rejected at the border, we see interference from Brussels, because they know, look at Brussels as an example in itself, a multicultural city that doesn't work. I think everyone who have been there, who have lived there, who have been exposed to it can see how awful the consequences of this ancient Flemish medieval city have been. And that's what they want to do to all of Europe. And I think the next election is going to be defined on the question of migration. We are now seeing hundreds of thousands coming again. Another record year from the 2015 migration crisis is coming up. And we are seeing Brussels failing. We are seeing that even rejected asylum applicants, and far too many get asylum already in Europe, far too many people who should never have been in Europe gets asylum, but even the few that are rejected still have a larger chance to stay in the European Union than being sent back to the country of origin. That is not a policy of a union that wants to defend itself and wants to defend the member states. That's the policy of a self-eradicating Brussels elite that wants to get rid of national states and national identities.
Thank you, Anders. Well, listening to you, I do believe that we have to be, we conservatives, right-wing parties, become game changers in 2024 and after the EP elections. What do you think? Can the conservative right-wing political parties together become winners in 2024? Can we really become game changers? That's what we have to pursue. So, Rob.
Well, first of all, the European Union was founded to make lives of the lives of the people in the European Union better. And what we see now is that they're controlling the people, and that's the opposite. And yeah, we really have to join forces. I always say if you can agree on 80%, then there is a basis to work together. Of course, there will always be topics that you disagree on, but let's go for the big topics: sovereignty, family values, payable and reliable energy. That's things are so important, and we are at the same page here in CPAC, but also with the political parties in Brussels. So it is possible, and I think we should overcome the minority issues that we cannot agree on. We have to find common ground because it's 1 minute before 12. They are moving very fast. It's a huge machine. The European Commission is a very big machine that's moving forward. But there is also hope. Besides that, we have to work together in the elections of 2024. I really do believe that. We have now, what we see now in the Council, Hungary, Poland, Czech Republic, Italy, Sweden, and now also Finland is making a conservative government, and hopefully also France very soon, and the Netherlands. So we can have a blocking minority in the Council, and that is really the way to stop this huge machine that's called the European Commission. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you, Rob. Thank you.
I think they are the values where we have to stick together, which is the nations, the sovereignty, the integrity of the nations, and freedom, family, liberty for the education, we need an education. I mean, we need to recover education. And we need to recover many things that conservatives have left and had been kidnapped by the left in the last, as I say, in the passive way of conceding that we had in all this betrayal of so many parties, of so many so-called conservative parties in the last 50 years. So we have been conceding without seeing or without knowing that we were doing it. Now we have, and I'm very happy that Prime Minister Orban spoke and said the word that we repeat continuously in Vox in Spain, which is reconquista. Reconquista is a Spanish word which means we are going to reconquer, and we are 800 years reconquering our homeland that had been betrayed by El Conde Don Julián and by a traitor, by a group of traitors that betrayed the Visigoths, the kingdom, and so came the invasion, the Muslim invasion into Spain, 711. Till 1492. That is the Reconquista. We have not so much time, but we are now moving on. For the first time in these last 10 years, there are things happening, not only in Hungary, all over Europe. And that's why they are so nervous. That's why they are in a hurry with the conference of the future of Europe and all the things where they spend money and bring nothing else than trying to make us a kind of Sovietized and socialist imposition all over the places to dissolve the nation. They are nervous. That means we are moving in the right direction. Thank you.
That's it. That's true. Thank you, Herman. Anders.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's not much disagreement in this panel about the right direction for Europe. I would just have a call that we can unify behind what the values we share, like the pro-federalists are doing. Because right now, the only people winning, if we are not united, are the wrong ideas. It's the wokeness, it's the multiculturalism, it's the liberalism. And when I see in the parliament that we share all of these values, we share all of these ideals for the common Europe, I think the important thing is that we don't let the federalists divide us up. I've heard the most awful things about my colleagues before I came to the European Union. You know, Hungary was almost uninhabitable if you look in the Danish media. And, you know, you could find examples of what they're writing about all of the real conservative powers in Europe, because they're so afraid of us. And I think to a certain degree up to this point, we have had this mainstream media define the way we work together, the way we talk about each other. But when we get together like this great event and a good initiative from the CPACHungary people here, we see that what unites us is far larger than what divides us. And I think that's the... It's just like the European Parliament. You get cut out if you speak up. I don't think it's the case here. But just say, let's go united from here. I hope that you are able to hear all of us. And thank you very much to the organizers for having this time.
Let's reconquer together. Let's become a game changer in 2024. And thank you for being here present in Budapest. And with these thoughts, I wish you great food for thoughts for this afternoon and for tomorrow, and memorable stay in our beautiful capital. Thank you for your presence in this panel. Thank you.
És nagyon szépen köszönjük az értékes gondolatokat. Most 10 perc kávészünet következik, és utána a médiában zajló kultúrharccal folytatjuk. Várjuk vissza Önöket!
Stefi, végre eljött az idő, itt van a nagy alkalom. Kedves vendégeink táncra perdülhetnek, Misi barátom és zenekara zenéje alapján. Megtudhatják, hogy milyen a hamisíthatatlan magyar névzene. Amúgy te, Stefi, hogy állsz a tánccal?
Hát természetesen én kiválóan táncolok. És te?
Egyből gondoltam, hogy te tökéletesen táncolsz, hát nem is volt bennem ilyen kérdés. Hát rólam már ezt nehéz lenne elmondani, és hogyha nem haragszanak meg a nézők, akkor a táncolásom okozta vizuális környezet szennyezéstől meg is kímélném őket, úgyhogy én most ezt a táncolást kihagyom, bocsánat.
Nagyon kedves tőled. Na de meglepetés produkciónk tagjai, akik már valójában a színpadon állnak, vallják és hirdetik, hogy a magyar kultúra sokkal gazdagabb cigány honfitársaink zsenialitásának köszönhetően, továbbá törekszenek a táncház mozgalom és az értelmiség kapcsolatának erősítésére, de ami a legfontosabb, hogy szó szerint rabjai a magyar népzene szépségének, mindjárt önök is meghallják, hogy miért. A zenekart egyébként 2011-ben Rosonci Kovács Mihály junior primadíjas hegedűművész alapította, aki civil hivatását tekintve lengyel és olasz politikai elemző, a Nézőpont Intézet külügyi igazgatója. A zenekar célja egyébként, hogy a zene segítségével még jobban felhívják a figyelmet a magyar diplomácia egy-egy sarkalatos üzenetére. Hölgyeim és uraim, a CPACHungary színpadán most először a Folk Embassy.
Passing bells for these who die as cattle. Only the monstrous anger of the guns, only the stuttering rifles' rapid rattle can patter out their hasty orisons. No mockeries now for them, no prayers nor bells, nor any voice of mourning, save the choirs, the shrill, demented choirs of wailing shells and bugles calling from them from sad shires. What candles may be held to speed them all? Not in the hands of boys, but in their eyes shall shine the holy glimmers of goodbyes. The pallor of girls shall be their proud, their flowers, the tenderness of patient minds, and each slow dusk a drawing dying of blinds. Di che reggimento siete, fratelli? Parola tremante nella notte, nell'aria spasimante. L'involontaria rivolta dell'uomo presente alla sua fragilità. Fratelli.
What if we to ask the watery graves of the Pacific or the European battlefields where America's fallen were buried far from home? What if we were to ask their mothers, sisters, and sons, do Americans want war? Ask us too, and you'll find the same answer, the same longing in every heart. People do not make wars, governments do. And no mother would ever willingly sacrifice her sons for territorial gain, for economic advantage, for ideology. A people free to choose will always choose peace.
Több mint egy éve robbant ki az orosz-ukrán háború. Oroszország a nemzetközi jogot megsértve törvénytelen háborút indított Európa keleti felé. Ennek a háborúnak nem lett volna szabad megtörténnie, és nem kellett volna elhúzódnia. Elég lett volna Konrad Adenauer bölcsességére hallgatnunk. Ő azt mondta, a történelem azoknak a dolgoknak az összessége, amelyeket el lehetett volna kerülni, hiszen mindannyian ugyanazon ég alatt élünk, de nem mindannyiunknak ugyanaz a horizontja. 1, 2, 3 nemzedékkel ezelőtt még bátor, erős, bölcs és dörzsölt politikusok álltak népeink élén. Ők nem csak tudták, hogy mit helyes tenniük, de ahhoz is megvolt az erejük, hogy vasmarokkal őrizzék a békét. A béke érték. Csak a béke biztosítja a harmóniát és az egyetemes egyensúlyt, a társadalmak működőképességét és a nemzetek prosperáló kapcsolatát. Kötelességünk megőrizni a békét gyermekeink számára. Európa jelenét ma egy agresszív, tegnap még hangosan békepárti, de ma már háborús uszításban utazó baloldali blokk formálja. Ez a szélsőséges baloldali blokk a diplomáciai megoldások és megállapodások helyett a fegyverszállítások fokozásában és a háború elnyújtásában látja a konfliktus megoldását. Ez tévút, ez őrült beszéd, és nincs is benne rendszer. Emberéletet csak azonnali tűzszünettel lehet menteni. A feleket tárgyalóasztalhoz kell szorítani, és rá kell venni őket, hogy a konfliktus kiterjedése és az atomháború elkerülése érdekében azonnal nyissák meg a béketárgyalásokat. Vissük szívünkbe II. János Pál pápa intelmeit a békéről. A béke nem csupán a háború hiánya, mint egy katedrálist, a békét is türelmesen és rendíthetetlen hittel kell építeni. És a mielőbbi tűzszünet kikényszerítése érdekében hallgassunk 16. Benedek pápára is, mert a közjó és a béke eléréséhez vezető út mindenek előtt az emberi élet tiszteletben tartása minden tekintetben. Felelősségünk abban áll, hogy a béke lángját és ne a háború tüzét őrizzük.
We have never been closer to World War III than we are today. Today, this proxy battle in Ukraine continues. We risk global war. We must be absolutely clear that our objective is to immediately have a total cessation of hostilities. All shooting has to stop. This is the central issue. We need peace without delay.
Tűzszünetet és béketárgyalásokat akarunk. Beszélünk több 10 000 özvegyről, akik itt maradtak a katonák után, árvákról és megszomorított édesanyákról. Tehát az elemi emberi, nem is mondom, hogy keresztény, elemi emberi erkölcsi érzék is azt követeli, hogy mindent tegyünk meg annak érdekében, hogy befagyjon a front, legyen egy tűzszünet és kezdődjenek tárgyalások.
Civilizációnkban ma is a konzervatívok állnak a józanész, az erkölcsös emberség és a realitások talaján. Együtt erő vagyunk, és csak együtt van erőnk a békéhez.
Szent Szűz, te, aki a béke királynője vagy, öntsd az emberek és a népek vezetőinek szívébe a vágyat, hogy a békét építsék, hogy a következő nemzedékeknek a remény jövőjét nyújtsák, ne a háborút. Egy bölcsőkkel és nem sírokkal teli jövőt.
Peace is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to cope with conflict by peaceful means.
És ahogy ma már említettük, az Alapjogokért Központ az Ökumenikus Segélyszervezettel közösen adományt gyűjt itt a CPAC konferencia helyszínén a kárpátaljai rászorulók megsegítésére.
Kérjük, hogy a kiállítói térben keressék az Ökumenikus Segélyszervezet feliratot, ahol egy terminál segítségével bankkártyával tehetnek pénzügyi felajánlást a rászorulóknak. Köszönjük!
Következő előadónk nem először szólal fel a CPACHungaryn. A New York-i konzervatív politikai aktivista, kommentátor és cikkíró, az Egyesült Államok legrégebbi és legnagyobb fiatal republikánus klubjának a 76. elnöke, amely szervezettel idén februárban az Alapjogokért Központ stratégiai együttműködést kötött. Gavin Wax, kérem, hogy fáradjon a színpadra!
Well, I want to say before I begin today's speech that I'm absolutely honored to be back here in Budapest, this beautiful city, and I want to give a special thanks to my friends at the Center for Fundamental Rights and their Director General, Miklós Szanto, for their hospitality, their generosity, and all the hard work that they've been putting in to this conference. And I know it's a lot of hard work, and you're doing great work bringing together many of the great minds of the conservative populist movement, not just in Europe, but the world over. And the fact that this conference continues to grow is a testament to the fantastic work of the Center and its Director General. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to start off by saying last year, I also had the honor to speak at the inaugural CPACHungary and the need for an American Orbanism. The left-wing press predictably ridiculed my statement. How could I, an America First populist, positively talk about the policies of another nation? This is emblematic of leftist thinking, even as they beg for America to import Brussels-driven policies that destroy the liberties of their own citizens. They assert that an uncouth populace such as myself could never laud Hungary for its success in defending Western civilization, promoting law and order, repelling hostile foreign NGOs, preserving its national sovereignty, combating the extreme LGBTQ agenda, and all the while raising the national birth rate. Revolting hypocrisy is the true hallmark of the left. Furthermore, the left-wing rag, The Nation, castigated me for promoting a so-called socialism of fools. They claimed that because I dared to step outside the bounds of ideological conformity constructed by the corrupt uniparty system that dominates the American body politic, that I was appropriating popular socialist ideals to dog whistle evil, scary, right-wing agenda of supposed fascism, racism, and a myriad of other forms of cartoon-esque villainy. But the global elite's hatred of all things populism is nothing new. It's historical and it is bipartisan. But the left-wing dominated press, writ large, refuses to acknowledge a fundamental truth, that the populist conservative movement is the only vehicle that can truly counter the ongoing decline of Western civilization. Because I will give the left credit. The leftists sometimes diagnose problems correctly, but their purported solutions will never resolve them. In fact, actions belly the claim that leftists really care about the issues at all. The American version of Hungary's dollar left just wants their paycheck from George Soros or whatever other billionaire they can find, and they happily abandon their principles to get it. Take Senator Bernie Sanders, for example. He presented himself as a left-wing populist just looking out for the little guy. But on close inspection, Sanders' populism was a false populism. He was the epitome of the American dollar left. He sold out and crushed the dreams of his supporters just as much as the DNC crushed his own chances of becoming president both in 2016 and in 2020. The establishment wants to co-opt populist energy, whether it's on the left or on the right, whether it's with Bernie Sanders or whether it's with President Donald J. Trump. Those who are truly alert to the late hour of our republic have since politically realigned, and more will continue to do so. Yet others follow the dollar, as Bernie did, and betray any claim to an authentic anti-establishment populism. This is why the American dollar left pushed for policies such as student loan bailouts for people in women's studies majors or basket weaving or African poetry, I really don't know. But these are not the wishes and demands of a hardworking and middle-class Americans. Rather, they are the demands of an aspiring cosmopolitan professional class, the wannabe elites, if you will, over-credentialed and underemployed, peddled fantasies and delusions about the value of their degree and their societal stock. A real economic populism, on the other hand, reindustrializes the American heartland and reshores jobs so you don't have to go into debt and arrive at a dead end. It taxes the largesse of university endowments and puts them on the loans as co-signers. It ends the grift that has sadly morphed American academia into centers for leftist indoctrination. The left instead determined that the only acceptable course of action was to crush the little guy, to devastate the corner store, and to eviscerate the dreams of working and middle-class Americans by pushing them into crushing destitution and appropriate all the profits and business to the Amazons and Walmarts of the world. Here in Europe, we also see leftists far too ready to crush small business and economic prosperity, whether in the name of a perpetual green revolution or because of the Russian Federation's incursion into Ukraine. Sadly, energy has become a scarce commodity over the past year for much everyday European families and workers. It is a austerity for the masses and an artificial and stolen prosperity for the elites. That is sadly the dichotomy of our age. In Germany, leftists celebrated the closure of their last 3 nuclear power plants last month. To them, nuclear power is anathema. Of course, these leftists probably don't realize that they are going to be replacing clean energy with coal, but the hypocrisy of their position causes them no heartache because they refuse to process information rationally. They are driven instead by raw emotion with no substance to support their positions. Hungary, on the other hand, presents an alternative and pragmatic approach to green energy. By expanding the CPAC's nuclear power plant, Hungary will secure a stable, safe, and green source of energy for decades to come. Those truly concerned about the so-called climate change should be stumbling over themselves to follow in the Hungarian footsteps. The shape-shifting ideology of the left has no principles. A single order from a ruling elite sends a ripple through leftist culture and rewrites their thinking at a moment's notice. Throw a crisis their way, no matter how absurd, and they will fold on a whim. The left is the tool of the globalists, with blind, unwavering conformity to arbitrary edicts from authority. The America First populist movement is the only answer to this sickness. We are the only force with the resolve to stand strong against the propaganda and external forces on behalf of our people. And now we must move forward with a coherent governing ideology. And that ideology is on full display every day under the Orbán government here in Hungary. American populism, like Hungarian Orbanism, begins with a bottom-up transformation of politics within the party apparatus. American conservatism is sadly dead. Its corpse is rotting and putrid, and we should not cry about the failure of this ideology because it conserved nothing except tax cuts for billionaires and corporations who proved all too willing to sell out their country and instill some radical and degenerate transgender drag queen filth as our new national religion, elevating it far above the Christian virtues that made our nation great. Our nation requires a stronger, more versatile populist movement that emanates from our school boards, our city councils, our county commissions, and our state legislatures. We need a movement that considers man as not merely an economic unit, but rather a holistic spiritual being. And we need a Republican Party that is willing to use government power when necessary. Not because we believe in big government or statism, but because we must use every tool at our disposal to dispatch our anti-American opposition. Rejecting the use of state power while the left aggressively leverages it to enforce its agenda means the inevitable destruction of our culture, our nation, and our civilization. So we must be methodical and strategic in how we wield government power. We must abandon the notion that academic precepts of the free market and laissez-faire capitalism are a panacea for all of society's ills. In fact, American conservatives state platitudes about these supposed principles, even as they embrace a policy agenda that corrupts their much vaunted free market in favor of a small group of corporations with outsized impact. They are pro-business, not pro-market. The whole system is fundamentally corrupt, and to resolve this conflict, we must wield government power in the interests of the people. But we also must be realistic about the use of government power. We as Americans must be sober-minded about how much we have lost. The left has effectuated their so-called long march through the institutions with precision. Every institution, from the federal government to the schools, to the church, to the corporate boardroom, has been transformed, infected with a woke dogma, pervasive at all levels of our society. This makes enacting much-needed national reforms very difficult, as President Donald J. Trump learned during his first term, because the institutions are in place to protect the status quo. This is why, when we are in the opposition, as we are at the present, we must embrace localism and decentralization. We must turn the gears of power at the local, county, and state levels to restore our republic. President Abraham Lincoln, the man who essentially founded the Republican Party, said during the American Civil War that a house divided against itself cannot stand. That much is true, and the free people of America will make sure that the house of ill repute that the left has built on the ruins of the once shining city on a hill will not stand. We will throw ourselves on the gears of power. We will foment resistance that would bring ruin upon the leftists who are at war with our national birthright. We will subvert, we will undermine, and we will turn the lower levels of government against the federal machine. This is our mandate, and this is how we accelerate the political realignment that will eventually culminate in an American Orbanism. And while supporting, say, Hungarian-style pro-family policies may make some conservative absolutists who are mentally stuck in 1986 very uncomfortable, we must recognize that their dated talking points will never win over young families who struggle in a system purposefully designed to crush their dreams, happiness, and aspirations. Our restrictions against hostile corporations, whether big pharma, big tech, big media, big banks, big food, or big anything else, will show the people that we stand in their corner and will fight for their rights, whether attacked by government or by corporate overreach. The death of conservatism in America is not a moment for sorrow, but rather an opportunity for those who stand ready, willing, and able to rebuild it into a force that can actually conserve something. It is time for a new generation to take the mantle and orient our ingenuity towards the unified goal of bringing about an American national renewal in the same way Prime Minister Viktor Orbán is leading a Hungarian national renewal. This is a time for optimism. This is a time for joy. For many years, we have pined for a way forward, atomized and disjointed, befuddled and moribund, seemingly hopeless to circle the drains in our seemingly inevitable peril. But thanks to the rise of President Donald J. Trump and the model of sound conservative governance presented by Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, we have found our national salvation. So now we stand united. We must now proceed boldly towards enacting this blueprint. Thank you very much.
Magyarország Izrael legmegbízhatóbb európai szövetségese. Izrael pedig sok szempontból példa az egész világ számára. Elég csak a hazaszeretetre vagy a hazavédelmére gondolni. De hogyan is néz ki ez a gyakorlatban? Ez általában egy fontos kérdés szokott lenni. Hát erre a kérdésre fognak a következő percekben választ adni Robert Greenway veterán katona, Matan Peleg a legjelentősebb izraeli nemzeti mozgalom elnöke, Gadi Taub izraeli író, és Kovács Attila az Alapjogokért Központ Európai Uniós kutatási igazgatója. Fogadják őket sok szeretettel!
Welcome everyone. Gentlemen, please take a seat. Welcome on stage and thank you very much for accepting our invitation. We've been discussing issues on Israel for some minutes now, and let me start with Gadi. You gave some very insightful thoughts regarding the relationship between woke and democracy. So let's spice up the audience. Could you please elaborate a little bit more about this relationship of woke and democracy?
Yes, first of all, it's a pleasure to be at CPACHungary, and thanks for inviting us. Whenever you speak for a reform, a democratic reform in Israel, they say, oh, you represent Orban, you want a dictatorship here. And the fact is that Israel is not really a democracy now. It is ruled by judges. And if you look at what's going on generally in the West, you see the same phenomenon, and it's not a coincidence that it's judges. Judges are also advancing the hegemony of the European Union without the consent of governments and peoples behind the scenes. And I think since the ideology of the current version of liberalism, the woke version of liberalism, is necessarily anti-democratic, because in their view of the world, the thing that creates friction and war is nationalism. And so they are out to combat nationalism. That's a wrong interpretation of history, because wars erupt when you try to suppress nationalism, not when you let people exercise their self-determination. And so the enemy in their view is nationalism, but the publics in nation states, the citizens, are national and want to preserve nationalism. So the international progressive movement is not just anti-national, as it says, it's necessarily anti-democratic, because it has to advance its globalist agenda against the will of citizens in Israel and in Europe, and indeed in the United States.
Matan, we have heard about this ideological conflict, and if we take a look at the current political situation in Israel, we see this conflict also in light of the judiciary that you mentioned. How is the situation now in Israel in political terms?
Well, I think that the situation in Israel now is a little bit like what happened in the United States after Donald Trump won. What we saw from the left in the United States is, how I will call it, total football. In the minute that Donald Trump won the election, the left just was furious, was angry. We saw anarchism in the streets. We saw violence of demonstrations. This is exactly the same method is now in Israel. This is, by the way, why Donald Trump lost, in my opinion, in the United States, because people that loved him and loved the values that he used and spoke in his speeches still were afraid of the leftist craziness in the streets. And you saw it very much on media. In Israel, it's now the same. A day after the election, a day after the Likud won, Benjamin Netanyahu won, the left went to the streets, every time in a different excuse, and this is what we are seeing now.
So it seems there is like a leftist political recipe against the democratically elected leaders like Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu. You mentioned that 6 days ago you gave a very powerful speech on the streets of Jerusalem in a pro-government political movement and mass parade. How was it? How many people were present on the streets?
Well, came almost 500,000 people.
500,000.
Yes, and it was amazing. It's amazing experience to be on a stage where you don't see the end of the crowd. And by the way, my speech was all about why are we here? We are here because we want a Jewish democratic state, a democratic state. And the people chose this way of the country. Now what we are seeing is the cultural elite and the judges and the media is totally against it. Okay, so the people won in a democratic way, in a legitimate way, but the elite don't accept it, and that's it. It's what, like Gadi said, and then it's suddenly you don't have a democracy anymore. Now, the biggest problem, and I think all over the world, is that what is the story with the conservatives? Conservative people want to conceive. They want a country, a healthy country, and that's it. It's you are a conservative of Hungary. It's Hungary first, and for Americans it's America first, and for Israel it's Israeli first. So we don't want to burn the country everywhere. The left is exactly the opposite. They see them, they're globalists. So they don't want America first or Jewish state or Hungary with strong borders. They want a global something. And although it doesn't succeed everywhere, but this is really the fight. So you have leftist people who they don't care, they're willing to burn it all, and you have the tolerate right who just want to conceive their own country. So there is a battle not only between ideas, but also in ideologies and approach. But I believe the truth will win because we don't have a choice. We are more tolerate, the right is more tolerate. And because we feel the responsibility, but from the other hand, we have our limits. Don't touch our kids. Don't touch our future.
Very important point.
Yes. So we also have our limit, and this thing will not disappear. So we are willing to go further, but we will not lose the war because we don't have any other choice.
Robert, let's talk a little bit about the broader context in the Middle East from a security perspective. You personally played a very important role in the Abraham Accords, and for the signing ceremony, Hungary was the only EU member state to be invited. How is now the situation, the security issue in the Middle East? How do you see Israel's surroundings in this regard?
Well, thanks for the question, and thanks for the opportunity to be here and to join the panel discussion. I'd say first, too, that the issues are somewhat related. I think there's a general perception that events that are going on inside Israel, whether it's Israeli judicial reform and the politics associated with it, or whether it's friction between the Israelis and Palestinians, and that, I think, often is seen as the principal cause of instability in and amongst those people that inhabit the Middle East. The reality is, if you talk to people in the Middle East, you talk to the leadership of the countries, Accord members, and others, you get a different story. The thing that they're most concerned about with, I think logically, is the threat emanating from Iran, which encompasses broad constellations, but of late their radical pursuit by all, I think, standard measures of the potential to develop a nuclear weapon. This, I think, occupies the very forefront of their consciousness and their concern, and their right, I think, to share it. And in that, I think they're concerned with both Israel and the United States, often seen as the only break or constraint against Israeli or Iranian aggression in the region and the pursuit of a nuclear weapon. They're concerned about the degree to which the United States and Israel, under the current circumstances, are able to actively thwart the greatest threat to regional peace and stability. And it's also no accident that Hungary was invited to the ceremony and continues to play a prominent role in supporting and strengthening the Abraham Accords, and recently, to its credit, established a parliamentary group to support and assist the caucus. And it's also, I think, no mistake, and we'll talk about it, I think, later, why there's tangible benefits to be derived from the agreement itself. It's more than just peace, which deserves support in and of itself, but there's also a self-interest here and an economic benefit for both members and for European countries, including Hungary.
Matan, we discussed, and also this was a good example, that Hungary was the only EU member state to stand up for the agenda of Israel. Could you elaborate, could you talk about a little bit what Hungary means for Israel in this regard? If we see European politics, we see many times that European institutions are condemning Israel in its local conflict. How do you see this question?
Well, we got used to the fact that the European Union always condemns us and always is against us.
You don't seem too much disappointed about it.
But I will give you a personal story, but I think a lot of Israelis felt it. I think since the disengagement in 2005, since Israel withdrew from the Gaza Strip, almost in average every year or two, we are calling it Sevev Lechima, a battle round between the terror organizations and Israel. Every year or two, it's the shootings are dropping almost all day, almost all the year. But once in a while, it's like a massive round. Okay, and we got used to it. You know what? We got used to it. It's like the Australians have sharks and America have hurricanes, and we have terror organizations, you know, everyone.
Can you really get used to it?
Huh?
Can you really get used to it? It's part of life.
Everyone with his natural disasters. Okay. But
I know what it is for Hungary. Yeah. Opposition.
and you got used to the fight. But in 2021, the battle round was a little bit different than all the others. Why? Because it wasn't only from Gaza Strip. It wasn't only the Hamas. We had also riots from within, from Arabs that support, that are against Israel as a Jewish state. They support Palestinian Authority. They want Israel to be erased. And it's a fifth column. It's from inside. So it was different, okay? The round in 2021 was different for a lot of Israelis because we want Arabs in Israel to integrate. We don't want second class, other class. So we were surprised of this approach from within. And then the Europeans come and they condemned us. And we were like, what is going on? This is like really apocalypse. We are getting they are shooting on us. We are having it now from within, and now you are against us? And then Viktor Orban came. And he was against the European willing to condemn us, and because of that, they didn't, how do you say it? They were not against us. They didn't veto it. Viktor Orban vetoed it. And for us, it was a ray of light. It was very surprising.
Very powerful message. Yeah.
It was a very powerful message because only in the, when do you know who is your friend? When you are alone. A lot of people say, I support Israel, but I support your rights, but. And Viktor Orban, in this situation, was for Israel. He vetoed for us. And this was an amazing experience.
Robert, you mentioned already the economic consequences and the economic framework in light of security and stability. What aspects do you consider the most important one, including energy, for example, which is a very hot topic now in Europe in light of the Russian aggression on Ukraine?
It's a great question, maybe the question. And ultimately, like the premise, among other things, behind the Accords was to integrate our partners and allies in the region more effectively for their benefit and for our interests. But it was a recognition that the economic component of it was essential. Peace had been made with Egypt in '79, with Jordan in '94. And significant investment has gone since, and it's mostly a security relationship that exists between the three, which is vital and important, but it never matured to the level, I think, of which the expectation was there. It was often referred to as a cold peace. We deliberately sought something different, and the economic relationship we thought was a rationale you would defend and secure. So if we trade together, I would defend and protect it, and so the rationale was a little bit different, and deliberately so. And that is important because it's the bond that holds the Accord member countries together and withstands the diplomatic and the political and the security threats that are against it. The same, though, holds for external support. There is a derivative benefit, not just for the United States, but also for European and Asian partners. And if you think about it, the logic is that the Middle Eastern countries, the region itself and the Accord member countries sit between Europe and Asian markets. They sit between North American and Asian markets as well, and the information, hardware, and infrastructure that sustains the global economy. All of that is vital to our interests. To see it done more efficiently, securely, and less costly is in all of our interests. And so to have that within the hands and within the control of our partners and allies working together makes great sense. To energy specifically, since certainly the Russian invasion of Ukraine has disrupted global food markets and has also disrupted European energy requirements, in our minds, the Accords member countries have a unique contribution to make to European energy needs. Could they replace all of the 41.5% of European natural gas coming from Russia? It's a hypothetical. Could they offset it significantly? There's no question. It's more than a maritime delivery. The infrastructure is required. I think this is an opportunity to strategically realign our European partners and our Middle Eastern partners, not our adversaries, no adversary dependence. And it could meet obvious economic needs, but it would change the nature of the way Europe and the Middle East look at each other. Instead of becoming critics, you become customers, you become partners. And I think that's in, everyone's interest.
Gadi, we talked about woke. How can Israel and Hungary fight against this ideological stream that is coming from the liberal media, liberal countries? I mean, both the Israeli and the Hungarian government share the same values of pro-family, anti-migration, Hungary and Israel first policies. How can we fight jointly against this liberal agenda?
Yes, I think the alliance is very, very fruitful. We face the same kinds of problem, and these two countries, Israel and Hungary, are really at the forefront of defending nationalism. But as I said, by defending nationalism, they are also defending democracy. So they are on the side of self-determination. And also we face the same problems in different guises. In our case, it's an internal court. If you think Laszlo Solyom was a radical activist judge, then you haven't seen Aaron Barak. We are actually ruled by judges. In Israel, the legal advisors to the government can veto policy of ministers. We are no longer a democracy. You are facing a different threat from Brussels, but it's also conducted through the language of the law. And the whole rule of law controversy that Hungary has, Article 7.
That would be another panel, but carry on.
It is the same kind of problem. And one thing I think we can learn from Hungary, at least our right-wing government should learn from Hungary, is that it's not enough to win electoral politics. If you leave the other centers of power, academia, the press, and especially the courts, in the hands of leftist hegemony, then you can't win the war. And you know how it is with the left. When they have a monopoly on something and you try to get one conservative judge into the Israeli court, they call it politicization. So the Israeli court represents a party that did not pass the threshold to get into parliament. We are ruled by judges belonging to an ideology that couldn't get voted into our parliament. So we are in a really extreme state in this struggle over the reform.
Gentlemen, we have 3 minutes left, 1 minute to each of you. How can Hungary help Israel in the global and European political arena? What are the most important issues that a very committed country like Hungary could help Israel?
Well, first of all, I think, unfortunately, the European Union and Germany and other European governments invest a lot of money in propaganda NGOs in Israel that really tries to change us from within. And they have tons of money and an enormous budget that comes from foreign governments. And this is something that, by the way, Hungary will never do, will never give money to NGOs in a different country to try to change it, because conservatives are not doing it to one each other. I respect you and you respect me, and this is why we have peace. This is all about, so I think as long as Hungary will stay such a strong country with borders, with all the values that it represents, and Israel will stay also like this, then more nations will see how it works, and it will spread.
Thank you. Gadi, how can Hungary help Israel in this fight?
First of all, by actual support. Since there is veto in the European Union, we rely on you, and we just had a left-wing government who tried to find favor with the progressive side of Europe. Thankfully, Netanyahu is back. And I'll just say this. When I saw a picture of Viktor Orban all smiles with Netanyahu's biography, I relaxed.
Robert, the final, you can applaud. The final word is yours.
So I would say it's more even than an issue of how Hungary can help Israel. So I think you can help each other. And I think in this case, you can demonstrate the positive benefits and the pursuit of practical policies for self-interest here. And I think that there's a way for Hungary to demonstrate the positive benefits of pursuing a stronger relationship with Israel on an economic as well as on a security and a diplomatic level. All levels can be improved. And I think with the Accord member countries as a platform, it's a weird juxtaposition when there's a conflict in Europe, a land war in Europe, and there's peace, the burgeonings of peace between Israel and its neighbors in the Middle East. We never would have expected this sort of a circumstance, but here we are. And I think we can leverage this circumstance, and I think Hungary can play a leadership role in demonstrating the positive benefits of peace in the Middle East and how that could be transferred to beneficiaries in Europe.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention. We will continue certainly this conversation. Thank you for being here on the stage of CPAC Hungary 2023. Thank you.
Hello, CPAC Hungary. It's my great honor to join you today. The sovereignty of a nation depends on clearly defined and enforceable borders. That simple fact has been a fundamental concept of statecraft for centuries. It is easy to see the horrific results for humanity when a hostile nation unjustly attempts to erase those defined borders. Enforceable immigration policy is just as critical for a nation to maintain its sovereignty. In fact, many leaders who are rightfully quick to condemn nation-states for unjust aggression against their neighbors are often silent when it comes to enforcing their own borders from massive waves of migration that would have a profound impact on the very culture that gives a nation its treasured character, customs, and way of life. This is especially true when new arrivals who are welcomed into a state are openly hostile to the values of its people and refuse to assimilate. The immediate impact of uncontrolled and unregulated migration is evident throughout society. With the Biden administration working to dismantle America's southern border, the economic burden imposed on the people of Texas is now estimated at nearly $9 billion a year in education, healthcare, law enforcement, social services, and other costs to support illegal aliens in our state. Biden is callously indifferent to the costs and consequences he has imposed on the American people. The public is watching in horror as citizens of our country have become collateral damage. He has enabled and emboldened drug cartels, worsening America's epidemic of drug deaths. His policies have enriched human traffickers, with these cartels now making an estimated $13 billion every year from human smuggling. What is to be done? As appalling as the border crisis is, I have proudly launched an onslaught of legal challenges and successfully halted numerous destructive policies that would have made it even worse. We are engaged in over 50 lawsuits with the Biden administration, 16 of which are specifically related to border security or immigration. Enforceable borders and immigration policy are essential components of national sovereignty, but they are not the only ones. Sovereignty can also be threatened by international organizations that work against our nation's interests. During the coronavirus pandemic, the World Health Organization displayed astounding corruption by advancing China's lies and destructive lockdown policies. And yet, Biden has worked to empower them further. This year, I sued the Biden administration for enabling the WHO to define, for domestic purposes, what the United States Department of Health and Human Services considers a public health emergency. This is unlawful delegation of power, and it puts Americans at the mercy of the whims of dangerously corrupt international bureaucrats. When we abdicate our sovereignty to global organizations, and when international organizations such as the UN and NGOs facilitate enormous waves of unregulated immigration across the globe, our countries and our citizens suffer devastating consequences. Yet, from Texas to Hungary, there is an immediate backlash against any leader who understands and defends the importance of national sovereignty and citizenship. But I will never back down, and I will not be intimidated for stating the truth. If you do not have borders, you do not have a country. My work defending the rule of law in Texas is an investment in the rights and freedoms of Americans for generations to come. Thank you for listening, and best wishes for a successful conference.
Queridos amigos, lamento mucho no poder estar con vosotros en Budapest. En primer lugar, porque disfruto de su belleza y hospitalidad cada vez que la visito, y en segundo lugar, porque CPACHungría se ha convertido en uno de los principales eventos de los patriotas y de los conservadores europeos. Como sabéis, en España afrontamos próximamente unas elecciones locales y regionales de vital importancia para el futuro de nuestra patria. Nuestra economía, nuestra unidad, nuestras tradiciones, nuestra libertad y nuestra seguridad corren peligro ante el gobierno que representa la peor izquierda de Europa. Un buen resultado en esta cita con las urnas será crucial para construir una alternativa que destierre las políticas totalitarias de los socialistas y de los comunistas. Mi deber, por lo tanto, y mi responsabilidad me exigen estar en España. Estoy convencido de que estas jornadas de Budapest servirán para robustecer los lazos que nos unen, para acertar con el diagnóstico de la situación que atraviesan nuestras naciones en Europa y también al otro lado del Atlántico, desde Estados Unidos hasta nuestras naciones hermanas de la iberosfera, a la que debemos prestar atención y ayudar en su tarea para desalojar al comunismo. Pero no basta con acertar. Debemos ofrecer una alternativa que, sin lugar a dudas, debe mirar los ejemplos de Hungría, de Polonia o de Italia, porque Europa demanda un camino para su supervivencia, el camino de la Europa de las naciones frente a la federalización forzosa, de la soberanía frente a los burócratas y los tecnócratas que nadie ha votado, el camino de la libertad frente a las intromisiones y las imposiciones de la prosperidad frente a la inmolación de nuestra industria y nuestra agricultura, el camino, en definitiva, de la comunidad y las raíces frente al globalismo, de la ley y el orden frente a la inmigración masiva e ilegal. Y solo así podremos conservar y legar a nuestros hijos todo lo que amamos. Ya lo sabéis, unidos somos más fuertes y juntos venceremos. Adelante, patriotas y conservadores de Europa.
Filmsztár és CPACH alapító is egyben. Méltán sikeres filmszínészi és könnyűzenei karrierje mellett Mexikó egyik legismertebb keresztény konzervatív aktivistájáról van szó. 2019 óta a Viva México mozgalom néven működő katolikus szervezet elnöke, amely tavaly megrendezte az első mexikói CPACH-et. És egyike volt azoknak a kiemelkedő latin-amerikai véleményformálóknak, akik Donald Trumpot támogatták az Egyesült Államokban. Hölgyeim és uraim, a CPACHungary színpadán Eduardo Veresztegi!
Good afternoon, CPACH Hungary. I am delighted to be here with so many true patriots and lovers of freedom and defenders of life. Thank you, Matt Schlapp, for your incredible leadership. Thank you, Hermano Miklos, for your outstanding leadership and for defending the conservative principles in your country. Thank you for inviting me to CPACH Hungary. And also I want to thank everyone who got involved in organizing this incredible event. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's an honor for me to be here in Hungary. Gracias, gracias. I would like to begin by saluting the people of Hungary for standing up bravely for God, family, and country. Hungary is the land that knows that when you strengthen the family, you strengthen the country. With concrete pro-life and pro-family policies, Hungary reduced abortions and reversed the great drop in the birth rate by encouraging young people to believe in marriage and desire children again. Hungary's support for young people to form, sustain, and grow a family has made a powerful difference and so has Hungarians' reaffirmation of the primary role of parents in the education of their children. For this and more, Hungary and its people have become an inspiration to many around the world. You inspire all of us who defend life and the family in Mexico and throughout Hispanic America, in Europe, and in the United States. Hungary inspires all those who work to ignite hope in the world. And that is why we are all here in Budapest. CPACHungary is holding high, very high, a banner of hope in the midst of a darkness that grows and threatens to overshadow everything. We stand today against a globalism that wants to eliminate the deepest roots and most fundamental identities of each of our homelands. We must stop it urgently. We must stop it urgently. To oppose globalism, we must strongly support and defend our belief in God, a culture of life and liberty, and a love for our countries. This is the only path that allows for the flourishing of our nations, for the flourishing of nations and their people. And it is the best formula for peace among the people of the world. Globalism has many gods, and it wants to impose them all on the nations of the world. One of the gods for globalism is the 2030 Agenda of the United States, of the United Nations. We need to end the United Nations. United Nations, in my opinion, is poisoning the world. The 2030 Agenda is one of the greatest enemies of freedom today. It is a cancer that is slowly, very slowly, spreading. Let me mention one example, Argentina, where Chancellor Santiago Cafiero exclaimed, "It doesn't matter which government is in power. Here, the 2030 Agenda rules." It is an agenda that even infiltrates technology, where the new cell phones of one of the most recognized brands in the world now come with a pre-installed app called Goals 2030. Friends, dear family, we know it well. When progressive takes power, they fail totally. That is why socialism is the great swindler of the world's youth. Socialism sells itself as a solution, but socialism leads to disaster, poverty, and death. It starts with the deliberate destruction of the bonds of family and marriage, and it ends by leading the people to total dependence on the state. I come from Latin America, a continent that sadly is falling into the powerful arms of radical left political movements. Many of our countries are suffering the scourge of socialist governments which repress their people and deny them their fundamental freedoms. In many of our countries, the increase of poverty and the growth of massive migration can be clearly observed. On the southern border of the United States and the northern border of my own country, Mexico, the enormous flows of migrants translates into greater deaths and violence today than ever before, due to the unpunished action of criminal gangs. The disappearance of men and women, as well as the trafficking of children, it is a humanitarian crisis that must be urgently addressed. Both in the United States and Europe, the advancement of a woke progressive left cancels and criminalizes even thoughts. Yes, in Birmingham, Great Britain, a woman has already been arrested twice by the police for praying in front of an abortion clinic in silence. The same thing happened in February of this year. Also in Great Britain, a priest got arrested for praying silently outside of an abortion clinic. And before, in Liverpool, a 76-year-old woman has fined for praying silently near an abortion clinic. In Spain, 2 elderly men aged 80 and 87 were brought to trial in Zaragoza for giving anti-abortion brochures to people outside of the clinic. And in New York, a priest and 2 lay people were sentenced to jail just months ago for praying in front of an abortion clinic. Today we are seeing an unprecedented persecution and criminalization of freedom of conscience and freedom of religion. People are being sent to jail for quietly and peacefully practicing the act of thinking, even more, interfaith. The left is on the move, folks, but we are here to tell you, we are the resistance. We are the resistance, and we are not going away. We are united, united as a region and as a continent, showing everyone around the world that a flourishing model of prosperity and freedom runs through the hearts of nations and their people. They're proud people. The proud people are willing to stand for God, family, and country. Unity is possible. Unity is possible. And in my country, Mexico, we are working hard to achieve it. Last November, for example, we made history when we hosted in Mexico City the first Conservative Political Action Conference in Spanish-speaking country. We waited a long time, and at last, CPAC arrived in Latin America to support leaders in the struggle for true democracy and true freedom, and the defense of the sovereignty, culture, and traditions of our respective nations. We are charting a new path for Latin America, and we will not stop, and we shall not yield. We are building up our countries, a new generation of committed leaders who will fight for freedom of expression, religious freedom, and the right to life from conception to natural death. Leaders committed to free economies that are aimed at ending misery and lifting families out of poverty, health and job creation that keep families in their homes without having to face the imperative of risky, illegal, and very painful migration. And public policies in education where parents can decide how to educate their children without undue state intervention. My friends, dear family, I want to make a very special appeal today that we all remember those who are suffering horrible oppression in Nicaragua. The regime of Daniel Ortega has just sentenced to 26 years in prison Monsignor Ronaldo Alvarez, a true hero of freedom. The Ortega tyranny also intends to silence the opposition by removing by decree the nationality of more than 300 opponents, writers, politicians, intellectuals, journalists, and activists. Identity theft followed by the confiscation of their property. It is imperative that the community of free nations be heard and demand the reestablishment of real democracy in Nicaragua. In my own beloved Mexico, violence is the cancer that oppresses our country. In the face of this violence, protection is a rule and the greatest threat to our people. Not even the health of the population is protected. We do not have enough medicines and services to take care of all the Mexican families in need. Mexicans are being attacked with policies copied from the worst anti-family and anti-life socialist models. For all these reasons, it is time to act. It is time to change this reality. We will not let the globalists succeed. We will prevail because we have love. Love for God, love for our people, love for our country. So let us defend the traditions and culture of our nations. We can do it. We can do it, my friends. I must say that I deeply admire a nation when it upholds its fundamental values and remains loyal to its origins, roots, and vision of its founders. That is the case of Hungary, a country that was born from the hand, the intelligence, and the heart of a man who deeply believed in God. A brave and fighting man, a skilled politician, and a great statesman, who not only achieved the unity of the territory, he achieved the unity of the people behind the beautiful vision of development and peace, which he succeeded in achieving. Saint Stephen, Hungary's founder, taught his son, Saint Emeric, that a great ruler should honor all people equally, be merciful and compassionate to those who suffer, be strong, honest, and always working for justice and peace for all. Let's ask Saint Stephen to help our nations work for peace and for the growth and development of our peoples as he did. We are not alone. God plus one is an army, and we are more than one. We are the majority. We are the majority, we are the resistance. We are united. United we win, united we triumph, united we stand. Long live Hungary, long live Mexico. I'm going to say in Spanish, que viva Hungría, and you answer, que viva, okay? Que viva Hungría. Viva. Que viva Mexico. Viva. Viva. God bless everyone. Thank you very much.
Az észt politikus, aki előre figyelmeztetett az illegális migráció veszélyeire. Már a nagy 2015-ös migrációs válság előtt jelezte, hogy ennek nem lesz jó vége. Igaza lett. A következő előadónk Martin Helme, az észt konzervatív néppárt elnöke.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And dear guests, it is an honor to be here. It is my first time in Hungary, which is a bit of a shame, since Hungarians are a brother nation to Estonians. But I have to say they have taken great care of me. The hospitality has been absolutely heartwarming. Thank you to the organizers and the staff. Now, CPAC started in America, so it seems relevant to refer to the American politics. It used to be said there that the right thinks that the left is stupid, and the left thinks that the right is evil. That's why the left believes it has a right to vilify and viciously attack their opponents. Well, I think it is exactly the other way around. It is the left that is evil, and the right is stupid for not recognizing what we are up against. You see, it is not stupidity by the left to try and destroy family, parental rights, normal, healthy childhood. It is evil. It is not stupidity that irreversibly maim and damage children, both physically and psychologically, in the name of transgender agenda. It is pure evil. And it is not stupidity to destroy the best wealth-creating economic model, that is the market economy, that has given us industrial production, abundant and cheap energy, and innovation, and then replace it with neo-communist central planning that will lead, like it has always led before, to mass poverty, loss of personal property, and to new serfdom. All in the name of climate action, of course. That is not stupidity, that is evil. And it is not stupidity to destroy nation states through mass immigration and supranational organizations that you can't vote out anywhere. But those supranational organizations take power away from the people. That is evil. It's not stupidity that drives the crusade against free speech, open, robust debate, in the name of stopping harmful or hateful speech. Of course, that is talk that the left just can't stand or disagrees with. Censorship is just evil. And if we do not recognize what we are up against, if we keep explaining it all away by saying that they are just naive, that they just don't really mean it, that they will change their mind once they see the harm they are causing, well, then we really are stupid. You see, we are facing a full frontal attack on our civilization. Our freedom of speech, of movement, of conscience will be destroyed if we don't fight back. Our prosperity, right to private property, freedom of choice as a consumer will be destroyed if we do not fight back. Our nations, our language, our cultural heritage will be destroyed if we don't fight back. None of it is a separate issue. There is an evil, intelligent design that binds it all together. It is still the same old plan to create a new man. This time, I'm sure it's a gender neutral. And it is still the same old plan to create a new society. And of course, in order to do that, old man, old society must be destroyed. And oh boy, are they destroying right now our civilization. The forces of evil have built an impressive network of people and institutions to destroy and to enslave us. They have successfully corrupted almost every Western institution, from media to academia, to church, to school, and the army, and the corporate business. They have corrupted the sports. And they have no qualms in manipulating elections. So we, the normals, must build up a network of good to push back and take back what is naturally ours. Our freedoms, our prosperity, our very future. And that is exactly what we are doing in here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are up against an existential threat. So we must realize that we are not merely an opposition to the liberal, corrupt, globalist ruling class. We are the resistance to it. And united, we will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you for having me today. I am Carol Miller, and I represent the southern half of West Virginia in the United States Congress. Like Hungary, West Virginians care deeply about their families, their faith, and their values. As a mother and grandmother, I am laser focused on implementing policies that strengthens families. Similarly, Hungary is a leader in family policy in Europe. Particularly, you see the value of a strong nuclear family. Conservatives around the world are fighting against woke policies that are hell-bent on putting politics over having a family. That's not what we believe. We believe in the value of marriage, the value of having children, and the value of parents having the right to raise their children. The government needs to work for our families and protect our values. Radical liberals around the world are poisoning the minds of our youth with transgender ideology and climate fanaticism. I'm working every day to return my government to the fundamentals, defending the life and liberty of our people and promoting proven economic policies. Thank you, and I encourage you to keep fighting for our shared conservative values.
Az Európai Uniós csaták hőse, a brüsszeli bürokraták rémálma, a magyar igazságérzet miniszterasszonya.
Aki a politikai pályafutása során kiemelt figyelmet szentel a gyermekek és a családok védelmének. Nem véletlen az sem, hogy nálunk van az egyik legszigorúbb gyermekvédelmi törvény.
Ami miatt természetesen ki is tört a szokásos balhé a baloldalon a liberáliséknál, de szerencsére ennek a helyzetnek a kezelése is a legjobb kezekben van nála. Hölgyeim és uraim, fogadják nagyon sok szeretettel Varga Juditot, Magyarország igazságügyi miniszterét.
Nagyon szépen köszönöm, nagy szeretettel üdvözlök mindenkit, tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ez egy hosszú nap. Itt az utolsó előadást gondoltam rövidebbre fogom, és nem marasztalom túl sokáig önöket, hiszen biztos, hogy nagyon sok mindenről hallottak ma már, és én ezért próbálom a felvezetőben is hallott tematika mentén kicsit összefoglalni a mai nap elhangzott gondolatokat. Tehát tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, úgy gondolom, hogy önök az ide vezető útjuk során, főleg, hogyha a tengeren túlról jöttek, akkor átrepültek olyan fontos városok felett, mint Brüsszel, Párizs vagy Berlin, és leszálltak Európa közepén, erre a kicsi szigetre, egy olyan helyre, ahol még úgy gondolom, hogy él a szabadság. Ahol az ember annyira szabad lehet, hogy bármilyen kérdésben félelem nélkül elmondhatja a véleményét, még akkor is, ha hagyományos családi értékeket vall, akkor is, ha konzervatív, és akkor is, hogyha ad abszurdum, még hisz Istenben. Köszöntöm Önöket Magyarországon, vagy ahogy a közelmúltban Tucker Carlson fogalmazott, a nyugati világ egyik utolsó demokráciájában. Örülök, hogy Szántó Miklós igazgató úr és az Alapjogokért Központ már második alkalommal rendezi meg itt a CPACHungaryt, és nagyon örülök, hogy itt találkozhatunk. Kedves barátaim, a gondolat és véleményszabadság egy olyan luxus tárgyá vált a világban, amit már csak nagyon kevesek engedhetnek meg maguknak. Sokan félelemből, sokan a divatos ideológiáknak hódolva, az igazodási kényszerből, ennek a nyomása alatt, vagy sokan csak a korrektség látszata miatt nem mondják ki, és nem írják le azt, amire egészen pontosan gondolnak. Ez ma az elvárt viselkedési forma a mindennapi életben és a digitális térben is. Az öncenzúra és a tény ellenőrzésnek nevezett gondolatrendőrség a hétköznapok részévé vált a nyugati liberális demokráciában. Nekem is figyelnem kell, amikor Brüsszelbe megyek, meg ha külföldön járok, nehogy olyan megszólítást vagy kifejezést használjak, amit esetleg valakik valahol valamikor már betiltottak, csak nekem elfelejtettek erről szólni. Fel is tudom idézni a 2 évvel ezelőtti vitát az Európai Tanácsnak, vagy Európa Tanácsnak az egyik Európai Tanács egyik ülésén, ahol a gyermekvédelmi törvényt támadták hihetetlen erővel. Angolul beszéltem, nem tudtam ellenőrizni minden fordítást, de nagyon várták, hogy olyan szavakat használjak, amikbe esetleg beleköthetnek, úgyhogy külön a jegyzőkönyvbe kellett venni, hogy én milyen kifejezéseket használtam, amikor én védtem a magyar gyermekvédelmi törvényt. De azért azt is el szeretném mondani, hogy mi magyarok mindenek ellenére egy szabadságszerető nemzet vagyunk, és számunkra nem elfogadható, hogy a kommunista diktatúra sok évtizede után büntetés járjon azért, ha valaki szabadon beszél. Nálunk itt Magyarországon még félelem és büntetés, vagy elbocsátás és megszégyenítés veszélye nélkül mondhatod el azt a mondatot, például, hogy az anya nő, az apa meg férfi. A legtöbb liberális demokrácia, amelyek felett ma átrepültek külföldi vendégeink, ma már sajnos odáig jutott, hogy lenézi, megbélyegzi, megbünteti azokat, akik szabadon beszélnek, hagyományos keresztény konzervatív értékeket vallanak, akik védik nemzeti kultúrájuk sokszínűségét, és akik nem hajlandóak gyermekeik nevelését átengedni a gender mozgalmaknak. Pedig állítólag ezek nem diktatúrák, hanem liberális demokráciák. Talán kevesen tudják önök közül, de lehet, hogy szinte már mindenki tudja, hogy Magyarországon van egy gyermekvédelmi törvény, amely biztosítja a szülők jogát a saját gyermekeik szexuális neveléséhez, és nem engedi be a gender ideológiát az iskolákba és az óvodákba. Emiatt a törvény miatt számos európai ország csatlakozott ahhoz a nagy, szégyenteljes összeurópai perhez, ami megpróbálja most Luxemburgban rákényszeríteni a magyarokat arra, hogy átadják gyermekeik nevelésének jogát a gender mozgalmaknak, Innen üzenem nekik, hogy nem a mennyiség, hanem a minőség számít, az érvek minősége, ráadásul a mi érveink az uniós jogon alapulnak, hiszen maga az uniós szerződés mondja ki, hogy gyermekeink nevelésének a joga az minket, szülőket illet meg. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kedves konzervatív barátaim! Az az Európa, amit mi annyira szeretünk, a kultúrája, a kifinomultsága, a sokszínűsége és a derűje miatt mára kezd teljesen eltűnni. Elveszíti saját értékeit, cselekvőképességét, saját gondolatait, és egy-két üdítő szigetet leszámítva kezd beleolvadni az internacionalista, globalista masszába. Pont olyan lett, mint egy sült krumpli szagú gyorsétterem, amiben ugyanazt kapod a világ bármely pontján. Nincs benne semmi különleges, nincs benne semmi egyedi, vagy éppen innovatív, sőt, még az egészségre is káros, ha túl sokat jársz oda. Európát ma már nem tudja, vagy nem meri vezetni senki, mert Európa vezetőinek a nemzetközi finanszírozású NGO-k, vagyis az azokat irányító, liberális és marxista hitet valló elit megrendeléseit kell teljesítenie. Ez sajnos így van, ezt minden nap érzem. És hogy hogyan jutottunk ebbe a szégyenteljes, kiszolgáltatott helyzetbe Európában? Azt mondják, hogy Reagan elnök után az amerikai külpolitika eszközeként létrehozták a nemzetközi NGO-k, a think tankek és alapítványi szervezetek globális hálózatát. Ez abban a történelmi korban egy hatékony és innovatív módja volt annak, hogy a lehető legkevesebb áldozattal lehessen túlélni a Szovjetunió és a kommunista diktatúra várható és bekövetkező összeomlásának hatását számos országban. Azonban leleményes üzletemberek, például egy magyar származású pénzember is felfedezte a hálózatban lévő hatalmas lehetőséget. Az, hogyha pénzt fektet a nemzetközi NGO-k, alapítványok és think tankek drága működésébe, akkor az amerikai adófizetőknek az kevesebbe kerül, és minél több magánpénzt fektetnek be ebbe a hálózatba, annál nagyobb politikai hatalmat kapnak a kezükben ezek a magánszemélyek, azokban az országokban, ahol ezek a hálózatok működnek. Nagyon egyszerű a képlet. Így a hatalom megszerzéséhez nem kell vesződni holmi demokratikus választásokkal, szigorú pártfinanszírozási szabályokkal, elég csak az NGO-k útján finanszírozni és segíteni egyes politikai erőket, és előírni nekik, hogy milyen politikát folytassanak. Viszont a pénzügyi függetlenség miatt fordult a kocka, és a hálózat önállósította magát. Pontosabban most már a hálózat határozza meg a hatalom szerkezetét és a követendő politikai irányokat, a politikai napirendet. És most már a keresztény és konzervatív vezetők ellen dolgoznak mindenhol a világban, így Amerikában is, például, hogyha republikánus elnök van hatalmon. Így jutottunk el oda, hogy önök is odahaza, és mi is itt Európában ezzel a globális magántőke és progresszív liberális ideológia irányította szervezeti hálózattal, polippal és annak sok-sok száz csápjával küzdünk, nap mint nap. Európát ma azért nem meri, vagy nem tudja senki sem vezetni, mert az unió vezetését és az uniós bürokráciának a működtetőit ez a polip szorítja. Az NGO-k, alapítványok és think tankek mondják meg azt, hogy hogyan kell vezetni az uniót. Saját hatalmi érdekeiket tüntetik fel Európa univerzális érdekeiként, és a politikusoknak ezt kell kiszolgálniuk. És ha valaki nem szolgálja ki ezeket az érdekeket, szabadon mer beszélni, és önállóan mer cselekedni, ebben azért van tapasztalatunk, akkor jön a globális, liberális sajtó, és mint a polip csápjai, a CNN, a BBC, meg az Economist, és egy nap alatt a nemzetközi nyilvánosság előtt lehetetleníti el azt, aki nem hajtotta végre a parancsot. Ugyanez a rendszer jutalmazni is tudja az őt kiszolgáló vezetőket. Az NGO-k, alapítványok és think tankek segítik és finanszírozzák. A globális média pedig nemzetközi szinten kampányol a liberális politikusokért, ha a választásokon indulnak. És természetesen minden erejükkel neki mennek az ellenfeleknek. Erről itt Európában sok konzervatív vezető tudna mesélni, Ausztriától Franciaországon át Olaszországig, persze Magyarország is tudna mesélni. Sokan lesznek majd, akik azt mondják, hogy ez egy összeesküvés elmélet, hogy holdkórusok beszélnek így, és mindez egy tündérmese. Azonban, ha valaki találkozott már a globális sajtó munkatársaival, akkor pontosan tudja, hogy ezek az újságírók szóról szóra ugyanazt fogják kérdezni, akár a CNN-nél, akár a Politikónál, akár a New York Times-nál dolgoznak. Mint hogyha egy kottából játszanának egy dallamot. Én már a felütésnél felismerem egyébként ezt a dalt. Ha pedig valaki találkozott már a nemzetközi NGO-k és alapítványok embereivel, akkor egész egyszerűen nem tud különbséget tenni köztük és az újságírók között, mert kísérteties a hasonlóság. Az azonban teljesen mindegy, hogy az ember mit válaszol ezeknek az embereknek a kérdéseire. Ők ugyanazt fogják mondani és írni Brüsszelben, Berlinben vagy éppen Washingtonban. Azt, amit elvárnak tőlük, és nem azt, ami az igazság. Ha valaki ezt követően is kételkedne a hálózat működésében, akkor annak elmondom, hogy például Magyarországon most buktak le éppen a baloldali és liberális politikusok azzal, hogy NGO ruhába bújtatott liberális szervezetek fizették őket az országgyűlési választások során azért, hogy megbuktassanak minket. Ez most nem sikerült. Kedves barátaim, mi konzervatívok azt valljuk, hogy a család, a nemzet, az egyház és az intézmények segítenek gyökérzetként megtartani az embert a világ viharaiban. Napjainkban a konzervatív országok a rend otthonai. És ahol nincs rend, ott nincs biztonság sem. És ahol nincs biztonság, ott előbb-utóbb veszélybe kerül a szabadságunk is. A progresszivista woke és benne a gender ideológia pont ezt a gyökérzetet, ezt a szabadságot és biztonságot vágja el, hogy minél kisebb részekre szakítsa a nemzetek, az egyén, lehetőleg a gyermek identitását. Mindezt azért, hogy az ember végül kiszolgáltatottságában, magányában és zavarodottságában, a globális sajtóban, a social médiában, a tény ellenőrök és a mesterséges intelligencia által irányított világban keresse a választ kérdéseire. Belőjük próbáljon kapaszkodni. Így válik irányíthatóvá, így válik a woke igazi katonájává. Nálunk itt Magyarországon a hagyományos családi értékeket, a nemzeti összetartozást jelentő kultúrát és az egyházakat nem tudják szétverni a liberálisok. Mert mi folyamatosan erősítjük a cselekvőképességüket és önállóságukat. Sajnos a mi intézményeinket a történelem viharai folyamatosan lerombolták, de ez megtanított minket arra, hogy újra és újra még erősebben újjáépítsük őket. És természetesen a woke vezette európai politikusok az alaptörvényünk által kijelölt értékeinket is támadás alá vették, hiszen olyan eretnek mondatok vannak benne, mint az Isten áld meg a magyart. Ezt Ferenc pápa többször is magyarul is elmondta a hétvégén. Ami egyébként a nemzeti himnuszunknak is az első mondata. És még az is szerepel az alaptörvényünkben, hogy az apa férfi, az anya meg nő. Ez pedig egy tiltott gondolat az európai liberális demokráciában. Ám erős hitünk van abban, hogy bármennyire is viharos a nemzetközi liberális nyomásgyakorlás, nekünk ki kell tartanunk, hogy legyen legalább egy archimédeszi pont, ahonnan, ha eljön majd az idő, megfordíthassuk Európa sorsát. Hadd osszak meg önökkel egy személyes történetet. Múlt év végén Amerikában voltam, és betértem egy venezuelai származású fodrász üzletébe, aki miután megtudta, hogy magyar vagyok, megkérdezte tőlem, hogy Magyarországon mi hogyan kezeljük ezt a gender kérdést, mert ő nagyon aggódik a gyerekei miatt. Kérdezte, hogyan védjük meg a gyerekeket ettől a propagandától. Én elmondtam, hogy mi egész egyszerűen hoztunk egy gyermekvédelmi törvényt, és arra is törekszünk, hogy nálunk legyen a legszigorúbb európai szabályozás. Ott, abban a pillanatban, abban a kis fodrász üzletben két nő beszélgetett egymással. És ez a gyermekét nagyon szerető venezuelai fodrásznő megértette a törvényünk jelentőségét, és gratulált hozzá. Én személyesen is hiszem azt, hogy magunk is lehetünk saját közösségünk archimédeszi pontja, csupán azzal, hogy őszintén elmondjuk a gyermekeinknek az igazságot, hogy hogyan működik ma a világ. És higgyék el nekem, 3 gyermekes anyukaként pontosan tudom, milyen fontos feladat ez. Arra biztatok mindenkit, hogy a normalitás és a keresztény konzervatív értékek, szüleink és őseink hitének megtartása érdekében mindenki beszéljen a gyermekével őszintén, mindent a nevén nevezve. Nem kell többet mondani nekik, mint az igazság. Mert az igazság ugyanaz az igazság, amit szüleink szülei és az ő szüleik is vallottak. Van is egy ilyen definíció egyébként az alkotmányos önazonosságnak. És zárásként hadd meséljek egy legendáról. A legenda szerint a 20. század egyik leghíresebb egyházi személyiségének, Szent Pió atyának volt egy jövendőlése Magyarországról. Idézem. Magyarország egy olyan kalitka, amelyből egyszer még egy gyönyörű madár fog kirepülni. Sok szenvedés vár még rájuk, de egész Európában páratlan dicsőségben lesz részük. Irigylem a magyarokat, mert általuk nagy boldogság árad majd az emberiségre. Kevés nemzetnek van olyan nagyhatalmú űrangyala, mint a magyaroknak, és bizony helyes lenne erősebben kérniük hathatós oltalmát országukra. Pio atya már jó ideje nincs velünk, de mi követjük a tanácsát. Nem engedünk a keresztény erkölcsből és a konzervatív értékrendből. Ezrével újítjuk fel a Kárpát-medence szerte a templomainkat, és 1,5 százat is építettünk már, mert a hit és a nemzeti keresztény konzervatív értékrend az, ami megtart. És ezt a múlt hétvége pápai áldása csak tovább erősítette. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Magyarország az a kőszikla, amelyen rendre megtörnek a globális baloldal befolyásolási kísérletének a hullámai. De Magyarország egyúttal az a kőszikla is, amelyre a nemzetközi konzervatív összefogás egyik biztos tartó oszlopát fogjuk tudni építeni. Nagyon köszönöm, hogy meghallgattak, Isten áldja Önöket!
Nagyon szépen köszönjük miniszterasszony átfogó előadását.
Ahogy nagyon szépen köszönjük a többi mai előadónak és minden kedves vendégünknek, hogy itt volt a második CPACHungaryn.
A CPACHungary holnap reggel 9 órától folytatódik.
Nagyon sok szeretettel várunk mindenkit pénteken is.
Viszontlátásra!
Viszlát!